What's going on, everyone? It's another Harry here. We've got something amazing for you today. What if Akeno's fallen angel blood felt Harry crying and she kidnapped him from Privet Drive to train in sacred gear real quick? If you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Join thousands of story lovers and hit that subscribe button. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Resonated. Akeno Himejima stopped dead in her tracks, the shopping bag dangling from her fingertips nearly slipping to the pavement. Something had brushed against her senses, faint but unmistakable. A pulse of power, raw and untamed, somewhere in this unremarkable English suburb. What the hell was that? She whispered, her violet eyes scanning the identical houses of Privet Drive. She'd only come to England on Rius's orders to investigate rumors of stray devils operating in London. This detour through Surrey had been nothing but a whim, a chance to see the tedious normalcy of British suburban life. But that energy signature, it wasn't devil energy, or pure angel, or even traditional fallen. It felt like. Another pulse hit her, stronger this time. Pain. Fear. Magic unlike anything she'd felt before, yet somehow familiar to her fallen angel blood. Akeno dropped her shopping bag and started walking, her casual sundress and long black hair making her stand out among the prim neighborhood residents peeking through their curtains. She didn't care. The pulses grew stronger with each step, leading her directly to the most aggressively normal house on the block, number 4. Behind that house, a small boy screamed. Akeno moved without thinking, electricity crackling subtly between her fingers. She slipped into the backyard just in time to see a massive walrus of a man with a purple face dragging a tiny, black-haired child by the arm. "I've had it with your freakishness," the man bellowed, spittle flying. "First the teacher's hair turns blue, then you're on the school roof, and now the garden snakes are talking to you." The boy couldn't have been more than 10, swimming in clothes 4 times his size, glasses held together with tape. But what caught Akeno's attention was the energy pouring off him in waves, wild, untapped potential mixing with something ancient, something sealed within him. "I didn't do anything, Uncle Vernon," the boy pleaded. "I swear I didn't," the slap echoed through the yard. The man had struck the child with enough force to knock him to the ground. Akeno felt her blood boil, yellow lightning dancing across her fingertips. The fallen angel side of her nature surged forward. "1 week in the cupboard ought to teach you," the fat man growled, grabbing the boy's shirt. "No meals until, excuse me," Akeno said, her voice deceptively sweet as she stepped into view. "I seem to have gotten lost. Could you help me find my way?" Vernon Desley froze, his beady eyes darting to the beautiful young Asian woman who'd somehow materialized in his backyard. The boy on the ground stared at her with wide green eyes that reminded Akeno of fresh spring leaves. This is private property." Vernon sputtered. "You're trespassing." Akeno tilted her head, her smile never wavering. "Am I? How careless of me." Her eyes flickered to the boy, taking in the lightning bolt scar partly hidden beneath unruly black hair. The scar pulsed with dark energy, something parasitic. "Fascinating. I couldn't help noticing how you were treating this child." "Family discipline," Vernon said stiffly, his grip on the boy's collar tightening. "None of your business. Now leave before I call the police." "Vernon? What's happening?" A horse-faced woman appeared at the back door, her eyes narrowing at the sight of Akeno. "Who is this person?" Akeno ignored her, addressing the boy directly. "What's your name?" The child hesitated, clearly shocked that an adult was speaking to him with anything resembling kindness. "Harry," he finally said. "Harry Potter." The name sent a jolt through Akeno's supernatural senses. Harry Potter. Even in devil and fallen angel circles, that name carried weight. The boy who survived a killing curse, who supposedly vanquished a dark wizard as an infant. She'd thought it was just wizard folklore, but the evidence was trembling before her. "Well, Harry Potter," Akeno said, "would you like to leave with me?" Vernon's face turned an even deeper shade of purple. Now see here. You can't just. A tiny spark of lightning leapt from Akeno's fingers, striking the ground at Vernon's feet. The man jumped back with a yelp. I wasn't asking you, Akeno said, her voice dropping its sweet facade. She turned back to Harry. These people hurt you, don't they? They lock you up. Starve you. Harry's eyes widened further. No one had ever noticed before. No one had ever cared. Yes, he whispered. You freak. Vernon lunged forward, fist raised. I'll teach you to tell lies about your family. Akeno moved faster than human eyes could track. One moment she stood 3 meters away, the next she had Vernon's wrist in a grip that made the large man whimper. Family doesn't treat family like this, she said softly, dangerously. Harry, go inside and get whatever belongs to you. We're leaving. You can't take him, the horse-faced woman shrieked from the doorway. Dumbledore left him with us. The protections, Akeno's head snapped toward her. Protections? You call this protection? Her voice rose as genuine anger overtook her usually playful demeanor. This child is radiating pain and fear so strongly that I felt it from half a kilometer away. Whatever protections exist here, they're failing because you've made this place the opposite of a home. Harry stood frozen, looking between the adults. You want me to come with you? The raw hope in his voice broke something inside Akeno. For a moment, she saw herself at 8 years old, watching her mother die, being rejected by her father's family. Yes, she said gently. I do. But, you don't even know me. Akeno released Vernon's wrist and knelt before Harry, her eyes level with his. I know enough. I know you're special, Harry. I can feel the power in you, and not just wizard magic. Harry's jaw dropped. You know about magic? Yes. Though I suspect there's a lot about the magical world you don't know yet. Akeno glanced at the Dursleys, who stood paralyzed between fear and outrage. They never told you, did they? Told me what? Stop. Vernon had found his courage again. We swore when we took him in we'd stamp out that nonsense. He's not going anywhere to become a freak like his parents. Lightning crackled more visibly around Akeno now, her patience thinning. Harry, what do you own here? What would you take if you left? Harry thought for a moment. Just some clothes. And a toy soldier I hid under a floorboard in my cupboard. Your cupboard? Where I sleep. Akeno's expression darkened. She stood slowly. Show me. 5 minutes later, Akeno stood in the hallway of number 4, staring at the tiny cupboard under the stairs. Crayon drawings decorated the inside walls. A threadbare blanket covered a thin mattress. This is where they keep you. Harry nodded, clutching a plastic soldier and a small bundle of oversized clothes. That's it? This is everything you want to take? Another nod. Akeno took a deep breath to steady herself. She'd seen humans do terrible things, it was practically their specialty, but this casual cruelty toward a child touched a nerve. All right, she said, turning toward the Dursleys who hovered nervously in the living room doorway. Harry is coming with me. If anyone comes looking for him, you can tell them he's safe and being properly cared for. You can't just kidnap the boy. Vernon found his voice again. There are laws, are there? Shall we call those authorities now? Akeno raised an eyebrow. Explain the cupboard. The starvation. The bruises I can see on his arms. I'm sure they'd be very interested. Vernon deflated slightly. Besides, Akeno continued, I'm not human, Mr. Dursley. Human laws concern me about as much as ant colony regulations concern you. To emphasize her point, she allowed a single black feathered wing to materialize briefly from her left shoulder before retracting it. The Dursleys gasped, stumbling backward. Demon, the horse-faced woman shrieked. Close enough, Akeno smiled. Come, Harry. We have a long journey ahead. Where are we going? Harry asked, following her to the door. Japan, to start with. I have friends there who can help us understand exactly what makes you so special. Japan. But that's very far away from these people. Yes, it is. Akeno placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. I can get us there faster than you might think. As they stepped outside onto Privet Drive, Harry looked back at number 4 one last time. I never have to come back. Never, Akeno promised. For the first time since she'd met him, Harry Potter smiled. The sight warmed something in Akeno's chest, a feeling she hadn't experienced since joining Rius's household. Protectiveness, yes, but something more. Come on, she said, leading him toward a nearby park where she could create a transportation circle away from prying eyes. Let me tell you about devils, angels, and the things in between while we walk. Harry's head spun as he tried to absorb everything Akeno was telling him. Magic was real, that part wasn't so shocking. Strange things had always happened around him. But devils? Fallen angels? Sacred gears? So you're part fallen angel, he asked as they reached the secluded section of the park. Yes. My father was a fallen angel, my mother human. I'm what's called a hybrid. Akeno's expression tightened momentarily. Though now I serve a devil as part of her peerage. Like, a servant? Akeno laughed. More like family. Rius Gremory saved me when I had nowhere else to go. I'm her queen, her second in command. Harry's eyes widened. And she won't mind you bringing me? She might have questions, but Rius has a soft heart. Once she sees you. Akeno ruffled his messy hair. She'll understand why I couldn't leave you there. But why did you feel me? You said something about sensing me. Akeno knelt, drawing a complex magical circle on the ground with her finger, leaving glowing lines in its wake. That's what's most interesting, Harry. I sensed wizard magic, yes, but something else too. Something that resonated with my fallen angel blood. What does that mean? It means you might have a sacred gear, a powerful artifact created by the biblical God, housed within your soul. Harry stared at his hands. Inside me? How do you know? I don't, not for certain. But there's definitely something beyond ordinary wizard magic in you. Akeno finished the circle, which now glowed with crimson light. That's why we're going to see Rius. If anyone can help identify it, she can. Harry nodded, trying to take it all in. Just hours ago, he'd been weeding Aunt Petunia's garden, dreading another night in his cupboard. Now he was standing in a magical circle with a half-fallen angel, about to teleport to Japan. Ready? Akeno asked, offering her hand. Harry took it without hesitation. Whatever waited on the other side of that circle had to be better than what he was leaving behind. I'm ready. Light enveloped them, and Privet Drive vanished. The teleportation was nothing like Harry expected. Rather than the instant transportation he'd imagined, they seemed to slip sideways through reality, moving through a crimson void where whispered voices echoed just beyond comprehension. When they rematerialized, Harry immediately doubled over, nausea hitting him in waves. First time's always rough, Akeno said sympathetically, rubbing his back. Breathe through it. After a few moments, Harry straightened and took in his surroundings. They stood in a lavish room with Victorian-style furniture, massive windows overlooking a moonlit forest. A large ornate desk dominated one end, behind which sat a young woman with cascading crimson hair who was staring at them with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Akeno? You're back early. And you've brought a guest. Her teal-blue eyes focused on Harry with unexpected intensity. Rius, Akeno bowed slightly. This is Harry Potter. Harry, meet Rius Gremory, heir to the House of Gremory and my king. Harry, still dizzy from teleportation, attempted an awkward bow. Hello. Rius rose from her desk, moving with inhuman grace. Up close, Harry realized she couldn't be more than 16 or 17, yet she carried herself with the confidence of someone far older. The Harry Potter. The wizard child who survived the killing curse. Her eyes flicked to his forehead, finding the lightning scar. "You know about me?" Harry asked, surprised. The supernatural world keeps tabs on significant events in all magical communities, Rius explained. "Your survival was unprecedented." She turned to Akeno. "But why have you brought him here?" Akeno quickly explained what she discovered at Privet Drive, Harry's treatment by the Dursleys, the strange energy signature that had drawn her attention, and her suspicions about a dormant sacred gear. Rius's expression darkened when she heard how Harry had been treated. "Humans can be so cruel to those they don't understand," she murmured, then addressed Harry directly. "You're safe here, Harry Potter. No one will mistreat you in my house." "Thank you," Harry said, still overwhelmed. "But I don't understand, why would I have a sacred gear if I'm already a wizard?" Rius exchanged a significant look with Akeno. "That is unusual. Typically, humans with strong magical traditions, witches, wizards, shamans, don't manifest sacred gears. The innate magic seems to compete with the sacred gear energy. Unless," Akeno added, "something unusual happened. Like surviving a killing curse as an infant." Rius nodded thoughtfully. "Possible. The trauma of such an event could have created a unique circumstance." She circled Harry slowly, studying him. "We should examine him properly. Akeno, would you prepare the ritual room? And perhaps find the boy something to eat first. He looks half-starved." At the mention of food, Harry's stomach growled loudly. He blushed, but Akeno just laughed. "Come on," she said, taking his hand. "Let's raid the kitchen before we start poking at your soul." As they left Rius's office, Harry heard her picking up a phone, speaking rapidly in Japanese. He caught the name, Surzex, before they moved out of earshot. "Is she calling someone about me?" Harry asked nervously. "Her brother," Akeno confirmed. "He's one of the 4 great Satans, the rulers of the underworld. If you do have a sacred gear, especially a powerful one, he'll need to know." Harry stumbled slightly. "The underworld? Like hell?" Akeno grinned at his expression. "It's not all fire and brimstone. Mostly it looks like Earth, just with a red sky and more impressive architecture. Devils have evolved beyond the stories humans tell." They entered a massive kitchen where Akeno began pulling out ingredients, moving with practiced efficiency. Harry sat at the counter, watching her. "Akeno, why did you really take me?" "The truth." Her hands paused briefly over the cutting board. "You remind me of myself," she said quietly. "When I was 8, my mother was killed by my father's enemies. His family rejected me because of my fallen angel blood. I was alone, hunted, sleeping in shrines and stealing food to survive." She resumed chopping vegetables. "Until Rius found me. She gave me a home, a purpose, a family." Harry absorbed this. "So this is, paying it forward?" "Partly." Akeno slid the vegetables into a pan where they sizzled pleasantly. "But also, I meant what I said. You're special, Harry. I felt it. Whatever power sleeps inside you, it called to me across kilometers. That's not normal, even for sacred gear users. What if I'm not what you think? What if I'm just a regular wizard?" Akeno laughed, the sound bright and genuine. "Harry, even if you were just a wizard, which I doubt, you wouldn't be regular. And either way, you needed rescuing." She placed a steaming bowl of stir-fried rice and vegetables in front of him. "Now eat. We've got a long night ahead." Harry picked up the chopsticks she offered, fumbling with them until she showed him the proper grip. The food was better than anything he'd ever tasted at Privet Drive. "Thank you," he said between bites. "For everything." Akeno's expression softened. "You're welcome, Harry Potter." The ritual room was not what Harry expected. Rather than dark stone walls and ominous symbols, it was a clean, bright space with polished wood floors and white walls inscribed with intricate patterns in silver and gold. A large circle dominated the center, similar to but more complex than the transportation circle Akeno had used earlier. Rius was already there, along with two others Harry hadn't met, a small white-haired girl with a blank expression and a handsome blonde young man who smiled warmly at Harry. "Harry, these are other members of my peerage," Rius explained. "Kaneko Tuju, my rook, and Yuto Kiba, my knight." "Hello," Harry said shyly. Kaneko merely nodded, while Kiba stepped forward and extended a hand. "Welcome to the Greory household, Harry-kun. We're going to examine your magical core and soul to determine if you truly possess a sacred gear," Rius explained, gesturing to the circle. "It won't hurt, but it might feel strange. Like a medical examination, but for your spiritual body instead of your physical one." Harry swallowed nervously but stepped into the circle. "What do I do?" "Just stand still," Akeno instructed, taking position at one point of the circle while Rius, Kaneko, and Kiba spaced themselves evenly around the perimeter. "Try to relax." Easier said than done, Harry thought, but he took a deep breath and tried to calm his racing heart. The past 12 hours had been the strangest of his life, and considering his life, that was saying something. Rius raised her hands, and the others followed suit. The circle beneath Harry began to glow with crimson light, then shifted to blue, then green, cycling through colors as the intensity increased. Harry felt a warm tingling sensation spread from his feet upward, like standing in a gentle current of electricity. "Remarkable," Rius murmured, her eyes fixed on something Harry couldn't see. "His wizard core is fully formed despite his age, but there's something else. Akeno, do you see it?" Akeno nodded, her expression intent. "There, wrapped around his magical core. And connected to the scar." "What?" Harry reached up to touch his forehead. "What's connected to my scar?" Rius frowned. "There's a fragment of something dark attached to your scar, Harry. Soul magic of some kind, but corrupted. It's parasitic." Harry felt suddenly cold. "There's something living in my scar." "Not exactly living," Kiba interjected gently. "More like a fragment of something once alive." "Can you remove it?" Akeno asked Rius. The crimson-haired devil studied the energies swirling around Harry with intense concentration. "Not safely, not yet. It's deeply integrated with his magical core. Removing it improperly could damage him permanently." She refocused on another area. "But look there, beneath it. That's definitely a sacred gear, dormant but powerful." Harry followed her gaze but saw nothing unusual. To him, the air merely shimmered slightly. "What does it look like?" "Like a sleeping dragon," Kaneko said quietly, speaking for the first time. "Lightning dragon. A lightning-based sacred gear." Rius looked surprised. "Those are rare." "Akeno, your instincts were right. Your fallen angel lightning must have resonated with his dormant sacred gear." The examination continued for several more minutes before Rius finally lowered her hands, ending the ritual. The glowing circle faded, and Harry felt the strange tingling sensation recede. "Well?" he asked nervously. "What's the verdict?" Rius smiled, though there was concern behind her eyes. "You're a very unique young man, Harry Potter. You possess both a fully functional wizard core and a dormant sacred gear, something I've never seen before. The sacred gear appears to be lightning-based, possibly a mid to high-tier type." "That's good." "Very good," Akeno confirmed. "Sacred gears are powerful tools. Combined with your wizard magic, you could become exceptionally strong with proper training. But first," Rius interjected, "we need to address that soul fragment in your scar. I've contacted my brother. He's sending an expert in soul magic to examine you tomorrow." Harry touched his scar again. Do you know what it is? The four devils exchanged uncomfortable glances. We have theories, Rius said carefully. But it would be irresponsible to speculate until we know more. It's late, Akeno cut in, clearly changing the subject. Harry needs rest. He's had quite a day. Rius nodded. Akeno, show him to one of the guest rooms. We'll continue this discussion tomorrow after Surzek's expert arrives. As they left the ritual room, Harry found himself yawning despite the whirlwind of questions in his mind. The emotional roller coaster from prisoner at Privet Drive to guest of devil nobility had left him exhausted. Akeno led him to a bedroom larger than the entire ground floor of the Dursleys' house. A four-poster bed dominated the space, with plush carpets, elegant furniture, and windows overlooking the moonlit forest. This is all for me? Harry asked incredulously. All yours, Akeno confirmed, opening a wardrobe. These clothes might be a bit big, but they'll do until we can get you properly fitted tomorrow. She pulled out a pair of pajamas. Bathrooms through there. Everything you need should be inside. Harry took the pajamas, still dazed by everything that had happened. Akeno, what's going to happen to me now? She sat on the edge of the bed, patting the space beside her. Harry joined her, the mattress softer than anything he'd ever felt. That depends partly on you, she said. You're welcome to stay here with us. We can train you, help you understand your sacred gear, teach you about the supernatural world. What about being a wizard? Learning that kind of magic? We'll find a way, Akeno promised. There are wizard communities in Japan too. We'll make sure you learn both sides of your power. Harry nodded slowly. And the Dursleys? Will they try to get me back? Let them try, Akeno said, a dangerous edge entering her voice. No one will take you back there against your will. You have my word. For the second time that day, Harry felt tears threatening. Not from pain or fear, but from something he barely recognized, hope, security, perhaps even the beginnings of happiness. Thank you, he whispered. Akeno surprised him by pulling him into a gentle hug. After his initial shock, the Dursleys had never hugged him. Harry leaned into it, savoring the simple human contact. Rest now, she said, releasing him. Tomorrow will be a busy day. After she left, Harry changed into the two big pajamas and crawled into the enormous bed. Despite the strange surroundings and the revelations about whatever lurked in his scar, he felt safer than he had in years. Within minutes, he was asleep. In the pre-dawn hours, Harry jerked awake, a scream dying in his throat. The nightmare had been vivid: green light, a woman's pleading voice, high-pitched laughter. The same nightmare he'd had for as long as he could remember, but stronger now, more detailed. He sat up, breathing hard, and nearly fell out of bed when he realized someone was sitting in a chair near the window. Bad dreams? Akeno asked softly. What? How long have you been there? Harry fumbled for his glasses on the nightstand. A few hours. I thought you might have trouble sleeping your first night in a strange place. She moved to sit on the edge of his bed. Want to talk about it? Harry hesitated, then described the nightmare, the green light, the screams, the laughter. Akeno's expression grew solemn. That sounds like a memory, Harry. The night your parents died. You know about that too. Only the basics. A dark wizard named Voldemort killed your parents, then tried to kill you. The curse rebounded, destroying him instead, leaving you with that scar. She reached out, gently brushing his hair away from the lightning bolt mark. Though after what we discovered tonight, I wonder if he was truly destroyed. Harry shivered. You think the thing in my scar is connected to him? Possibly. But let's not jump to conclusions before the experts examine you. They sat in silence for a moment, the moonlight casting long shadows across the room. Finally, Harry asked the question that had been bothering him since the ritual. Why did you stay? To watch me sleep. Akeno's lips curved into a small smile. Because you remind me of myself, Harry. I had nightmares too, after my mother died. Terrible ones. I would have given anything to not be alone when I woke up from them. The simple honesty of her answer caught Harry off guard. Will it get better? Yes, she said firmly. Not quickly, and not completely. But yes, it gets better. She stood, stretching. Think you can sleep more? Harry nodded, suddenly feeling tired again. I think so. Good. I'll be right here if you need me. As Harry drifted back to sleep, a new feeling settled over him, one he hadn't experienced since before he could remember. The feeling of being protected, of someone caring enough to keep the nightmares at bay. The next morning brought a flurry of activity. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through windows and the distant sound of voices. After a moment of disorientation, he remembered everything that had happened the day before. Akeno's chair was empty, she must have left while he slept. He dressed quickly in clothes Akeno had left for him, still too big, but better than Dudley's cast-offs, and ventured out of his room. Following the sound of voices led him to a grand dining room where several people sat around a massive table laden with food. Rius noticed him first. Ah, Harry. Come join us for breakfast. As Harry approached, he recognized Akeno, Kaneko, and Kiba from the night before. Two new faces turned toward him with open curiosity, a tall man with crimson hair similar to Rius's, and a beautiful silver-haired woman in an elaborate maid outfit. Harry, this is my brother, Surzex Lucifer, Rius introduced the red-haired man, and Graphia Lucifuge, his wife and the strongest queen in the underworld. Harry's jaw dropped. Lucifer? As in, the devil? Surzex laughed, the sound surprisingly warm. One of 4 Satans, yes. But please, just call me Surzex. We're quite informal here. It's an honor to meet you, sir, Harry stammered, bowing awkwardly. The honor is mine, Surzex replied. It's not every day one meets a child who survived a killing curse, and apparently hosts a sacred gear as well. Quite the remarkable combination. Harry slid into an empty seat beside Akeno, who gave him an encouraging smile. Did you sleep well? She asked, loading his plate with food. Better than ever, Harry admitted. Thank you for, staying. She winked. Any time. Breakfast passed in a blur of conversation, most of it over Harry's head as the devils discussed supernatural politics and recent events. He focused on eating, real, plentiful food, as much as he wanted, a luxury the Dursleys had never allowed. After the meal, Surzex addressed Harry directly. I've brought someone to examine your scar more thoroughly. She's waiting in the ritual room. Are you ready? Harry nodded, though his stomach tightened with anxiety. Will it hurt? No, Graphia spoke for the first time, her voice cool and precise. But it may feel uncomfortable. The fragment within your scar is dark magic of the highest order. Akeno squeezed his hand under the table. I'll be with you the whole time. The ritual room looked different in daylight, brighter, less mysterious. A woman Harry hadn't met before stood at its center, arranging crystals and drawing symbols on the floor. She looked ancient, her skin deeply lined, but she moved with surprising agility. Harry Potter, she greeted him, voice cracking like old parchment. I am Lady Citri, mother of Lord Seraphol Leviathan. Another Satan's family, Akeno whispered to Harry. I specialize in soul magic, Lady Citri continued. I'll be examining the fragment in your scar to determine exactly what we're dealing with. The examination was more intense than the previous night's ritual. Harry stood in the center of an intricate magic circle while Lady Citri moved around him, chanting in a language he didn't recognize. The air grew heavy, charged with power, and Harry's scar began to burn. He gritted his teeth against the pain, determined not to cry out. But when Lady Citri placed her palm directly against his forehead, a scream tore from his throat, not his voice, but something higher, colder, furious. Everyone in the room stiffened. Lady Citri stepped back, her face grave. As I feared, she said to Surzex. It's a soul fragment, a Horcrux. The adults exchanged grim looks. What's a Horcrux? Harry asked, rubbing his scar. A vile form of magic, Lady Citri explained. A wizard splits his soul through an act of supreme evil, murder, and stores a piece in an object to achieve a form of immortality. Harry felt sick. There's a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head. Yes, Surzex confirmed. Which explains why your sacred gear remains dormant. The Horcrux is suppressing it, feeding off your magical energy like a parasite. Can you remove it? Akeno asked, her hand on Harry's shoulder. Lady Citri hesitated. Yes, but not without risk. The fragment has been there for 9 years, intertwined with his developing magical core. Removing it improperly could damage his magic permanently. But if we don't remove it, Rius interjected, his sacred gear may never activate. And he'll continue to carry a piece of that monster within him. There is another concern, Lady Citri added. A Horcrux is never alone. If Voldemort created one, he likely created others. He's not truly dead, merely disembodied. He could return. Harry felt the room spin slightly. The monster who killed his parents wasn't gone. He was still out there somewhere, and a piece of him lived inside Harry. Remove it, he said suddenly, voice stronger than he expected. I don't want him in me. Lady Citri studied him with newfound respect. Brave boy. But we need time to prepare. This will require a specialized ritual, one that removes the soul fragment without harming your core or your dormant sacred gear. How long? Surzex asked. 3 days to gather the necessary components and prepare the ritual space. Harry took a deep breath. 3 days with a piece of his parents' murderer inside him. 3 more days than he'd wanted, but after 9 years, what difference did it make? Okay, he agreed. 3 days. Akeno's hand tightened on his shoulder. I'll help you prepare, Harry. There are meditation techniques that might help you resist the Horcrux's influence until then. Lady Citri nodded approvingly. Good idea. The fallen angel's lightning nature complements the boy's dormant sacred gear. Your energies resonate, it might help shield him. As the adults continued discussing preparations for the ritual, Harry's mind raced. Yesterday, he'd been a lonely, abused boy in a cupboard. Today, he was learning he carried both a unique power and a fragment of a dark wizard's soul. It was overwhelming, terrifying, and yet, somehow freeing. For the first time, things made sense. The strange occurrences, the dreams, the scar that never properly healed. Come on, Akeno said, leading him from the ritual room once the discussions concluded. Let's get some air. She took him outside to a beautiful garden where cherry trees bloomed impossibly out of season. They sat beneath one, pink petals occasionally drifting down around them. It's a lot to take in, Akeno acknowledged. Finding out you're not just a wizard, but you're carrying a sacred gear and a piece of an evil wizard's soul. Harry nodded, plucking a fallen petal from his knee. I always knew I was different. The Dursleys called me a freak, and I guess they were right. No, Akeno said sharply. Different isn't freak. Different is special. Unique. Powerful. Her voice softened. I'm different too, remember? Half fallen angel, half human, serving a devil. Talk about complicated. That drew a small smile from Harry. I guess we're both complicated. Exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that. Akeno leaned back against the tree trunk. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're complicated, Harry Potter. If you weren't, I might never have found you. Harry considered this. Do you think it was destiny? You finding me? Akeno laughed. Who knows? Devils don't typically believe in destiny, we make our own fate. But sometimes, sometimes things align too perfectly to be coincidence. She glanced at him sideways. Maybe your sacred gear called to me specifically because we're compatible. Lightning recognizing lightning. The idea was oddly comforting, that even before they met, some part of Harry had reached out across kilometers, seeking someone who would understand him. What happens after they remove the Horcrux? He asked. Will I go back to England? Do you want to? Harry shook his head vehemently. No. Never. Then you won't, Akeno said simply. You can stay here, with us. Learn about your sacred gear, train with me, study both kinds of magic. What about school? And, I don't know, legal stuff. Won't someone come looking for me? Akeno's smile turned mischievous. Leave the legal details to Surzex. Being a Satan has its perks, including excellent forgers. As for school, we'll enroll you locally once you're settled. Japan has magical academies that teach both traditional wizardry and Eastern magical arts. Harry tried to imagine it, a normal life, or as normal as possible for someone like him. School, friends, training, a proper home. No cupboard, no Dursleys, no constant fear and hunger. I'd like that, he said softly. Akeno ruffled his hair affectionately. Then it's settled. Now, let's start those meditation exercises. The sooner you learn to control your energy, the better prepared you'll be for the ritual, and for awakening your sacred gear afterward. For the rest of the day, they practiced simple techniques, controlling breath, visualizing energy, basic shields against mental intrusion. By sunset, Harry could maintain a small barrier around his thoughts for almost a minute, not long, but a start. You're a quick learner, Akeno praised as they headed back inside for dinner. Tomorrow we'll try channeling lightning. Just simple sparks at first. Harry's eyes widened. You think I can do that before my sacred gear activates? Maybe. Your wizard magic might be able to mimic the effect, especially with guidance. Worth trying, at least. The next 3 days fell into a pattern. Mornings spent with Akeno, practicing meditation and basic energy control. Afternoons with various members of the Greory household, history lessons with Rius, physical training with Kiba, quiet observation exercises with Kaneko. Evenings were for relaxation and integration, processing everything he'd learned, asking questions, slowly adjusting to his new reality. Throughout it all, Harry felt his confidence growing. Away from the Dursleys' constant belittlement, surrounded by people who expected him to succeed rather than fail, he flourished. By the third day, he could maintain his mental shield for nearly 10 minutes and produce tiny sparks of electricity between his fingertips, baby lightning, Akeno called it teasingly. On the morning of the ritual, Harry woke before dawn, nervous energy making sleep impossible. He found Akeno in the garden, meditating beneath the cherry trees. Couldn't sleep, she asked without opening her eyes. No, Harry admitted, sitting beside her. What if something goes wrong today? Akeno opened one eye. It won't. But what if it does? What if removing the Horcrux damages my magic, or I lose my sacred gear chance, or, Harry? Akeno took his hands, her touch sending a tiny shock between them, their energies recognizing each other. Trust us. Trust yourself. Your body wants to be rid of that parasite. Your sacred gear wants to awaken. Your magic wants to flow freely. Harry took a deep breath, focusing on the feel of their connected energy. You'll be there. The entire time, she promised. Right beside you. By mid-morning, the ritual room had been transformed. Complex symbols covered every surface, floors, walls, ceiling. Crystals of various colors stood at specific points around a central circle, and the air smelled of incense and ozone. Lady Citri directed Harry to lie on a stone altar at the center. Surzex, Grafia, Rius, and Akeno took positions at the 4 cardinal points. Other devils Harry had met over the past days, Kiba, Kaneko, and several Citri clan members, formed an outer circle. The ritual has 3 phases, Lady Citri explained. First, we isolate the Horcrux from your magical core. Then we extract it. Finally, we stabilize your core and prepare it for sacred gear activation. The entire process will take approximately 1 hour. Harry nodded, trying to control his racing heart. I'm ready. Lady Citri placed her withered hand on his forehead. You're a brave young man, Harry Potter. Now close your eyes and focus on your breathing, just as Akeno taught you. The ritual began with low chanting, the words indecipherable to Harry. He focused inward as instructed, maintaining his mental shield, visualizing the Horcrux as a dark shadow separated from his true self. The first phase was uncomfortable but manageable, a sensation like something sticky being slowly peeled away from his mind. The second phase, however, brought agony. As Lady Citri began the extraction, Harry felt as though someone were trying to tear his skull in two. A high, cold scream filled the room, the same inhuman voice he'd heard during the examination. Through the pain, Harry felt a warm hand grasp his. Akeno, who had moved from her position to stand beside him, lightning crackling around her fingers where they intertwined with his. Fight it, she whispered fiercely. Push it out, Harry. Harry focused on her voice, on the sensation of their connected energy. He visualized pushing the shadow out, rejecting it, forcing it away from his core. The pain intensified, then peaked, and suddenly, blessedly, stopped. A black, oily substance rose from his scar, hovering above him. It twisted and writhed in the air, forming a distorted face that hissed with hatred before Lady Citri contained it in a crystal vessel. The extraction is complete, she announced. Beginning stabilization. The third phase felt like cool water washing through Harry's mind, soothing the raw places where the Horcrux had been attached. As the chanting continued, he began to feel something else, a stirring deep within, like a sleeping creature beginning to wake. His sacred gear is responding, Rius called out. The suppression is lifting. The stirring grew stronger, spreading from Harry's core outward. Energy crackled along his limbs, and when he opened his eyes, he saw blue-white lightning dancing across his skin, similar to Akeno's but with a distinctive green tinge. Lady Citri's eyes widened. Extraordinary. The sacred gear is activating spontaneously. The lightning intensified, concentrating around Harry's right arm. With a flash of light and a sound like thunder, a gauntlet materialized, sleek, dark blue metal etched with lightning patterns, covering his hand and forearm. A dragon-type sacred gear, Surzex murmured. But not one I recognize. The ritual concluded with a final surge of energy that left Harry gasping but exhilarated. The gauntlet faded, but he could feel it now, a presence within him, powerful and eager. He sat up slowly, touching his forehead. The lightning scar was still there, but it felt different, just a normal scar now, no longer burning or pulsing with dark energy. It's gone, Harry whispered. I can feel the difference. Lady Citri nodded, looking tired but pleased. The Horcrux has been completely removed. Your magical core is intact and remarkably healthy considering its long-term parasite. And your sacred gear. She smiled. Well, that was unexpected but fortuitous. What kind is it? Harry asked, looking at his arm where the gauntlet had briefly appeared. We'll need to research to be certain, Rius said, but based on its appearance and energy signature, it seems to be a lightning-based dragon type. Very rare, and potentially very powerful. Akeno hadn't released his hand. How do you feel? Harry considered the question carefully. Lighter, he decided. Like I've been carrying a heavy backpack for years and suddenly put it down. He grinned. And excited. I can feel the sacred gear now, like it's waiting for me to call it. Which you'll learn to do properly, with training, Surzex cautioned. Sacred gears respond to emotion, especially in the beginning. You'll need to learn control before you can use it effectively. I'll teach him, Akeno volunteered immediately. Surzex nodded approval. A good match. Your lightning affinity will help guide his. As the others began clearing the ritual space, discussing the implications of Harry's unique situation, Akeno led him outside where he could breathe fresh air. The sun was setting, painting the sky in vibrant oranges and purples. "So," she said, leaning against a balcony railing. "How does it feel to be Horcrux-free?" "Amazing," Harry admitted. "Like I'm fully myself for the first time." He looked down at his hand, remembering the gauntlet. "And this sacred gear. I can feel it wanting to come out again." "Try it," Akeno encouraged. "Just a simple summoning. Focus on the feeling you had during the ritual, that surge of power." Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on the new presence within him. "Come forth," he whispered. Lightning crackled, and the gauntlet reappeared, covering his right hand and forearm. Up close, he could see intricate details, scales etched into the metal, small gemstones that glowed with inner light, circuit-like patterns that pulsed with energy. "Beautiful," Akeno murmured, examining it without touching. "Definitely dragon-based. See the scale pattern? And these gems probably store power." Harry flexed his fingers, marveling at how natural the gauntlet felt, like an extension of himself rather than a foreign object. "What can it do?" "We'll find out together," Akeno promised. Dragon-type sacred gears typically enhance physical abilities and provide elemental attacks. Yours being lightning-based means you'll likely be able to generate and control electrical energy, possibly on a much larger scale than my own powers. Harry dismissed the gauntlet with a thought, watching it dissolve into particles of light. "Between this and wizard magic, you'll be a force to be reckoned with," Akeno finished. "But more importantly, you'll be free to choose your own path. No Horcrux influencing you, no Dursleys holding you back." Harry looked out at the sunset, then back at Akeno. "Thank you. For finding me. For bringing me here. For everything." Akeno smiled, ruffling his perpetually messy hair. "You're welcome, Harry Potter. Now, how about we celebrate with some ice cream? I hear from Rius that you've never had proper Japanese parfaits." Harry followed her inside, a lightness in his step that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with finally, truly belonging somewhere. 1 month later, Harry stood in the training ground behind the Greory mansion, sacred gear activated, facing Akeno across an arena marked with magical barriers. They'd been working daily on controlling his new powers, and today marked a milestone, his first real sparring match. "Remember," Akeno called, her own lightning crackling around her fingers. "Sacred gear responds to emotion, but control comes from focus. Balance them." Harry nodded. The dragon gauntlet, which they'd tentatively named Ragen's Claw after discovering its ability to manipulate storm energy, humming with power on his arm. Over the past month, he'd learned to generate lightning bolts, create shields of electrical energy, and even enhance his physical abilities with the gauntlet's power. "Ready?" Akeno asked, rising slightly into the air, her black fallen angel wing manifesting from her left shoulder. Harry grinned, falling into the stance Kiba had taught him. "Ready." Akeno struck first, sending a bolt of yellow lightning toward him. Harry raised his gauntlet arm, absorbing the energy, feeling it fuel his sacred gear. "Good," Akeno called. "Now return fire." Harry extended his hand, focusing on the built-up energy. A bolt of blue-green lightning shot forth, faster and more powerful than he'd intended. Akeno barely deflected it, her eyes widening. "Impressive. But can you handle this?" She created a circle of lightning spears that launched toward him in quick succession. Harry dodged the first two, blocked the third with an electrical shield, but the fourth caught him in the shoulder, sending him tumbling. He recovered quickly, using a trick he'd been practicing in secret. Channeling energy through his feet, he created a propulsion effect that launched him skyward, surprising Akeno. While airborne, he fired 3 rapid bolts, forcing her to create a defensive barrier. "When did you learn that?" she demanded as he landed. "Been practicing," Harry replied with a smirk. Thought I'd surprise you. Their sparring continued for another 10 minutes, neither gaining a decisive advantage. Harry had raw power and unpredictability on his side, while Akeno had experience and precision. Finally, Rius called time from the sidelines where she'd been observing. "Well done, both of you," she said as they approached, breathing hard but exhilarated. "Harry, your progress is remarkable. Most sacred gear users take years to achieve the control you've shown in weeks." "I have a good teacher," Harry replied, nudging Akeno with his elbow. "And a natural affinity," Akeno added. "Don't sell yourself short." Over the past month, Harry had not only trained with his sacred gear but also begun formal wizard magic studies. Surzex had arranged for tutors from Japan's magical community to visit the Greory estate 3 times weekly. Harry proved equally adept with a wand, quickly mastering basic spells and showing particular aptitude for defensive magic. Lady Citri sent a message, Rius informed them as they headed back to the mansion. "She's been researching your sacred gear and believes it might be a variant of a known type called Thunder Emperor. The dragon spirit associated with it is apparently quite ancient, predating most records." "A dragon spirit?" Harry asked. "Like, an actual dragon lives in my sacred gear?" Rius nodded. "Most dragon-type sacred gears contain the consciousness of a dragon, though communication with them typically requires reaching a certain level of mastery. So someday I might be able to talk to it." "With practice, yes." Harry pondered this as they entered the mansion. A dragon living inside his sacred gear. Wizard magic flowing through his veins. A month ago, such concepts would have seemed impossible. Now, they were simply his reality. As they passed the main sitting room, Harry noticed a commotion. Several people gathered around Surzex, who appeared to be showing them something. Akeno tensed beside him. "What's happening?" Harry asked. "Trouble," Akeno murmured. "Stay close." They approached cautiously. Surzex looked up, his expression grave. "Ah, Rius, Akeno, Harry. Good timing. We have a situation." He held up what appeared to be a newspaper, but the photographs on it were moving. The headline read, "Boy Who Lived Missing, Dumbledore Appeals for Information." Harry's stomach dropped. "They're looking for me." "Indeed," Surzex confirmed. "And not just looking. According to our sources, a wizard named Albus Dumbledore has employed tracking spells to locate you. He's discovered you're in Japan, though our wards have prevented him from pinpointing your exact location." "Who's Dumbledore?" Harry asked, though the name sounded vaguely familiar. "The headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," explained a woman Harry hadn't met before. "And the one who placed you with the Dursleys after your parents' death." Harry stiffened. "He's the one who left me there. Who never checked on me." "It appears so," Surzex said grimly. "According to our intelligence, he had someone watching the house, a squib named Arabella Fig, but she either didn't notice or didn't report the abuse." Akeno's hand found Harry's shoulder, steadying him. "What does he want with Harry now?" "That's the question," Surzex mused. "The official story is concern for his well-being, but our sources suggest there's more to it. Prophecies, politics, preparations for Voldemort's potential return." "I'm not going back," Harry said firmly. "Not to the Dursleys, not to England." "No one's suggesting you should," Rius assured him. "But we need to address this situation. Ignoring it won't make it go away." Surzex nodded agreement. "I propose a meeting, controlled, on our terms. We hear what Dumbledore has to say, explain that Harry is safe and being properly cared for, and establish boundaries." "And if he doesn't accept those boundaries?" Akeno asked, a protective edge in her voice. "Then he discovers exactly how little influence British wizards have in Devil territory," Surzex replied with a cold smile. Harry looked around at these people who had become his family in just a month, Akeno, his primary protector and mentor, Rius, who had welcomed him without hesitation, Surzex, who had committed significant resources to his well-being. They were standing united against one of the most powerful wizards in the world, for his sake. I want to meet him, Harry decided. I want to ask him why he left me with people who hated me. Why he never checked. And I want him to know I've found a real home now. Akeno's arm tightened around his shoulders. We'll be right beside you. Then it's settled, Surzex declared. I'll arrange a meeting for next week, on neutral ground. In the meantime, we'll strengthen the wards around the estate and continue your training. As the meeting dispersed, Harry remained thoughtful. The wizarding world was reaching for him, trying to pull him back into its orbit. But unlike the helpless infant left on a doorstep, he could now choose his path. He had power, knowledge, and most importantly, people who genuinely cared for him. Penny for your thoughts. Akeno asked as they headed to the kitchen for post-training snacks. Just thinking how different everything is now, Harry replied. A month ago, I was nothing. No one. Just the Dursleys' unwanted burden. Now I'm someone. I have powers, abilities. People who actually care what happens to me. You were always someone, Harry, Akeno corrected gently. The difference is now you know it too. Harry smiled, the gauntlet on his arm humming in agreement before dissolving back into his body. Yeah. I guess I do. The day of the meeting with Dumbledore arrived with a sense of tense anticipation. It would take place in a magically neutral location, a traditional Japanese temple that had been warded and prepared by both devil and wizard authorities. Harry dressed carefully in clothes Akeno had helped him select, a blend of Eastern and Western styles that represented his new dual heritage. Black trousers and a deep green shirt that matched his eyes, topped with a traditional Japanese Greory jacket in navy blue with silver lightning patterns that subtly echoed his sacred gear. Nervous? Akeno asked as they prepared to leave. She wore her Ko Academy uniform, a choice that Harry knew was deliberate, presenting herself as both student and protector, underestimating which would be Dumbledore's mistake. A little, Harry admitted, adjusting his glasses. Rius had offered to correct his vision magically, but he declined for now. The glasses felt like part of his identity. What if he tries to take me back by force? Akeno's smile turned dangerous. Let him try. A full Satan, the strongest queen, the Greory heir, and you with both wizard magic and a dragon's sacred gear? I almost hope he does something stupid. The temple was beautiful, ancient wood and stone surrounded by carefully tended gardens. As their group arrived, Harry, Akeno, Rius, Surzex, and Grafia, they found 3 people already waiting in the main hall. An elderly man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles sat serenely at the center, wearing elaborate purple robes. Flanking him were a severe-looking woman in emerald green and a tall, thin man in black whose expression suggested he'd rather be anywhere else. Welcome, the old man said, rising. I am Albus Dumbledore. These are my colleagues, Professors Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape. Surzex stepped forward. Surzex Lucifer, leader of the 4 great Satans. My wife, Grafia Lucifuge. My sister, Rius Gremory. Her queen, Akeno Himejima. And of course, Harry Potter. Dumbledore's twinkling blue eyes fixed on Harry, widening slightly at his appearance, healthy, well-dressed, confident, before quickly recovering. Harry, my boy. We've been so worried about you. Harry felt a gentle pressure against his mind, the sensation Akeno had taught him to recognize as attempted legitimacy. His mental shields, now much stronger after weeks of practice, easily deflected the intrusion. I'm not your boy, Harry replied coolly, and there was no need to worry. I'm exactly where I want to be. Dumbledore's smile faltered slightly. Perhaps we should discuss this privately. No, Harry interrupted. Anything you have to say to me, you can say in front of my family. The word clearly caught Dumbledore off guard. The black-clad professor, Snape, made a derisive noise. Your family, Potter. You've known these people for what, a month? His voice dripped with disdain. And in that month, they've shown me more care and kindness than the Dursleys did in 9 years, Harry replied evenly. So yes, Professor Snape. My family. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Harry, what exactly happened? We knew something was wrong when the blood wards at Privet Drive collapsed. What happened, Akeno interjected, is that I found Harry being abused by those monsters you left him with. Locked in a cupboard. Starved. Beaten for accidental magic he couldn't control. Dumbledore's face paled. Surely not. Mrs. Figg reported. Mrs. Figg saw what the Dursleys wanted her to see, Harry cut in. Did she ever actually speak to me? Did any of you check on me directly? Even once? The silence was answer enough. I placed you there for your protection, Harry, Dumbledore finally said. The blood wards, through your mother's sacrifice, protected me from external threats while leaving me vulnerable to the people inside, Harry finished. Not much of a protection strategy, Professor. Surzex cleared his throat. Let's cut to the chase, Dumbledore. You've confirmed Harry is alive and well. He is under my protection now, receiving excellent care, education in both wizard magic and his newly awakened sacred gear abilities, and proper preparation for whatever destiny awaits him. Sacred gear? McGonagall repeated, looking confused. A divine artifact bestowed upon certain humans by the biblical god, Rius explained. Harry possesses a rare dragon-type sacred gear specializing in lightning manipulation. Combined with his wizard magic, it makes him uniquely powerful. Snape scoffed. Potter? Uniquely powerful? The boy is mediocre at best, trading on his undeserved fame. A crack of lightning silenced him as Harry's gauntlet materialized, electricity dancing between his fingers. You don't know me, Professor, Harry said quietly. You've never met me before today. So I suggest you reserve judgment until you have something to base it on. Snape's eyes widened at the display of power from a child not yet 11. Dumbledore looked troubled. Harry must return to Britain, he insisted. His place is at Hogwarts. His parents would have wanted, don't, Harry warned, the gauntlet pulsing. Don't tell me what my parents would have wanted when you left me with people who told me they died in a car crash. That revelation seemed to shock even Snape, whose sneer momentarily faltered. I am not returning to Britain, Harry continued. I am not living with the Dursleys again. I will continue my education here, learning both magical traditions. There are prophecies, Harry, Dumbledore said gravely. Destinies that cannot be avoided. Voldemort will return, and when he does, we'll be ready, Akeno finished. Harry is training to face threats far beyond a single dark wizard. We know about the Horcrux that was in his scar, yes, we removed it safely, and we suspect there are others. We're preparing him properly, Dumbledore, not keeping him ignorant and vulnerable. Dumbledore looked genuinely startled. You removed, how could you possibly know about, devils have been studying soul magic for millennia, Surzex said dismissively. A Horcrux is a crude implementation of techniques we mastered eons ago. McGonagall looked between the groups, her practical nature asserting itself. Perhaps there's room for compromise. Harry could split his time, summers and holidays in Japan, school terms at Hogwarts. The best of both worlds. Harry considered this. The idea of Hogwarts intrigued him, a school full of young wizards and witches, learning the magic of his birth parents. But he was reluctant to leave his new home, his training with Akeno, his emerging place in the Greory household. I'm open to discussing arrangements, he said carefully, but I have conditions. First, I never return to the Dursleys. Second, Akeno comes with me to Hogwarts as my guardian if I attend. Third, I continue my sacred gear training alongside wizard magic. Fourth, I have full disclosure about prophecies, Horcruxes, and anything else that concerns me. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Those are significant conditions, Harry. Non-negotiable ones, Harry replied firmly. Having a fallen angel hybrid at Hogwarts would be unprecedented, McGonagall noted. So is having a student with an active sacred gear, Rius countered. The negotiations continued for several hours, eventually resulting in a tentative agreement. Harry would attend Hogwarts beginning in September, with Akeno accompanying him as his officially recognized magical guardian. He would return to Japan for holidays and summer breaks. Dumbledore agreed to full disclosure regarding the prophecy and Voldemort's Horcruxes. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore approached Harry privately. "I truly am sorry, my boy," he said quietly. "I never intended for you to suffer. I believed the blood protection was worth any hardship." Harry studied the old wizard's face, finding genuine regret there. "I'm not sorry," he replied honestly. "If I hadn't been at the Dursleys, Akeno might never have found me. I might never have discovered my sacred gear. Sometimes the worst experiences lead to the best outcomes." "Wisdom beyond your years," Dumbledore murmured. "Your mother had that quality as well." He hesitated. "May I ask, what is it like? This sacred gear power?" Harry smiled, extending his gauntlet hand. Blue-green lightning danced between his fingers. "It feels like the storm was always inside me, just waiting for permission to break free." As they departed the temple, Harry felt a curious mixture of emotions. Anticipation for his upcoming attendance at Hogwarts. Satisfaction at standing his ground against Dumbledore. Relief that he wouldn't be forced to choose between his magical heritages. But mostly, gratitude for the extraordinary turn his life had taken. "You handled that well," Akeno said as they walked through the temple gardens. "Standing your ground without being aggressive." "I had good examples to follow," Harry replied, glancing at her. "Are you really okay with coming to Hogwarts? Spending months in Scotland?" Akeno laughed. "Are you kidding? I get to scandalize an entire school of proper British wizards and watch you show off your dual powers. I wouldn't miss it for anything." Harry grinned, bumping his shoulder against hers. "We're going to cause so much trouble." "That," Akeno said, her mismatched wings, one devil, one fallen angel, briefly manifesting behind her, "is exactly what I'm counting on." Behind them, Rius watched their interaction with a knowing smile. In just 1 month, the broken, mistreated boy from Privet Drive had transformed into a confident young man with extraordinary potential. And Akeno, who had struggled for years with her dual nature and painful past, had found someone who understood what it meant to be different, to be unwanted, to be special. Some meetings, Rius reflected, really were destiny. Chapter 2, Two Worlds of Power. 6 months flew by like lightning from Harry's gauntlet. He stood in the Greory Estate's training yard, sweat dripping down his face despite the winter chill. Opposite him, Kiba held a practice sword at the ready, his usual friendly smile replaced with focused determination. Again, Kiba called. "And this time, don't telegraph your moves." Harry nodded, raising his right arm where Ragen's claw gleamed with barely contained power. The dragon-type sacred gear had become an extension of himself over months of daily training. He feinted left, then darted right, channeling energy through his legs for enhanced speed, a trick Akeno had taught him that worked with both wizard magic and sacred gear energy. Kiba blocked his first strike but missed the second, a quick jab of lightning that connected with his shoulder. The blonde knight grimaced but recovered instantly, his sword moving in a blur that forced Harry back on defense. "Better," Akeno called from the sidelines. "Now try combining techniques." Harry grinned, gathering his focus. He'd been working on this for weeks. With his left hand, he traced the wand movement Ishida-sensei, his wizard magic tutor, had drilled into him. No incantation, he'd finally mastered silent casting for basic spells, just pure intent shaped by precise movement. A gust of wind shot from his left hand while lightning erupted from his right. The combination caught Kiba off guard, the wind amplifying the lightning's speed and spread. The knight barely raised a magical barrier in time, his eyes widening at the display. That's enough for today, Rius called, approaching from the mansion. Well done, Harry. Your combination attacks are improving. Harry dismissed his sacred gear, the blue metal gauntlet dissolving into particles of light that sank back into his skin. At 11, almost 12 now, he'd filled out considerably from the scrawny boy rescued from Privet Drive. Regular meals, consistent exercise, and the energy from his awakened sacred gear had transformed him. Thanks, Harry said, accepting the towel Akeno tossed him. Still can't beat Kiba though. Give it time, Kiba laughed, sheathing his practice sword. I've had years more experience. But that wind-lightning combo? He shook his head admiringly. That's going to be devastating once you perfect it. Harry beamed at the praise. The past 6 months had been the happiest of his life. Living with the Greory family, training with Akeno, learning both sacred gear techniques and wizard magic, it was everything he'd never dared dream of at the Dursleys. Dumbledore sent another owl, Rius said, holding up a sealed letter. Your Hogwarts acceptance letter, officially this time. Harry took the envelope, heavy parchment with emerald green ink addressing him as Mr. H. Potter, East Wing Guest Suite, Greory Estate, Kyoto Prefecture, Japan. He broke the wax seal and scanned the contents. Same as we expected, he confirmed. Term starts September 1st, train from King's Cross Station, list of required materials. He looked up at Akeno. Still okay with all this? Coming to Hogwarts with me? Akeno ruffled his perpetually messy hair, a habit she developed that Harry pretended to hate but secretly enjoyed. Are you kidding? I've been researching British wizard culture for months. I can't wait to scandalize them. That drew laughs from everyone. Over the past months, Akeno had become Harry's closest companion, mentor, protector, friend, and occasionally, partner in mischief. Their similar backgrounds created a bond that transcended age differences. We'll need to visit London soon to get your supplies, Rius noted as they walked back to the mansion. Akeno will need to be formally registered as your magical guardian at the British Ministry, too. Can we wait until after my birthday? Harry asked. Surzek said he'd be back from the underworld by then. Of course, Rius smiled. Speaking of which, any thoughts on what you want for your birthday? Harry shook his head. Just having one celebrated at all is still novelty enough. The casual comment hung in the air, a stark reminder of the life he'd left behind. Though Harry rarely spoke of the Dursleys anymore, occasional references slipped out, highlighting the contrast between then and now. Inside, they found Graphia organizing lunch, the silver-haired queen of annihilation somehow making even domestic tasks look elegant and precise. Perfect timing, she said, her usually stern expression softening slightly when she saw Harry. Wash up quickly. Ishida-sensei will arrive in 30 minutes for your afternoon lessons. Harry rushed upstairs to shower and change. His room in the East Wing had evolved from the sparse guest quarters of his first night to a personalized haven. Quidditch posters, sent by Professor McGonagall to introduce him to wizard sports, shared wall space with Japanese manga artwork. Books on magical theory from both traditions filled the bookshelves. A practice wand, not his official one yet, but a training tool, rested beside a set of meditation crystals Kaneko had given him for focusing his sacred gear energy. Dressed in fresh clothes, Harry paused before the mirror. The lightning scar remained on his forehead, though it had faded to a thin silver line after the Horcrux removal. His eyes, still brilliantly green, now held confidence rather than wariness. Sometimes he hardly recognized himself. A soft knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Akeno entered, holding a small wooden box. Got a minute? Sure. What's up? She sat on the edge of his bed, fidgeting with the box, unusual for Akeno, who typically exuded confidence. I've been working on something for you. For Hogwarts. She opened the box, revealing what looked like an ordinary ring, silver metal with subtle lightning patterns etched into the band. It's a communication device, she explained. I modified a devil communication circle to work with your unique energy signature. If you're ever in trouble at Hogwarts and I'm not immediately there, channel energy into it and I'll know instantly. Harry took the ring carefully. As his fingers touched it, he felt a resonance with his own power, both sacred gear and wizard magic. It's brilliant, he said, slipping it onto his right hand. Does it work both ways? Can I tell if you're in trouble? Akeno smiled, revealing a matching ring on a chain around her neck. Great minds think alike. I've been wearing mine for a week, testing it. Harry closed his fist, feeling the ring adjust to his finger. Thank you. I'll feel better having this at Hogwarts. He hesitated, then added, I'm actually kind of nervous about going. What if I don't fit in there either? Akeno's expression softened. You'll find your place, Harry. You're adaptable, look how quickly you adjusted to living with devils and fallen angels. She winked. Besides, you've got the ultimate conversation starter now. She nodded toward his right arm where the sacred gear resided. Harry laughed, imagining the reactions of wizard children when he casually summoned a lightning gauntlet. Fair point. You'd better get downstairs, Akeno said, standing. Ishida-sensei hates tardiness, even from his star pupil. Harry rolled his eyes at the teasing, but hurried downstairs where his wizard magic tutor awaited. Takashi Ishida was a stern man in his 60s who had trained in both Eastern and Western magical traditions. Sirzex had personally recruited him to teach Harry, arguing that someone with a foot in both worlds was ideal for Harry's unique situation. Potter-san, Ishida greeted him with a slight bow. Today we continue work on transformation. Your last attempt at turning a teacup into a rat was, less than successful. Harry winced, remembering the strange cup-rat hybrid that had skittered across the table, porcelain feet clicking as it went. I'll do better today, sensei. For the next 3 hours, Harry practiced transfiguration, charm work, and magical theory. Ishida was a demanding teacher, but fair. He understood Harry's dual nature better than most, helping him find ways to harmonize his wizard magic with his sacred gear energy rather than letting them compete. The key, Ishida explained as Harry successfully transformed a teacup into a proper rat, is intention. Both wizard magic and sacred gears respond to clear intent. The methods differ, but the mental discipline is the same. Harry nodded, watching the rat explore the table before transforming it back. Like meditation for sacred gear control and visualization for spellcasting. Precisely. You're unusually fortunate, Potter-san. Most practitioners spend lifetimes mastering one magical tradition. You have the opportunity to become fluent in two. After lessons concluded, Harry had a few hours of free time before dinner. He headed to his favorite spot in the Greory estate, a small pavilion overlooking a koi pond where he could practice the meditative techniques Kaneko had taught him. He sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, closed his eyes, and focused inward. 6 months of daily practice had made it easier to sense the different energies within him, the cool, flowing current of wizard magic and the hot, crackling power of his sacred gear. At the center of the sacred gear energy was something else, a presence, ancient and slumbering. The dragon spirit Rius had mentioned. Harry had yet to make direct contact with it, though occasionally he felt impressions, emotions or urges that weren't quite his own during intense training sessions. You're getting closer, a quiet voice observed. Harry opened his eyes to find Kaneko standing at the pavilion entrance, a book tucked under one arm. You can tell. She nodded, joining him on the floor. Your aura changes when you reach deeper meditation. The dragon's energy becomes more prominent. That was high praise from Kaneko, who rarely commented on anyone's progress. The small white-haired girl had become an unexpected ally in Harry's training, her own controlled power and disciplined mind providing a model for his efforts to tame the sometimes wild surges of his sacred gear. Have you named it yet? She asked. The dragon? Harry shook his head. I don't even know if it has a name. Lady Citri's research suggests it might be Raijin, the Japanese thunder god, or at least a dragon spirit that inspired those legends. Kaneko hummed thoughtfully. Names have power. When you learn its true name, you'll gain greater control. They sat in comfortable silence, Harry resuming his meditation while Kaneko read her book. This had become a routine of sorts, shared quiet time that helped Harry decompress from his intensive training schedule. The peace was interrupted by a sudden pulse of energy that made both of them snap to attention. It came from the main house, a surge of power that felt like Surzek's, but urgent, defensive. Something's wrong, Kaneko said, already on her feet. They raced back to the mansion, arriving to find Grafia creating a massive transportation circle in the entrance hall, her expression tense. What's happening? Harry asked. Intruders breached the outer wards, she replied without looking up from her work. Wizards, attempting to bypass our security. Surzek is containing them. Harry's heart rate spiked. Wizards? Why would? The front doors burst open as Rius rushed in, Akeno and Kiba close behind. Everyone inside the circle, she ordered. We're relocating to the secondary estate temporarily. But, Harry began. Not a debate, Harry, Rius cut him off, her tone unusually sharp. These aren't Dumbledore's people. They're using dark magic to track you specifically. Before Harry could respond, the transportation circle activated. The familiar sensation of reality shifting surrounded them, and the Greory mansion vanished. They rematerialized in what appeared to be an underground bunker, stone walls lined with glowing runes, no windows, multiple doorways leading to other chambers. Harry recognized it as part of the Greory family's emergency facilities, shown to him once during a tour of their properties. Are we in the underworld? He asked, getting his bearings. No, still in Japan, Rius answered, immediately moving to a communication circle embedded in one wall. This is a secure location beneath Mfuji. Surzek will join us once he's dealt with the intruders. Who were they? Akeno demanded, her protective instincts visibly engaged. Lightning crackled subtly around her fingers as she positioned herself beside Harry. Unknown wizard faction, Grafia said crisply, activating additional wards around their location. Not British Ministry, not Dumbledore's order. They were using blood magic to track Harry, likely obtained from the Dursleys. Harry's blood ran cold. The Dursleys gave my blood to wizards. Willingly or otherwise, Kiba noted grimly. Blood can be extracted from hair, skin cells, they wouldn't necessarily know it was taken. An uncomfortable silence fell as everyone processed the implications. After 6 months of relative peace, the outside world had come crashing back in, reminding them that Harry's unique status made him a target from multiple directions. I'm sorry, Harry said quietly. I've put you all in danger. Rius's expression softened immediately. Don't be ridiculous, Harry. You're family. Protecting each other is what family does. Besides, Akeno added, if anything, this is on me. I'm the one who kidnapped you from those horrible people. She winked, trying to lighten the mood. It worked, Harry smiled despite himself. Best kidnapping ever. The tension eased slightly as they settled into the bunker. Grafia efficiently organized the space, conjuring comfortable furniture and preparing a small kitchen area. Kiba began a security sweep of the connecting chambers while Kaneko assisted with setting up additional protections. An hour later, Surzek arrived via transportation circle, looking slightly disheveled but otherwise unharmed. Everyone all right? He asked, eyes immediately finding Grafia and Rius before scanning the others. All fine, Rius confirmed. What happened with the intruders? Surzek removed his jacket, revealing scorch marks along one sleeve. For wizards, Eastern European by their accents. Using dark tracking magic keyed to Harry's blood. I've detained 3 of them, the 4th unfortunately didn't survive his own backfiring curse. He approached Harry, who stood stiffly, guilt and anxiety rolling off him in waves. They were looking for you specifically, Harry. And they weren't subtle about it. They asked outright where to find the boy who lived with the dragon lightning. Harry's eyes widened. They knew about my sacred gear. How is that possible? That, Sirzex said grimly, is the troubling part. Information about your sacred gear has been closely guarded. Even Dumbledore agreed to keep that detail confidential. Could someone have seen Harry training? Rius suggested. Unlikely given our wards, Grafia countered. A leak then, Akeno concluded. Someone with knowledge of both worlds. Sirzex nodded. My thoughts exactly. I've initiated an investigation through trusted channels. In the meantime, we'll stay here until we're certain there are no additional threats. Harry slumped into a nearby chair, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. Once again, people were in danger because of him, because of who he was, what he carried, what he represented. Akeno sat beside him, voice low enough for only him to hear. Stop that. Stop what? The guilt spiral. I recognize it. She nudged his shoulder. This isn't your fault, Harry. But if I wasn't here, if you weren't here, I'd probably still be dealing with my daddy issues alone. Rius would have one fewer ally for whatever battle comes next, and you'd be miserable in a cupboard under some stairs. She fixed him with a stern look. The universe doesn't revolve around you, Potter. Bad things happen with or without your involvement. The blunt assessment startled a laugh out of Harry. When you put it that way. I usually do, she replied with a satisfied smirk. Now, since we're stuck in a secret underground bunker for who knows how long, how about you show me that new wind shield technique Ishida-sensei was teaching you? Might as well make productive use of our time. For the next several hours, they converted one of the larger chambers into an improvised training area. Akeno worked with Harry on defensive techniques while Kiba occasionally joined to test their effectiveness. The physical activity helped dispel the anxious energy, giving Harry something concrete to focus on. By evening, Sirzex had news. The interrogation of the captured wizards had revealed they were mercenaries hired by an anonymous client. They'd been provided with Harry's blood and instructions to bring him to a specified location, alive but not necessarily unharmed. What about the mention of dragon lightning? Harry asked when Sirzex shared this information. How did they know about my sacred gear? They claimed their client mentioned it specifically, described it as the boy's second power, a blue lightning gauntlet with the essence of a storm dragon. Sirzex frowned. That level of detail suggests inside knowledge. Could it be someone from the British Ministry? Rius suggested. Someone who learned about Harry's sacred gear when we registered Akeno as his guardian? Possible, but unlikely, Sirzex replied. The registration process was handled with significant discretion. Only Dumbledore, Minister Fudge, and 2 trusted unspeakables were present. What about fallen angels? Akeno suggested quietly. My father's people have connections in many dark corners. If word spread through those channels about a human child with a dragon's sacred gear. The suggestion hung in the air, uncomfortable but plausible. Akeno rarely mentioned her father, Barakiel, a leader among the Greory, the fallen angel organization. Their estrangement was total, but his influence in the supernatural world remained vast. I'll make inquiries, Sirzex said carefully. Discreetly. Later that night, when the others had settled into their temporary sleeping quarters, Harry found Akeno alone in the kitchen area, making tea. Couldn't sleep, she asked without turning around. Too much on my mind. Harry sat at the small table, watching her precise movements as she prepared 2 cups. Do you really think fallen angels might be involved? Akeno's hands paused briefly before resuming their work. It's possible. The Greory have a research interest in sacred gear users. Especially rare types. She brought the tea to the table, sitting across from Harry. My father would never approve a kidnapping attempt, but there are factions within the Greory who operate independently. Would they hurt me? If they got to me? Akeno considered the question with appropriate seriousness. Not intentionally. They'd want to study you, understand how you can use both wizard magic and a sacred gear. The danger would come from their methods, pushing your powers to extremes, testing your limits. Harry absorbed this, wrapping his hands around the warm teacup. I never thought about it before, how unusual my situation is. To everyone else, I'm this weird hybrid case study. Welcome to my world, Akeno said dryly. Half fallen angel, half human, serving a devil. I've been a curiosity my whole life. Harry smiled slightly. Guess that's why you understand me better than most. One of many reasons, she agreed, taking a sip of her tea. Try to sleep, Harry. Tomorrow we'll start working on more advanced defensive techniques. If someone's targeting you specifically, we need to make sure you can protect yourself when I'm not around. Are you ever not going to be around? Harry asked, half joking. Akeno's expression turned serious. We should prepare for that possibility. At Hogwarts, there will be times I can't be right beside you. Harry nodded slowly, reality setting in. In just over a month, they'd be traveling to England. Despite Dumbledore's assurances, Hogwarts would present new challenges, new vulnerabilities. He would be surrounded by wizard children who knew his name, his story, but nothing of who he really was or what he could do. I'm ready to train harder, he decided. Whatever it takes. Akeno's smile returned, pleased with his determination. That's what I like to hear. Now finish your tea and get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be intense. 3 days passed in the underground facility. Each day brought more intensive training as Akeno, Kiba, and occasionally Rius herself pushed Harry's skills to new levels. By the third day, he could maintain a lightning shield for nearly 10 minutes, exhausting, but potentially life-saving in an emergency. On the morning of the fourth day, Surzex called everyone together. His expression was grave but determined. I've confirmed our suspicions, he announced. The attack was orchestrated by a splinter group within the Greory, fallen angels researching sacred gears, operating without official sanction. Akeno's face darkened. Did my father know about this? No, Surzex assured her. In fact, Barakiel is leading the internal investigation now. The responsible parties have been identified and are being dealt with. The euphemism hung in the air. Harry didn't need elaboration to understand the fallen angels who had targeted him wouldn't be making second attempts. Is it safe to return home? Rius asked. Yes. The Greory estate has been rewarded with additional protection specifically designed to counter fallen angel intrusion. We can return today. The news brought obvious relief. While the underground facility was comfortable enough, it lacked the warmth and openness of the Greory mansion that had become Harry's home. As they prepared to leave, Surzex pulled Harry aside. There's something else you should know, he said quietly. Something I learned during the investigation. Harry braced himself. What is it? The fallen angels weren't just interested in your sacred gear. They had information about a prophecy, one made before your birth, concerning you and Voldemort. Harry's stomach dropped. A prophecy? What did it say? I don't know the exact wording, but it apparently predicted that you alone have the power to defeat the Dark Lord permanently. Surzex watched Harry carefully. This aligns with Dumbledore's hints during our meetings. I believe this prophecy is why Voldemort targeted your family specifically when you were an infant. The revelation hit Harry like physical blow. A prophecy. His parents' deaths weren't random acts of violence during a magical war, they were targeted assassinations because of a prediction about a baby. Does Akeno know? He managed to ask. Not yet. I wanted to tell you first. It's your information to share or keep as you choose. Harry nodded numbly, trying to process this new dimension of his complicated existence. Thank you for telling me. Surzex placed a hand on his shoulder. Knowledge is power, Harry. Even painful knowledge. Whatever this prophecy says, remember that you determine how to respond to it. Fate suggests paths, but we choose which to walk. Back at the Greory estate, Harry retreated to his room, needing time alone to think. The prophecy explained so much: why Voldemort had targeted his family, why Dumbledore had been so desperate to find him after Akeno took him from Privet Drive, perhaps even why the Horcrux had attached to him specifically. A soft knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Harry?" "It's me. Akeno." Of course she'd noticed something was wrong. She always did. "Come in," he called. She entered, closing the door behind her. One look at his face told her everything. "Surzex told you something." "There's a prophecy," Harry said bluntly. "About me and Voldemort. That's why he came after my parents. That's why he tried to kill me as a baby." Akeno sat beside him on the bed, silent for a moment. "Do you know what it says?" "Not exactly. Just that it says I'm the only one who can defeat him permanently." Harry stared at his hands. "My parents died because of me." "No," Akeno said firmly. "Your parents died because a power-hungry madman chose to believe in a prophecy and acted on it. Their deaths are on him, not you. But if I wasn't born, if you weren't born, Voldemort might have ruled Britain unchallenged. Prophecies don't create fate, Harry. They identify possibilities." She turned to face him directly. "Listen to me. I know about carrying guilt for your parents' deaths. I spent years blaming myself for my mother's murder, believing that if I hadn't been born with fallen angel blood, she would still be alive." Harry looked up, surprised. Akeno rarely spoke about her mother's death in such direct terms. "It took me a long time to understand that my existence wasn't the cause of her death," Akeno continued. "The hatred and prejudice of others was. Just as Voldemort's fear and ambition caused your parents' deaths, not your existence. The parallel wasn't perfect, but the sentiment resonated." Harry had never considered that Akeno might understand this specific kind of guilt. "How do you deal with it?" he asked quietly. "Knowing someone died because of who you are." "By becoming someone worth that sacrifice," she answered without hesitation. "By living fully, powerfully, authentically. By refusing to let their deaths define my life." Harry absorbed this, feeling something shift in his perspective. His parents had died protecting him, not just from a random attack, but from a fate they must have known about. They had chosen to stand against prophecy itself. "I want to know the exact wording," he decided. "When we go to England, I want to find the full prophecy." "Then we will," Akeno promised. "Together." The conversation marked a turning point in Harry's training. Over the following weeks, his determination intensified. Each morning he woke before dawn to meditate, seeking deeper connection with his sacred gear. Each day he pushed himself harder in combat training with Kiba and power exercises with Akeno. Each evening he studied wizard magic with renewed focus, absorbing Ishida-sensei's lessons with fierce concentration. His 12th birthday arrived with unexpected fanfare. The Greory household threw him a proper party, his first ever, complete with cake, presents, and a demonstration of devil magic that transformed the garden into a miniature amusement park for the day. Among his gifts was one that left him speechless, a wand, hand-delivered by a Japanese wandmaker Surzex had commissioned specially. 11 inches, holly wood, with a core of lightning phoenix feather, the old craftsman explained as Harry held it reverently. "Unusual combination, much like yourself, Potter-san. The holly represents protection, while the lightning phoenix represents rebirth through storm." When Harry first channeled magic through it, the wand erupted with blue-white sparks that danced through the air like miniature lightning bolts. The wand maker had nodded approvingly. "Perfect match. This wand will work with both your wizard magic and your sacred gear energy. It is a bridge between your two powers." Now, with just 2 weeks before their departure for England, Harry stood in the training yard, wand in his left hand, sacred gear manifested on his right. He faced 3 training dummies enchanted to fire weak magical attacks at random intervals. "Ready?" Rius called from the sidelines. Harry nodded, falling into the balanced stance Kiba had taught him. Ready. The dummies activated simultaneously, sending blasts of energy toward him from 3 directions. Harry raised his gauntlet right arm, creating a lightning shield that absorbed the first attack. With his wand, he transfigured the ground beneath the second dummy into quicksand, immobilizing it. For the third, he combined techniques, channeling sacred gear lightning through his wand to create a directed blast that shattered the dummy completely. Impressive, Sirzex commented, having arrived mid-demonstration. Your control has improved dramatically. Harry dismissed his sacred gear, breathing hard but pleased with the results. 6 months of intensive training had transformed his raw potential into disciplined skill. He wasn't a master by any means, both Akeno and Kiba could still defeat him easily in direct combat, but he was no longer helpless. Thanks, Harry said, accepting a water bottle from Akeno. Still working on my stamina though. That combination attack drained me faster than I expected. That will come with time and practice, Sirzex assured him. You've accomplished more in 6 months than most sacred gear users achieve in years. He's a natural, Akeno agreed proudly. The dragon responds to him instinctively. Harry smiled at the praise, but inwardly acknowledged it wasn't just natural talent. It was hours of daily practice, countless failed attempts, and the unwavering support of everyone around him. The boy in the cupboard could never have imagined becoming what he was now, confident in his abilities, secure in his place, prepared to face whatever came next. I've finalized the arrangements for our trip to England, Sirzex announced as they walked back toward the mansion. You'll depart next Monday. First stop will be Gringotts Bank to address your inheritance matters, then wizarding shopping areas for school supplies, and finally a meeting with Dumbledore to confirm the terms of your attendance. Will you be coming with us? Harry asked. For the initial meetings, yes. After that, Akeno will serve as your official guardian as planned. Sirzex glanced at Akeno. The paperwork has been completed. The British Ministry has formally recognized you as Harry's magical guardian with all associated rights and responsibilities. Akeno nodded, her expression a mixture of pride and determination. The role of guardian was one she took seriously, despite being only 17 herself. In Devil Society, where age was measured in centuries rather than years, she was considered young but fully capable of such responsibility. What about my account at Gringotts? Harry asked. Dumbledore mentioned my parents left me something. That's part of why we need to visit in person, Sirzex explained. Goblins recognize different authorities than wizards. With the guardianship transfer, you should gain access to your family vault, though possibly not full control until you reach wizard majority at 17. The prospect of learning more about his parents through their belongings, seeing tangible evidence of their existence beyond photographs, filled Harry with nervous anticipation. Over the past months, he'd collected what information he could about James and Lily Potter. Professor McGonagall had sent letters sharing memories of them as students. Dumbledore had provided some background on their work against Voldemort. But these were second-hand accounts, filtered through others' perspectives. Will we have time to visit Godric's Hollow? He asked suddenly. Where they lived? Where they're buried? Sirzex and Akeno exchanged glances. If you wish, Sirzex said carefully. Though I should warn you, the wizarding world has turned your parents' home into something of a memorial site. It might be, emotionally challenging. Harry nodded, determined. I still want to go. I need to see it. Then we'll make time, Akeno promised, her hand finding his shoulder in the gesture of support that had become familiar between them. The final days before their departure passed in a flurry of preparations. Harry packed his new belongings, clothes that actually fit, books from both magical traditions, small gifts from each member of the Greory household. His communication ring from Akeno remained on his finger at all times, a constant reminder of their connection. The night before their departure, Harry found himself unable to sleep. He slipped out to the garden pavilion where he often meditated, hoping to find some calm before the journey ahead. The full moon illuminated the koi pond, fish creating rippling patterns across its surface. Harry sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, closed his eyes, and focused on his breathing. Instead of the usual meditation, however, he found himself reaching deeper, calling specifically to the presence within his sacred gear. I know you're there, he thought, directing his consciousness toward the ancient energy at his core. I'm going to need your help soon. We're entering a different world, one that might not understand what we are together. To his surprise, he felt a response, not words, but a sensation of acknowledgement, like distant thunder rolling closer. Harry pressed further. Do you have a name? Lady Citri thought you might be related to Raijin, the thunder god. This time the response was stronger, a pulse of energy that seemed almost amused, accompanied by an impression of great age. Not Raijin, but something that had existed long before humans had given names to natural forces. Something primal, elemental. Storm Drake, Harry whispered aloud, the name coming to him unbidden. Lightning flickered across his skin in response, and his right arm tingled as the gauntlet partially manifested, not fully physical, but visible as a ghostly outline around his limb. Storm Drake, he repeated, more confidently. The response was immediate, a surge of power that felt like acceptance, like recognition. The dragon within his sacred gear had acknowledged the name, or at least Harry's attempt to connect. We're going to England tomorrow, Harry continued, speaking aloud now. To a school of wizards who don't know about sacred gears or devils or fallen angels. I might need to keep you hidden sometimes, but I won't deny you. You're part of me now. The energy pulsed again, calmer this time but no less potent. Understanding, perhaps. Or resignation. Either way, Harry felt a stronger connection than before, a more conscious partnership rather than simply wielding a tool. Having a heart-to-heart with your inner dragon? Harry opened his eyes to find Rius standing at the pavilion entrance, wrapped in a light robe despite the summer warmth. Something like that, he admitted, the ghostly gauntlet fading as his concentration broke. Couldn't sleep. Understandable. Big changes ahead. She sat beside him, tucking her legs elegantly beneath her. Are you nervous about Hogwarts? A bit, Harry admitted. It's one thing to learn about wizard society from books and letters. It's another to actually live in it. Rius studied him thoughtfully. You've adapted to devil society remarkably well. I suspect you'll do the same with wizards. It's different though. Devils don't expect me to be someone specific. Wizards have this whole boy who lived image that has nothing to do with who I really am. Then show them who you really are, Rius suggested simply. The real Harry Potter, not the myth, not the legend, but the young man who stands balanced between two worlds of power. Harry considered this. That's, actually really good advice. Rius smiled. I occasionally have my moments. She rose gracefully. Try to get some sleep, Harry. Tomorrow begins a new chapter. After she left, Harry remained in the pavilion a while longer, watching the moon's reflection in the koi pond. Two worlds of power. That was exactly it, not just wizard and sacred gear, but England and Japan, past and future, the life he'd been born to and the life he'd chosen. For the first time, he felt genuinely ready to embrace both. King's Cross Station bustled with Monday morning commuters, none of whom paid any attention to the oddly dressed Japanese woman and the black-haired boy with the lightning scar disappearing through a solid brick wall between platforms 9 and 10. Platform 9 3/4 materialized around them, the Scarlet Hogwarts Express billowing steam as wizard families said their goodbyes. Harry paused just beyond the barrier, taking in the scene with wide eyes. It's exactly like Professor McGonagall described, he murmured. Akeno stood beside him, drawing curious glances from nearby wizard parents. She'd chosen to wear a modified version of her Kuo Academy uniform, the skirt slightly lengthened for British sensibilities, but still unmistakably Japanese in style. Her long black hair and striking features made her stand out even without the cultural differences. Quite the spectacle, she observed, eyeing the chaos of trunks, owls, cats, and emotional farewells. Shall we find you a compartment before they fill up? Their visit to Britain had been eventful so far. Gringotts had confirmed Harry's status as heir to the Potter family vault, though with limited access until his majority. The shopping expedition in Diagon Alley had attracted uncomfortable attention, whispers following them from shop to shop as word spread that Harry Potter had returned to the wizarding world. The meeting with Dumbledore had gone smoothly enough, though tension remained beneath the polite surface. The headmaster had agreed to all stipulated conditions. Akeno would have private quarters at Hogwarts, Harry would continue his sacred gear training alongside regular classes, and most importantly, Dumbledore would share all information relevant to Harry's situation, including the full prophecy. That revelation had been sobering, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The words had haunted Harry for days afterward. Not because he feared the responsibility, 6 months with the Greory family had built his confidence considerably, but because it confirmed what Surzex had suggested, his parents had died specifically because of this prediction. Now, standing on platform 9 3/4, Harry pushed those thoughts aside. Today was about beginning his wizard education, about exploring this other side of his heritage. They found an empty compartment near the back of the train. Akeno helped him stow his trunk before checking her watch. I should board soon too. Dumbledore arranged a separate compartment for adult passengers. She made a face. Apparently I'll be sharing it with someone called Lockhart, who's the new defense professor. Harry grinned. Rather you than me. The bookstore owner practically swooned when he mentioned that name. Lucky me, Akeno deadpanned. She squeezed his shoulder. Remember our agreement. I know. No showing off the sacred gear until we've discussed it with Dumbledore. No mentioning devils or fallen angels to random students. No electrocuting anyone who annoys me. Harry recited the rules they'd established, adding, though that last one is tempting. Akeno ruffled his hair affectionately. Save it for emergencies. I'll find you once we arrive. After she left, Harry settled by the window, watching the platform through the glass. Families continued their goodbyes, first years looked nervous, older students reconnected with friends. It was all so normal. Or at least, normal for wizard children, which Harry had never been. The compartment door slid open to reveal a girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Sorry, no toads here, Harry replied. The girl sighed. That's the 5th compartment I've checked. Poor Neville's beside himself. She paused, studying Harry with sudden interest. You're not British, are you? Your accent is different. I'm British by birth, but I've been living in Japan for the past 6 months. My name's Harry Potter. The girl's eyes widened dramatically. Are you really? I've read all about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Harry winced slightly. I wouldn't believe everything you read. Most of those books were written without ever actually talking to me. Oh, she seemed taken aback. I suppose that makes sense. She thrust out her hand. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Harry shook it. Nice to meet you. Want to sit down? I'm expecting no one. Hermione hesitated. I should really help Neville find his toad. We can keep an eye out for it, Harry suggested. It might come hopping by. That seemed to satisfy her. She sat opposite him, curiosity evident in her expression. So you've been in Japan? Is that where you've been all this time? The papers have been wild with speculation since you disappeared from your relative's home. It's a long story, Harry said cautiously. But yes, I've been living with friends in Japan. Learning magic there before coming to Hogwarts. You already know magic. Hermione looked simultaneously impressed and dismayed, as if upset at the possibility of being behind. But how? I thought underage wizards weren't allowed to practice. Japan has different rules, Harry explained, sticking to the cover story Surzex had established. Their magical tradition is integrated with certain Shinto practices that begin training earlier. This launched Hermione into a barrage of questions about Japanese magical education that Harry answered as truthfully as possible without mentioning devils, sacred gears, or fallen angels. He was saved from the more difficult inquiries by another interruption, a round-faced boy poking his head in desperately. Any luck, Hermione? Sorry, Neville. No toad yet. The boy looked so dejected that Harry felt compelled to offer help. I could try a finding charm. We learned a basic one in Japan. Both Hermione and Neville looked at him with renewed interest. You can already do finding charms? Hermione asked, clearly impressed. Basic ones, yeah. Harry drew his wand, the custom holly and lightning phoenix creation that had arrived on his birthday. It felt warm in his hand, eager to channel his magic. What's the toad's name? Trevor, Neville supplied hopefully. Harry concentrated, recalling Ishida-sensei's lessons on tracking spells. He made a circular motion with his wand, focusing on the image of a toad named Trevor, then whispered, Invenire. The wand tip glowed briefly before emitting a small ball of blue light that hovered in the air, then moved deliberately toward the compartment door. Follow it, Harry instructed. It should lead to Trevor if he's on the train. Neville's expression transformed from dejection to wonder. That's brilliant. Thank you. He hurried after the floating light, Hermione following close behind. That was impressive, Harry. That's at least a third-year charm. After they left, Harry relaxed back into his seat, smiling slightly at their enthusiasm. If all wizard children were this friendly, perhaps Hogwarts wouldn't be so challenging after all. This hope was tested shortly afterward when the compartment door slid open again to reveal a pale, blonde boy flanked by two larger boys who resembled junior bodyguards. They're saying Harry Potter's on the train, the blonde announced without preamble, eyes fixing on Harry's forehead where the lightning scar was visible beneath his messy fringe. So it's you, is it? That's me, Harry confirmed, keeping his tone neutral as he assessed the newcomers. Something about the blonde boy's entitled posture reminded him uncomfortably of Dudley. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. The boy extended his hand with the air of someone conferring a great honor. This is Crabbe and Goyle. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you there. Harry considered the offered hand, remembering Akeno's advice about navigating wizard politics. The Malfoys were apparently an influential pureblood family with questionable war allegiances, potentially useful allies but dangerous enemies. He shook the hand briefly. Thanks for the offer, Malfoy, but I prefer to make my own judgments about people. Draco's eyes narrowed slightly at the qualified acceptance. I heard you disappeared from those muggles you were living with. Father says you've been in the Far East somewhere. Japan, Harry confirmed, offering nothing more. Japan, Draco repeated, as if testing the word. Interesting choice. Their magic is different from proper European traditions. More, elemental. He said this with a slight curl of his lip. Harry felt a protective surge toward his adopted home. Different doesn't mean inferior. Japanese magical techniques have unique advantages. He thought of Akeno's lightning, of his own sacred gear. Especially when it comes to combat applications. That caught Draco's interest. Combat magic? They taught you dueling. Among other things, Harry said vaguely, enjoying the flicker of uncertainty that crossed Malfoy's face. Before the conversation could continue, the compartment door opened yet again, this time revealing a familiar face that made Harry break into a genuine smile. Akeno. She leaned against the doorframe, assessing the scene with amusement. Making friends already, Harry? Her eyes flicked to Draco and his companions. Or are these boys bothering you? Draco stared at Akeno with unconcealed surprise. Her exotic features, unusual uniform, and the subtle aura of power she never quite managed to fully suppress clearly caught him off guard. Just introducing ourselves, Harry said. Akeno, this is Draco Malfoy. Malfoy, this is Akeno Himejima, my guardian. Guardian? Draco repeated, confusion evident. But you're barely old enough to hex you into next week if you finish that sentence inappropriately, Akeno finished sweetly, her smile not reaching her eyes. I just came to check on Harry before returning to my compartment. Everything okay here? Everything's fine, Harry assured her, enjoying Malfoy's discomfort. Good. She turned her attention fully to Draco. The Malfoys have quite the reputation in international magical circles. I do hope you're representing your family well, Draco-kun. The honorific, delivered with just enough emphasis to sound vaguely threatening rather than respectful, had its intended effect. Draco straightened, suddenly less certain of his position. Of course, he said stiffly. We should be arriving soon. We need to change into our robes. Potter, we'll continue our conversation another time. After they left, Harry turned to Akeno with a raised eyebrow. Was that really necessary? Absolutely, she replied without a hint of remorse. That boy was sizing you up like a potential conquest for his little social circle. Better to establish boundaries early. Harry couldn't argue with that assessment. How's your compartment with the famous Lockhart? Akeno rolled her eyes expressively. The man has not stopped talking about himself since we left London. If his magical abilities are half as developed as his self-admiration, he might actually be competent. Harry snorted. That bad? Worse. He's asked for my input on the cover design for his next book 3 times. She checked her watch. We really are nearly there. I'll see you at the castle. After she left, Harry changed into his Hogwarts robes, feeling strange in the formal black garments after months of more casual attire. He carefully adjusted his sleeve to ensure his communication ring remained visible, a small reminder of his other life amid this new beginning. When the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry followed the booming voice calling for first years. The enormous man introducing himself as Hagrid led them to a fleet of small boats on the edge of a vast lake. As they glided across the dark water, Hogwarts Castle came into view, towering stonework, countless windows glowing with golden light, turrets and towers reaching toward the night sky. It was beautiful, undeniably magical. Yet Harry felt a curious detachment. 6 months ago, this sight might have overwhelmed him with wonder. Now, having witnessed the grandeur of devil architecture in the Greory estate and glimpsed portions of the underworld during visits with Surzex, Hogwarts seemed impressive, but not unprecedented. The boats docked beneath the castle, and Hagrid led them up stone steps to an imposing oak door where Professor McGonagall waited to greet them. Her stern expression softened momentarily when she spotted Harry among the first years. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said, addressing the group but with a slight nod toward Harry specifically. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but first, you must be sorted into your houses. As she explained the 4 houses and the sorting procedure, Harry recalled their meeting at the Japanese temple months earlier. McGonagall had been the most practical of Dumbledore's contingent, quickly adapting to the reality of Harry's new situation rather than fighting it. He appreciated that flexibility. It suggested she might be an ally in navigating Hogwarts' complex social and political landscape. The first years were led into the Great Hall, where hundreds of students sat at 4 long tables beneath a ceiling bewitched to show the night sky. At the staff table, Harry spotted Akeno seated beside a handsome man with wavy blonde hair who seemed to be talking at her rather than with her. Her expression of polite endurance made Harry stifle a laugh. The Sorting Hat's song surprised him, a sentient magical artifact that could read minds raised obvious questions about privacy and consent that Ishida-sensei had emphasized in their ethical magic discussions. When McGonagall began calling names alphabetically, Harry paid close attention to the process. Hermione from the train went to Gryffindor after nearly a minute under the hat. Malfoy was instantly sorted into Slytherin, looking smug about it. Neville, the Toad owner, joined Gryffindor looking shocked at the outcome. Finally, Potter, Harry. The hall fell silent as Harry stepped forward. Whispers immediately broke out, students craning to see the famous boy who lived. Harry kept his expression neutral as he sat on the stool and allowed McGonagall to place the hat on his head. "Well, well," a small voice said in his ear. "What have we here? Oh my, most unusual indeed. Not just wizard magic but something else, something ancient. A sacred gear, is it? Haven't encountered one of those in centuries. You can sense that?" Harry thought, surprised. "I see all that's in your mind, Mr. Potter. Including that remarkable dragon power you carry. Now, where to put you? You've courage, certainly. Intelligence too. Ambition, oh yes, and loyalty to those who've earned it. But such independence, such a unique perspective having lived in two worlds." Harry waited, curious rather than anxious about the outcome. "Your guardian expects Gryffindor," the hat mused. "Dumbledore too. Your parents' house. But you're not just their son anymore, are you? You've become something new, something that bridges worlds. Better be Ravenclaw." The last word was shouted to the hall. A moment of stunned silence followed. Clearly, everyone had expected Gryffindor, before the Ravenclaw table erupted in cheers. Harry removed the hat, catching Akeno's eye as he stood. She looked surprised but gave him an encouraging nod. As Harry joined the Ravenclaw table, accepting handshakes and congratulations from his new housemates, he felt oddly satisfied with the outcome. Ravenclaw valued knowledge, innovation, individuality, all qualities that aligned with his unique situation. Here, perhaps, his unconventional background would be seen as interesting rather than threatening. The feast that followed was impressive, though Harry found himself missing Japanese cuisine after months of adapting to it. He fielded questions from curious housemates as diplomatically as possible. Yes, he had been living in Japan. No, he couldn't discuss all the details. Yes, the woman at the staff table was his guardian. No, he hadn't known his parents. After dessert, Dumbledore rose to make announcements, including a curious warning about the third-floor corridor being off-limits to anyone who didn't wish to die a painful death. Harry exchanged glances with a pretty Asian girl who had introduced herself as Cho Chang, a second year. "Is he serious?" Harry asked. "Dumbledore's eccentric," Cho replied, "but he doesn't joke about student safety. Must be something dangerous up there." Following the feast, Ravenclaw prefects led the first years to their dormitory, located in a tower accessed by answering a riddle from a door knocker shaped like an eagle. The Ravenclaw common room was airy and elegant, with star-patterned carpet, tall arched windows, and bookshelves lining the walls. "Boys' dormitories upstairs to the right," the prefect instructed. "Girls, same on the left. You'll find your belongings have already been brought up." As the other first years headed to their dormitories, Harry felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning, he found Professor Flitwick, the tiny charms teacher and Ravenclaw head of house. "Mr. Potter, a moment if you please," Flitwick squeaked. "The headmaster has asked me to show you to your guardian's quarters. She'd like to speak with you before you settle in." Harry followed Flitwick through the castle's winding corridors to a section of the 5th floor where a door bore an elegant nameplate reading, Himejima, Special Instructor. The professor tapped the door with his wand, and it swung open to reveal a comfortable suite of rooms where Akeno was unpacking with Rius's efficiency. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said as Flitwick excused himself. "Ravenclaw, huh?" Akeno said once they were alone, humor dancing in her eyes. "Can't say I saw that coming. The hat seemed to think I'd fit best there," Harry replied, collapsing into a comfortable armchair. "Something about bridging different worlds." "Smart hat," Akeno acknowledged. "How are you feeling? Overwhelmed? Excited?" Ready to electrocute any pushy classmates yet? Harry laughed. Bit of everything except the electrocution part. He glanced around the suite. Nice rooms. Better than the student dormitories, I'm guessing. Perks of being a special instructor, Akeno confirmed. Dumbledore created the position specifically for me. Officially, I'm here to provide supplementary instruction in Eastern magical techniques to interested upper years. Unofficially, I'm here to keep an eye on you and continue your sacred gear training. When do we start that? Tomorrow evening, after your classes. Dumbledore's allocated us the Room of Requirement, a special space that transforms based on the user's needs. Perfect for training without damaging the castle. She sat opposite him. Speaking of which, we need to discuss when and how to reveal your sacred gear to others. Dumbledore suggested a controlled demonstration for the staff first, then perhaps your housemates. Harry considered this. Part of him wanted to keep his sacred gear private, something that belonged to his life in Japan rather than his identity as a British wizard. But another part recognized the practical reality: in an emergency, he wouldn't hesitate to use all his abilities. Let's start with just the teachers, he decided. See how they react before deciding about students. Akeno nodded approval. Reasonable approach. Now get some sleep, classes start early tomorrow. As Harry made his way back to Ravenclaw Tower, navigating the moving staircases with mild annoyance, he reflected on the contrast between his first night at Hogwarts and his first night at the Greory estate 6 months earlier. Both represented new beginnings, both offered opportunities and challenges. But the difference in his own readiness was profound. 6 months ago, he'd been a scared, malnourished boy with no understanding of his potential. Now he walked the halls of Britain's premier magical school with confidence, power literally at his fingertips, and the knowledge that whatever challenges arose, he had the tools to face them. 2 worlds of power, indeed. Harry's first week at Hogwarts was a study in contrasts. In classes, he found himself simultaneously ahead and behind his peers. His months of training in Japan had given him a solid theoretical foundation and practical experience with certain spells, but his knowledge had gaps where the British curriculum diverged from Japanese magical education. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall proved challenging but fascinating. When tasked with turning a match into a needle, Harry was one of only 3 students who succeeded on the first try, along with Hermione Granger and a Ravenclaw boy named Terry Boot. Excellent work, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, examining his needle with approval. I see your studies in Japan were productive. Charms with Professor Flitwick was similarly rewarding. Harry's precision with wand movements, drilled into him by Ishida-sensei's meticulous standards, earned him praise and house points. Herbology and history of magic were less engaging, the former because Japanese magical horticulture focused on different species, the latter because Professor Binns could have bored even Surzex to sleep. Potions, however, presented an unexpected challenge. Professor Snape seemed determined to find fault with Harry's work despite his careful attention to detail. During their first lesson, Snape peppered him with advanced questions before he'd even begun instruction. Potter. Snape said suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry searched his memory of the potions texts he'd studied in Japan. A sleeping potion so powerful it's known as the draught of living death, sir. Snape's expression flickered with surprise before settling back into disdain. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, sir. It can counteract most poisons. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. Each correct answer seemed to irritate Snape further rather than impress him. By the end of the lesson, Harry had brewed a perfect potion for curing boils but received minimal acknowledgement while Malfoy's slightly inferior attempt earned lavish praise. Is he always like that? Harry asked Terry Boot as they left the dungeons. Snape. Yeah, notorious for favoring Slytherins and hating Gryffindors. Ravenclaws usually get treated neutrally, but you're a special case apparently. Lucky me, Harry muttered. Defense against the dark arts proved to be the greatest disappointment. Professor Lockhart spent the entire first lesson discussing his own accomplishments and promoting his books. When he released a cage of Cornish pixies into the classroom and failed to control them, chaos erupted. Most students fled, but Harry stayed behind with Hermione and a few others to help capture the destructive creatures. Without thinking, Harry channeled a tiny amount of his sacred gear energy, not enough to manifest the gauntlet, but sufficient to create a weak electromagnetic field that stunned several pixies mid-flight. Hermione, who had been using a freezing charm on the pixies, looked at him curiously. "How did you do that?" "That wasn't a spell. Japanese technique," Harry improvised quickly. "Kind of like wandless magic." She seemed skeptical but too preoccupied with containing the remaining pixies to press further. By Friday evening, Harry was more than ready for his first sacred gear training session with Akeno. They met outside a seemingly blank wall on the 7th floor, where Akeno paced back and forth 3 times until a door materialized. "The room of requirement," she explained, opening the door to reveal a space nearly identical to their training room at the Greory estate. "It becomes whatever we need." Harry entered, immediately feeling more at home than he had all week. "This is brilliant. I thought you'd like it." Akeno removed her outer robe, revealing workout clothes beneath. "How's school been?" "Different," Harry said diplomatically. "Some classes are interesting, others less so. Snape seems to hate me on principle, and Lockhart couldn't teach a fish to swim." "Lockhart's incompetence is spectacular," Akeno agreed. "I've been avoiding the staff room whenever he's there. Now, enough about disappointing teachers, let's see if your sacred gear has gotten rusty from a week of disuse." They began with basic drills, manifestation exercises, control techniques, power modulation. Harry fell into the familiar routine with relief, his body remembering patterns established over months of daily practice. "Your control is still solid," Akeno observed as Harry maintained a steady lightning shield for 5 minutes without fluctuation. "Let's try something new." She moved to a rack of training weapons the room had provided and selected 2 wooden swords. Tossing one to Harry, she took a ready stance. "Channel your sacred gear energy through the sword, just enough to give it an electrical charge, not enough to burn it." Harry concentrated, feeling Storm Drake respond eagerly after days of suppression. Blue-green lightning crawled along the wooden blade, crackling softly. "Good. Now defend yourself." Akeno attacked with precision and speed that would have overwhelmed Harry 6 months ago. Now, he parried effectively, his own movements enhanced by subtle pulses of sacred gear energy through his muscles. They exchanged blows for several minutes, wooden swords occasionally sending sparks when their energies collided. "You've improved," Akeno noted as they separated, both breathing hard. "Kiba's lessons are paying off." "Not enough to beat you yet," Harry pointed out. "Give it time," she replied with a wink. "I've had years more practice." "But that combination of swordplay and sacred gear energy? That's going to be devastating once you perfect it." Harry recognized his own words to Kiba from their training session before leaving Japan. "I had good teachers." They continued training for another hour, focusing on techniques Harry could use discreetly if needed, small energy pulses, limited manifestations, subtle enhancements to his physical capabilities. By the end, Harry felt more balanced than he had all week, reconnected to the power that had become an integral part of his identity. "Same time next week?" he asked as they prepared to leave. "Twice a week," Akeno corrected. "Tuesdays and Fridays. Dumbledore's arranged for your special instruction to be built into your schedule." "Speaking of Dumbledore," Harry said, remembering, "when is that demonstration for the teachers happening?" "Sunday evening. Just the heads of houses, Dumbledore, and unfortunately, Lockhart, since he teaches defense." "Are you nervous?" Harry considered the question. "Not about showing my sacred gear, that feels natural now. More about how they'll react. Wizards seem pretty set in their ways about what magic should be." "Some are," Akeno acknowledged. "But the best ones, the truly wise ones, understand that magic has many forms across different cultures. If they can't appreciate that, it's their limitation, not yours. The staff demonstration took place in Dumbledore's office, a circular room filled with curious silver instruments and portraits of previous headmasters. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Snape, and Lockhart were arranged in a semicircle, with Dumbledore standing beside his desk. "Thank you all for coming," the headmaster began. "As you know, Mr. Potter spent the past 6 months in Japan, where he came under the guardianship of Miss Himejima. What you don't know is that during this time, he discovered an unusual magical ability, one rarely seen in Western wizarding traditions." Akeno stepped forward. "In Japan and certain other Eastern cultures, we recognize a form of innate magical ability called a sacred gear. These are divine artifacts bestowed upon certain humans, manifesting as powers tied to their souls." "Divine artifacts?" Lockhart repeated, looking skeptical. "Sounds rather like religious superstition to me." Akeno's smile tightened. "Perhaps a demonstration would be more convincing than an explanation." "Harry." Harry moved to the center of the office, conscious of the teacher's curious gazes, particularly Snape's suspicious glare. He closed his eyes briefly, connecting with the familiar energy at his core. "Come forth, Storm Drake," he whispered. Blue-green lightning erupted around his right arm as the gauntlet materialized, sleek blue metal etched with lightning patterns, small gems glowing with inner power. Several of the professors gasped. Professor Flitwick nearly fell off his chair. "Extraordinary," McGonagall breathed, her usual composure momentarily shaken. "This is a dragon-type sacred gear," Akeno explained as Harry held his arm up for them to see. "It grants Harry control over lightning and storm energy, along with enhanced physical capabilities when activated." "May I?" Dumbledore approached, examining the gauntlet with scholarly interest. "Fascinating. Not a conjured object, but a manifestation of your internal power." "Correct," Akeno confirmed. "The gauntlet is a physical representation of the divine artifact bound to Harry's soul." "And what, precisely, is the extent of these powers?" Snape asked, his tone neutral but his eyes calculating. Harry answered for himself. "I can generate and control lightning, create shields of electrical energy, and enhance my physical abilities. With practice, I'll develop more advanced applications." To demonstrate, he created a small ball of lightning that hovered above his palm, then shaped it into various forms, a bird, a dragon, a miniature storm cloud that produced tiny raindrops. "Control is impressive for someone so young," Flitwick noted. "How long have you been training with this ability?" "About 6 months," Harry replied. "Since shortly after Akeno found me." "And this power is compatible with wizard magic?" Professor Sprout asked. "They don't, conflict. They can if used improperly," Akeno explained. "But with proper training, they complement each other. Harry can channel both simultaneously for certain effects." To demonstrate, Harry drew his wand with his left hand while maintaining the gauntlet on his right. He cast a simple Lumos charm, then channeled sacred gear energy into the light, transforming it from the standard bright white to a pulsing blue-green that crackled with electricity. "Remarkable," Dumbledore murmured. "A true integration of different magical traditions." Lockhart, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, suddenly stepped forward. "Yes, very impressive. Reminds me of a phenomenon I encountered in Tibet, local shamans channeling lightning through ceremonial objects. I could give you some pointers based on my observations there." Harry exchanged a glance with Akeno, both suppressing smiles at the absurd offer. "Thank you, Professor, but I have a specialized instructor for that." The demonstration concluded with practical questions about safety measures, limitations, and how the sacred gear might interact with Hogwarts curriculum. Throughout, Harry noted the professor's varying reactions, Flitwick's enthusiastic curiosity, McGonagall's reserved admiration, Sprout's practical concerns, Snape's guarded assessment, and Lockhart's poorly disguised envy. I believe we can all agree that Mr. Potter's unique abilities represent an exceptional opportunity for cross-cultural magical understanding, Dumbledore concluded. I trust you will support his continued development in both traditions. As they left the headmaster's office, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The secret was out, at least among the staff. Now he could focus on integrating his dual training without constant subterfuge. That went well, Akeno observed as they walked through the quiet Sunday evening corridors. Even Snape seemed more intrigued than hostile. Lockhart was hilarious, Harry snorted. Offering to give me pointers when he couldn't even handle pixies. Speaking of handling things, Akeno said, her tone shifting to something more serious, Surzek sent a message today. They've identified the source of the information leak about your sacred gear. Harry stopped walking. Who was it? A minor devil from a vassal house who had access to some of the early documentation about your training. He sold the information to several interested parties, including a faction of rogue fallen angels. The same ones who tried to kidnap me? Connected to them, yes. Akeno's expression hardened. Surzek has addressed the breach. But the information is out there now. Multiple groups know about your unique situation. Including Voldemort's followers, Harry guessed. If they have connections to the darker elements of the supernatural world. Possibly. Akeno placed a hand on his shoulder. This is why our training needs to continue intensively. You're safer here at Hogwarts than most places, but we need to prepare for the possibility that someone might make another attempt to reach you. Harry nodded, unconsciously touching his communication ring. I'll train harder. And I'll be careful. That's all I ask. Akeno's serious expression melted into a more familiar smirk. Now, I believe you have a charms essay to finish before tomorrow. Harry groaned. Don't remind me. 12 inches on levitation theory, and I've barely started. The price of leading a double life, Akeno teased. Superhero by night, student by day. As they parted ways, Harry to Ravenclaw Tower, Akeno to her quarters, he reflected on how accurately that description fit his current situation. By day, he was just another first year, attending classes and navigating the social dynamics of Hogwarts. By night, or at least during training sessions, he was something else, a sacred gear wielder connecting with an ancient dragon power. Two worlds of power, increasingly intertwined. The autumn term progressed with a steady rhythm. Harry found his place among the Ravenclaws, whose intellectual curiosity made them more accepting of his unusual background than other houses might have been. His roommates, Terry Boot, Michael Corner, and Anthony Goldstein, were particularly interested in Eastern magical traditions, frequently asking about his studies in Japan. So this sacred gear thing, Anthony asked one evening as they worked on homework in the common room, it's completely separate from wizard magic. Like, you were born with both. Harry nodded, carefully maintaining the simplified explanation he and Akeno had prepared. Sacred gears are rare genetic traits that can appear in any bloodline. Most wizards with the potential never activate theirs because wizard magic develops along different channels. But you activated yours because... Michael prompted. Trauma, essentially, Harry explained, sticking close to truth. When Akeno found me at the Dursleys, I was in a bad situation. The emotional stress triggered the sacred gear awakening. His roommates exchanged uncomfortable glances. The broad strokes of Harry's rescue from abusive relatives had become known, though he kept the details private. Lucky she found you then, Terry said quietly. On multiple levels. Luckiest thing that ever happened to me, Harry agreed sincerely. Beyond his housemates, Harry maintained a friendly relationship with Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, often studying with her in the library. Though initially overwhelmed by her competitive academic nature, he'd come to appreciate her sharp mind and genuine intellectual curiosity. She, more than most, seemed fascinated by the theoretical implications of his dual magical nature. But how do the energies not conflict? She asked during one study session. According to magical theory of the Eastern traditions, different magical systems often create dissonance when practiced simultaneously. It's about harmony rather than separation, Harry explained, drawing on Ishida-sensei's teachings. Think of wizard magic and sacred gear energy as different instruments in an orchestra. They can play separate melodies, but when coordinated properly, they create something greater than either alone. That's actually a beautiful metaphor, Hermione said, looking impressed. Did you come up with that yourself? My tutor in Japan used it, Harry admitted. He specialized in cross-cultural magical integration. Not all interactions were so positive. Draco Malfoy had become increasingly hostile since learning about Harry's sacred gear, alternating between dismissing it as primitive elemental magic and coveting its obvious power. During flying lessons, where Harry's natural talent on a broomstick had impressed even Madame Hooch, Malfoy had taken to making cutting remarks about Eastern magical crutches and questioning whether Harry's flying ability was artificially enhanced. Jealousy is unbecoming, Malfoy, Harry had responded after one such comment. I'd be happy to race you anytime, no sacred gear involved, just pure flying skill. The challenge had silenced Draco temporarily, though Harry suspected the rivalry was far from over. More concerning were the whispers that followed him through the halls, not just the usual speculation about the boy who lived, but specific mentions of his lightning powers and dragon gauntlet. Word had spread beyond the staff and his housemates, sparking rumors that grew more elaborate with each retelling. By Halloween, some first-years were convinced he could call down thunderstorms at will or transform into a dragon during full moons. Let them talk, Akeno advised during their Tuesday training session. Mystery has advantages. If potential enemies aren't sure of your exact capabilities, they might hesitate. I suppose, Harry agreed, practicing a new technique that allowed him to channel sacred gear energy through his feet for enhanced jumping ability. But I'd rather be known for who I actually am than for crazy rumors. Welcome to fame, Akeno said dryly. At least these rumors involve your actual abilities, not completely fabricated adventures like those ridiculous boy who lived children's books we found in Flourish and Blots. Harry grimaced at the reminder of those books, fictional accounts of his supposed heroic exploits during the years he'd actually spent locked in a cupboard at the Dursleys. Their training sessions had become the highlight of Harry's week. In the room of requirement, he could fully express both sides of his power without restraint or secrecy. Akeno pushed him harder than any Hogwarts professor, incorporating elements of devil combat techniques alongside sacred gear mastery. Your connection with Storm Drake is deepening, she observed during a meditation exercise. Have you made direct contact yet? Harry shook his head. Not words, exactly. More like, impressions. Emotions. Sometimes during deep meditation, I feel like I'm close to a breakthrough, but it hasn't happened yet. It will, she assured him. Dragon spirits choose their timing carefully. When Storm Drake is ready to speak to you directly, you'll know. Halloween arrived with the traditional Hogwarts feast. The Great Hall had been decorated with floating pumpkins, live bats, and orange streamers that moved like serpents across the enchanted ceiling. Harry sat with his Ravenclaw classmates, enjoying the festive atmosphere while occasionally glancing toward the staff table where Akeno sat looking elegant and slightly bored beside an animated Lockhart. Your guardian seems to be Lockhart's favorite conversation partner, Terry observed, following Harry's gaze. Lucky her. Harry snorted. She's too polite to tell him to shut up. At home, she'd have zapped him with a lightning bolt by now. She can do that too. The lightning thing? Anthony asked, intrigued. Harry realized his slip immediately. While the staff and some students knew about his sacred gear, he'd been careful not to discuss Akeno's fallen angel abilities. She taught me, didn't she? Of course she understands the techniques. The explanation seemed to satisfy his housemates, but Harry made a mental note to be more careful. The lines between his two worlds sometimes blurred in casual conversation. The feast was nearly over when Professor Quirrell, the nervous defense against the dark arts assistant, burst into the hall, turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll," he shouted. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed in a dead faint. Chaos erupted as students panicked. Dumbledore restored order with several purple firecrackers from his wand, instructing prefects to lead their houses back to dormitories while teachers investigated. As Ravenclaw prefects gathered the first years, Harry caught Akeno's eye across the hall. She gave him a subtle nod toward the door, a clear instruction to go with his housemates while she joined the teachers. Harry nodded back, falling into line with the other Ravenclaws. They were halfway to Ravenclaw Tower when Harry overheard Padma Patil whisper to her friend, "Hermione doesn't know about the troll. She's been in the girls' bathroom crying all afternoon after Ron Weasley said something horrible to her." Harry hesitated. Hermione was his friend, perhaps his closest friend outside Ravenclaw. If she was alone and unaware of the danger. "I have to find her," he muttered to Terry. "Cover for me with the prefects." Before Terry could protest, Harry slipped away from the group, ducking down a side corridor. Once alone, he activated his sacred gear, not fully manifesting the gauntlet, but channeling enough energy to enhance his speed and senses as he navigated toward the girls' bathroom Padma had mentioned. He was nearly there when a foul stench reached his nostrils, like old socks and public toilets that haven't been cleaned in weeks. Then he heard it, a low grunting and the shuffling of enormous feet. At the end of the corridor, something massive moved into view, 12 feet tall, granite-gray skin, a lumpy body like a boulder with a small bald head, dragging a huge wooden club. The troll was heading straight for the bathroom. Harry acted instinctively. "Come forth, Storm Drake." The gauntlet materialized on his arm, blue-green lightning illuminating the corridor. He sprinted forward, reaching the bathroom door just as the troll lumbered inside. A high-pitched scream confirmed his fears. Hermione was indeed there. Inside, he found Hermione shrinking against the opposite wall, looking ready to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. "Hermione, move!" Harry shouted. She seemed frozen in terror, unable to respond. Harry raised his gauntlet hand, focusing his energy. "Hey, ugly! Over here!" A bolt of lightning struck the troll's shoulder, powerful enough to sting but not to seriously injure. The creature bellowed in pain and confusion, turning its tiny eyes toward Harry. With the troll's attention diverted, Harry gestured urgently to Hermione. "Run! Now!" This time she responded, darting around the troll toward Harry. But the sudden movement caught the creature's attention. It swung its massive club, narrowly missing Hermione but blocking her path to the door. Harry needed a distraction, something bigger than a minor lightning bolt. Drawing on his training with Akeno, he channeled sacred gear energy through his legs, launching himself into an impossible leap that carried him over the troll's head. As he sailed past, he grabbed one of its ears, delivering a powerful electrical shock directly to its head. The troll roared, dropping its club and clutching its head in pain. Harry landed behind it, between the creature and Hermione. "When I say now, run for the door," he instructed, gathering energy in his gauntlet. The gems embedded in the metal began to glow brightly as he prepared a more substantial attack. The troll recovered quickly, turning toward them with rage in its small eyes. It lunged forward, massive hands outstretched. "Now!" Harry shouted, releasing a concentrated blast of lightning that struck the troll squarely in the chest. The creature staggered backward, crashing into the bathroom stalls. Hermione sprinted for the door. Harry backed away more slowly, maintaining his attack to keep the troll disoriented. Once Hermione was safely in the corridor, he prepared to follow, but the troll recovered faster than expected, hurling a chunk of broken sink that struck Harry's shoulder, sending him sprawling. "Harry!" Hermione cried from the doorway. The troll advanced, grabbing its fallen club. Harry scrambled to his feet, his shoulder throbbing. This required more power than he'd used since arriving at Hogwarts. "Storm Drake," he murmured, "lend me your strength." The response was immediate, a surge of energy unlike anything he'd experienced before. The gauntlet's glow intensified, lightning crawling up his arm past the elbow. He felt the dragon spirit's presence more distinctly than ever, its wild power merging with his own. As the troll raised its club for a killing blow, Harry thrust both hands forward, gauntlet right and bare left. A torrent of lightning erupted from his body, not just striking the troll but enveloping it in a cage of crackling energy. The creature convulsed, its club falling from nerveless fingers, before collapsing to the floor with a crash that shook the entire bathroom. Silence fell, broken only by the sound of dripping water and Harry's heavy breathing. The gauntlet on his arm pulsed once more before fading, the dragon apparently satisfied with their victory. "Harry." Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. She stood in the doorway, eyes wide with shock and awe. What was that?" Before he could answer, footsteps pounded in the corridor. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell arrived at the doorway, followed closely by Akeno, whose expression shifted from concern to relief when she saw Harry standing unharmed. "What on earth were you thinking?" McGonagall demanded, cold fury in her voice. "You could have been killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Hermione spoke up before Harry could respond. "Please, Professor, he was looking for me. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own. I've read all about them. If Harry hadn't found me, I'd be dead now." Harry stared at her in surprise. Hermione Granger, telling a deliberate lie to a teacher? "Miss Granger, that was extremely foolish," McGonagall said severely. 5 points from Gryffindor. "As for you, Mr. Potter." Her eyes flicked to the unconscious troll, then back to Harry. "While your intent to help a friend was admirable, your methods were reckless." However, her expression softened slightly. Few first-years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll and lived to tell the tale. 5 points to Ravenclaw for sheer dumb luck. As the teachers dealt with the unconscious troll, Akeno pulled Harry aside. "Are you hurt?" "Just my shoulder," he admitted. "The troll threw a sink at me." She examined it quickly, her touch gentle. "Not broken, just bruised. We'll ice it properly later." Her voice lowered. That was some display of power. "I felt the surge from 3 floors away. Storm Drake responded when I called for help," Harry explained. "It was different. Stronger. Like he was more present." Akeno's eyes lit with understanding. "The first true communion. We'll discuss it during training tomorrow." After being dismissed by the professors, Harry walked with Hermione toward the point where they would separate for their respective dormitories. "Why did you lie for me?" he asked once they were alone. "Friends protect each other," she said simply. Then, more hesitantly, "That power, the lightning gauntlet, is that your sacred gear?" Harry nodded. "You weren't supposed to find out quite like this." "It was incredible," Hermione said, genuine admiration in her voice. "Scary, but incredible." She paused. "You know you're going to have to explain everything now, right? In detail. With citations to relevant magical theory." That startled a laugh out of Harry. "Of course that would be your response to witnessing supernatural lightning powers." "Yes, I promise to explain everything. Tomorrow, after classes. Library, 5 o'clock, she confirmed. Don't be late, and bring references." As they parted ways, Harry felt an odd sense of relief. Hermione had seen his full power and responded with curiosity rather than fear. Perhaps the integration of his two worlds wouldn't be as challenging as he'd anticipated. Back in Ravenclaw Tower, he found his roommates waiting anxiously. "Is it true?" Terry demanded immediately. "You took down a mountain troll with lightning?" Word traveled impossibly fast at Hogwarts. "News gets around quick," Harry observed, sitting on his bed with a wince. "Are you kidding?" "Peeves was announcing it throughout the castle," Michael said. "He's composing a song called Potter the Trollshocker." "Fantastic," Harry groaned. "Just what I needed." So did you really electrocute it? Anthony pressed. With your sacred gear thing? Harry nodded, too tired to deny it. I didn't have much choice. It was about to club me to death. His roommates exchanged excited glances. That is so cool, Terry declared. Can you show us sometime? The lightning gauntlet? Maybe, Harry said noncommittally. Right now I just want to sleep for about 12 hours. They respected his exhaustion, allowing him to change and collapse into bed without further questioning. As he drifted toward sleep, Harry reflected on the day's events. The troll encounter had forced him to use his sacred gear more publicly than planned, but perhaps that wasn't entirely negative. Now that the initial revelation had occurred, he could be more open about this side of his abilities. More significantly, Storm Drake had responded to his call with unprecedented power. The dragon's spirit had been more present, more engaged than ever before. A threshold had been crossed in their partnership, one that promised greater power but also greater responsibility. Two worlds merging, becoming something new. The following morning brought exactly what Harry had expected: stares, whispers, and outright questions as he made his way to breakfast. The troll incident had catapulted his sacred gear from rumor to confirmed spectacle, with various embellished versions circulating throughout the school. I heard you turned into a lightning bolt and went through the troll's head. Someone said you called down lightning from the ceiling. Is it true you can fly when you use your lightning powers? Harry deflected the questions with polite but firm responses, neither confirming the wildest rumors nor hiding the basic truth. Yes, he had a sacred gear that granted lightning abilities. No, he couldn't command the weather. Yes, it was a legitimate magical tradition recognized in Eastern cultures. At the staff table, he noticed the teachers watching him with varying expressions: McGonagall's stern assessment, Flitwick's proud smile, Snape's calculating stare, and Dumbledore's twinkling gaze that seemed to convey both approval and caution. Akeno sat beside Professor Sprout, her expression deliberately neutral, though Harry caught the subtle wink she sent his way. Classes that day were challenging. Concentrating on transfiguration theory while fielding silent questions from classmates required more mental discipline than usual. By lunchtime, Harry was grateful for the Ravenclaw table's relative calm. His housemates, after their initial excitement, had settled into intellectual curiosity rather than sensationalism. I've been researching sacred gears in the library, Padma Patil informed him as they ate. There's hardly anything in the general collection, but I found a reference in obscure magical traditions of the Far East that mention dragon-type manifestations specifically. Any useful information? Harry asked, genuinely curious about how Hogwarts library categorized sacred gears. Just that they're among the rarest and most powerful types, she replied. The book suggested they contain the spirits of actual dragons who agreed to bond with the sacred gear system when it was created. That aligned with what Rius had told him months ago, though the devil understanding of sacred gears was far more comprehensive than wizard knowledge. That's basically accurate, Harry confirmed. Mine contains a dragon spirit that specializes in lightning and storm energy. Does it have a name? Terry asked, leaning forward with interest. Harry hesitated, then decided there was no harm in sharing. Storm Drake. That's what I call him, anyway. And it responds to you? Like a sentient being? More and more, Harry said. Last night was the strongest connection we've had so far. The conversation might have continued, but Harry noticed the time and excused himself for afternoon classes. The day passed in a similar pattern, divided attention between studies and curious inquiries, with Harry providing consistent but limited information about his abilities. By 5 o'clock, when he met Hermione in the library, he was mentally rehearsing the agreed-upon explanation for sacred gears, the simplified version that omitted devils, fallen angels, and the biblical god. Hermione was waiting with a stack of books already assembled, a determined expression on her face that Harry had come to recognize as her research mode. I've pulled everything I could find on Eastern magical traditions, innate magical abilities, and elemental manipulation, she announced without preamble. There's precious little on sacred gears specifically, just mentions in broader texts, but I've marked relevant passages. Harry smiled, both impressed and amused by her thoroughness. Before we dive into those, let me give you the basics from someone who actually has one. For the next hour, he explained sacred gears as Akeno had advised, divine artifacts granted to certain humans, manifesting as soulbound powers that develop alongside the wielder's growth and determination. He described the various types, the rarity of dragon-based gears, and the training required to master them. Hermione listened with rapt attention, occasionally jotting notes or asking clarifying questions. Her analytical mind quickly grasped the theoretical framework, even with the deliberate omissions. So these sacred gears are completely separate from wizard magic, she asked, reviewing her notes. They don't draw on the same internal energy source. Correct. They're two distinct systems that happen to coexist in my case. And most wizards with the potential never activate their sacred gears because wizard magic develops along different channels, she continued, echoing his earlier explanation to his roommates. But yours activated because of the emotional trauma when Miss Himejima found you at your relative's house. Harry nodded, impressed by her recall. That's the working theory. The stress created a sort of magical breakthrough that allowed both systems to become active. Hermione tapped her quill thoughtfully. It's fascinating from a theoretical perspective. Western magical tradition tends to categorize all innate magical abilities as variations of the same fundamental energy. But what you're describing suggests multiple distinct magical systems can exist simultaneously within one person. That's exactly it, Harry confirmed, relieved that she understood so quickly. Japanese magical theory recognizes this possibility more readily than Western traditions. Which explains why Miss Himejima took you to Japan for training, Hermione concluded. The magical community there would have more experience with integrating different power systems. Precisely. She studied him for a moment. You're very fortunate, you know. Not just because you have these abilities, but because she found you when she did. Her voice softened. I've heard rumors about your relatives. Were they really that awful? Harry hesitated. He rarely discussed the Dursleys, preferring to leave that chapter of his life firmly in the past. But Hermione had been honest with him, even lying to a professor on his behalf. They were, he admitted quietly. They kept me in a cupboard under the stairs. Barely fed me. Punished me for accidental magic I couldn't control. When Akeno found me, my uncle was about to lock me up for talking to a garden snake. Hermione's expression shifted from curiosity to horror. That's child abuse, Harry. Did Dumbledore know? Is that why he never checked on you? That's complicated, Harry said carefully. According to Dumbledore, he had someone watching the house, a squib neighbor, but she either didn't notice or didn't report how bad it was. He claims he left me there for my protection because of blood wards tied to my mother's sacrifice. Blood wards? Hermione looked skeptical. Those are incredibly dark magic in most applications. Not when voluntarily established through sacrifice, apparently. Harry shrugged. Either way, they collapsed when Akeno took me away, so they couldn't have been that powerful. Or they required your acceptance of the place as home, Hermione suggested, her mind working through the magical theory. Blood wards based on sacrifice usually require the protected person to consider the location as sanctuary. If you never felt safe there. I definitely never did, Harry confirmed. They sat in silence for a moment, Hermione processing everything he'd shared. Thank you, she finally said. For trusting me with this. I know it can't be easy, straddling two magical worlds while everyone's watching your every move. Harry smiled, genuinely touched by her understanding. It helps having friends who see me as just Harry, not some lightning-wielding boy who lived hybrid curiosity. Well, you are a curiosity, she pointed out with a small smile. But a fascinating one I'm proud to call my friend. She gathered her notes. Now, I have about 37 more questions about how your sacred gear interacts with specific wizard spells, but those can wait for another day. You look exhausted. Harry laughed, relieved that their friendship had survived both the troll incident and his subsequent revelations. Tomorrow, maybe. I have training with Akeno tonight. As they parted ways, Harry felt a growing sense that his two worlds, wizard and sacred gear wielder, might be integrable after all. Hermione's acceptance suggested that the right people would understand and support his unique situation, even if others viewed him as merely an exotic curiosity. That evening's training session with Akeno focused primarily on his connection with Storm Drake. The room of requirement had transformed into a meditative space, a replica of the garden pavilion at the Greory estate, complete with koi pond and cherry trees. Last night represented a significant advancement in your partnership, Akeno explained as they sat cross-legged beside the pond. The dragon responded to your direct appeal for aid in a moment of danger. That creates a precedent for communication. It felt different, Harry acknowledged. More present. Like it was paying attention rather than just responding automatically. Dragon spirits are sentient beings with their own consciousness and will. They choose when to engage more directly with their hosts. Akeno's expression grew serious. This is both opportunity and responsibility, Harry. The more Storm Drake awakens to your partnership, the more power you'll be able to access, but also the more the dragon will influence your emotions and instincts. Is that dangerous? Not inherently. Dragon types tend to be protective and honorable, though also proud and sometimes aggressive. The key is establishing mutual respect rather than dominance in either direction. They spent the next hour in focused meditation, with Harry reaching inward toward the draconic presence. The connection was stronger than previous attempts, he could feel the dragon's awareness like heat radiating from a banked fire, attentive but reserved. Storm Drake, Harry thought directly toward the presence. Thank you for your help with the troll. I couldn't have protected my friend without you. The response wasn't words but a sensation of acknowledgement, a flicker of the fire, a pulse of energy that conveyed something like satisfied pride. The dragon had been pleased with their victory, approving of the protection of an ally. Harry continued the mental communion, sharing impressions of his experiences at Hogwarts, his training with Akeno, his growing friendships. In return, he received subtle emotional responses, interest, assessment, occasional amusement. The dragon was forming opinions about his life and choices. When the meditation concluded, Harry opened his eyes to find Akeno watching him with a satisfied expression. You made progress, she observed. I could see it in your aura, the dragon energy intertwining more harmoniously with your own. Harry nodded, feeling pleasantly drained. It's still not verbal communication, but the connection is definitely stronger. I can sense preferences. Opinions. Storm Drake seems particularly interested in my friendship with Hermione, for some reason. Dragons recognize loyalty and courage, Akeno said thoughtfully. Your friend showed both by lying to protect you, despite her obvious respect for authority. That would impress a dragon spirit. The training session concluded with physical exercises, focusing particularly on controlling power output for different situations. After the troll incident, Harry needed to develop more nuanced responses, options between minor spark and full lightning cage. The key is proportional response, Akeno instructed as Harry practiced targeting training dummies with varying levels of intensity. Develop a mental scale from 1 to 10, with clear understanding of what each level means in terms of power and effect. By the time they finished, Harry had established a workable system, from level 1, barely visible static electricity, to level 10, the full lightning cage he'd used on the troll. The exercise gave him greater confidence in his ability to use his sacred gear appropriately in different contexts. Good progress, Akeno approved as they prepared to leave. Keep practicing the scale on your own. The more instinctive it becomes, the less you'll have to think during high-pressure situations. As November progressed, Harry settled into a new rhythm. The initial sensation around his sacred gear gradually faded as students incorporated this knowledge into their understanding of him. His dual training continued, wizard classes by day, sacred gear sessions with Akeno twice weekly. He maintained close friendships with his Ravenclaw roommates and Hermione, while developing cordial relationships with students from other houses. Quidditch season began, bringing a welcome diversion from academic and training pressures. Though first years rarely made house teams, Flitwick had approached Harry after seeing him fly during lessons. "Your natural talent is remarkable, Mr. Potter," the tiny professor had squeaked enthusiastically. "Would you consider trying out as a reserve seeker? With proper training this year, you could join the main team next season." Harry had accepted the opportunity, enjoying the pure exhilaration of flying without the pressure of immediate competition. The Ravenclaw captain, a sixth-year named Roger Davies, took Harry under his wing, providing specialized seeker training during team practices. "Your reflexes are exceptional," Davies commented after one particularly intensive session. "Is that related to your special abilities?" "Partly," Harry admitted. "The sacred gear enhances my physical capabilities somewhat even when not fully activated. But mostly it's just natural aptitude. My father was a seeker too, according to Professor McGonagall." Davies nodded approvingly. "Well, whatever the source, you've got real talent. Keep training, and you'll be starting next year for sure." This prediction proved prophetic sooner than expected. The week before the Ravenclaw-Hufflepuff match, the regular seeker, Cho Chang, broke her wrist during practice. Despite being only a first year, Harry was called up to replace her. "Are you nervous?" Akeno asked during their Friday training session before the Saturday match. "A bit," Harry admitted, practicing precision lightning strikes on moving targets. "Not about flying or catching the snitch, but about all the attention. Everyone will be watching." "They watch you anyway," Akeno pointed out pragmatically. "At least this time it's for something you enjoy rather than rumors about your magical abilities." The match day dawned clear but cold. As Harry changed into Ravenclaw Quidditch robes in the team locker room, Davies offered final advice. "Stay above the main action until you spot the snitch. Cedric Diggory is Hufflepuff's seeker, he's bigger and stronger, but you're faster and more agile. Use that to your advantage." Harry nodded, his stomach fluttering with a mixture of excitement and nerves. This was his first official sporting event ever. The Dursleys had never allowed him to participate in school activities, and his time in Japan had focused primarily on magical training rather than competitive sports. When the teams walked onto the pitch, the crowd roared. Harry spotted Akeno in the teachers' section, sitting beside Professor Flitwick, who was practically bouncing with enthusiasm. In the Ravenclaw stands, his roommates had created a banner reading, "Lightning Seeker," with animated bolts flashing around the text. "Captains, shake hands," Madam Hooch instructed. Davies and the Hufflepuff captain completed the formality before the players mounted their brooms. "On my whistle. 3, 2, 1. The whistle blew, and 14 players shot into the air. Harry accelerated upward, climbing above the main action as Davies had advised. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire pitch while staying clear of bludgers and collisions. The Ravenclaw commentator's voice echoed across the stadium, "And they're off. Ravenclaw takes early possession, that's Davies with the quaffle, moving fast toward the Hufflepuff goals." Interesting substitution today, with first-year Harry Potter making his debut as Seeker after Chang's injury. "Yes, that Potter, the one who supposedly took down a mountain troll with lightning last month." Harry tuned out the commentary, focusing instead on scanning for the tiny golden snitch. Across the pitch, Cedric Diggory adopted a similar strategy, hovering high while watching both the field and Harry himself. The game progressed with Ravenclaw gradually building a lead. Harry alternated between searching for the snitch and observing his teammates' strategies, occasionally executing practice maneuvers to stay warm in the November chill. 30 minutes into the match, with Ravenclaw leading 70-40, Harry caught a glint of gold near the Hufflepuff goalposts. He immediately went into a dive, accelerating toward it with single-minded focus. Diggory, noticing the movement, gave chase from his position on the opposite side of the field. As Harry closed in on the snitch, it suddenly changed direction, darting beneath the stands. Without hesitation, Harry followed, navigating the wooden support beams with instinctive precision. Behind him, he heard Diggory following, but the Hufflepuff's larger frame made the tight spaces more challenging. The snitch emerged on the opposite side, climbing rapidly. Harry shot out from beneath the stands, pulling his broom into a near-vertical ascent. The crowd gasped at the maneuver, unaware that compared to some of Akeno's training exercises, this was relatively tame. As he climbed, Harry's broom suddenly jerked violently, nearly unseating him. He gripped the handle tighter, thinking it a random gust of wind, but the broom jerked again more forcefully. Then it began to buck like a mechanical bull, rolling and twisting in midair. Something was wrong. This wasn't normal broom behavior, even in turbulence. Harry clung desperately to the handle as the broom's movements grew more erratic, rising higher while vibrating violently. In the stands, Akeno had risen to her feet, her eyes locked on Harry's struggling form. Even from a distance, Harry could see her expression change from concern to focused anger as she scanned the crowd, apparently looking for something, or someone. The broom gave a particularly violent lurch, and Harry felt himself slip sideways, now dangling from the handle by one hand. The crowd gasped in horror as he swung precariously nearly 50 feet above the ground. In that moment of genuine danger, Harry felt Storm Drake stir within him. The dragon's energy rose, ready to manifest and save them from falling. But Harry hesitated. Using his sacred gear mid-match would likely be considered cheating, and more importantly, revealing its full capabilities to whoever was cursing his broom would expose a tactical advantage. Instead, he channeled just enough energy through his arms to enhance his grip strength without visible manifestation. It was a technique Akeno had taught him for situations requiring subtlety, using sacred gear power internally without external display. With his enhanced grip, Harry managed to swing his leg back over the broom just as it gave another violent shake. Across the field, he noticed Akeno moving purposefully through the stands toward the teachers' section, her expression dangerous. Suddenly, the broom stopped bucking. It hovered normally, responding once again to Harry's commands. Whatever interference had affected it was gone. Without wasting a moment, Harry scanned the field and spotted the snitch hovering near the center line. Diggory had seen it too and was closing fast from the opposite direction. Harry accelerated, pushing his broom to maximum speed. The two seekers converged on the snitch from opposite directions, a game of high-speed chicken with the tiny golden ball in the middle. At the last possible moment, Harry rolled his broom, inverting himself to avoid collision while reaching out with his right hand. His fingers closed around the cool metal just as Diggory's outstretched hand swept through the space where the snitch had been. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. Potter catches the snitch. Ravenclaw wins, 220-40. The Ravenclaw stands erupted in cheers as Harry descended to the pitch, the snitch clutched triumphantly in his hand. His teammates swarmed around him, Davies clapping him so hard on the back that he nearly fell over. Brilliant catch, Potter. Absolutely brilliant. The celebration continued in the changing rooms and back to Ravenclaw Tower, where an impromptu party had been organized. Harry accepted congratulations from housemates while scanning the crowd for Akeno, who had promised to meet him after the match. She finally appeared at the tower entrance, her expression a mixture of pride and concern. Pulling him aside from the festivities, she led him to a quiet corner. "Someone was jinxing your broom," she said without preamble, her voice low but intense. "Dark magic, targeted specifically at the broom's enchantments." "I figured as much," Harry replied. "Did you see who?" "Not definitively. I noticed Professor Snape maintaining eye contact and muttering, classic signs of a jinx, but when I approached that section, I also spotted Quirrell doing the same thing from a different angle." "Snape or Quirrell?" Harry frowned. "Why would either of them want to hurt me? That's the question." Akeno glanced around to ensure no one was listening. "I've reported it to Dumbledore, who promised to investigate discreetly. In the meantime, we need to be more cautious." "I used the internal enhancement technique," Harry told her. Just enough sacred gear energy to strengthen my grip without visible manifestation. Akeno nodded approval. Good decision. Using the full gauntlet would have drawn attention and potentially revealed capabilities to whoever was targeting you. She squeezed his shoulder. Still, excellent flying and quick thinking. The Ravenclaw team is lucky to have you. Harry smiled, warmed by her praise. Thanks for spotting the jinx. I might not have realized what was happening until it was too late. That's why I'm here, she reminded him. Not just as your trainer, but as your guardian and protector. The attempted jinx created a new undercurrent of tension in Harry's Hogwarts experience. Previously, he had viewed the school as a safe environment for exploring his wizard heritage, with any real threats existing outside its walls. Now, the possibility that someone within Hogwarts might wish him harm added a layer of caution to his daily activities. Akeno increased their training intensity, focusing particularly on defensive techniques and awareness exercises. She also insisted on more frequent check-ins, using their communication rings to touch base throughout the day. It's probably excessive, she admitted during one training session, but after what happened at the Quidditch match, I'd rather be overprotective than underprepared. Harry didn't mind the increased vigilance. The attempt on his life, for that's what it had been, however disguised as a sporting accident, had reminded him that being the boy who lived carried inherent dangers, regardless of which magical world he inhabited. As November turned to December, winter settled over Hogwarts. Snow blanketed the grounds, the lake froze solid, and students began discussing holiday plans. For Harry, the approaching Christmas break meant returning to Japan for 3 weeks, his first visit back since starting at Hogwarts. I can't wait to see everyone, he confessed to Hermione as they studied in the library. I miss Rius, Kiba, Kaneko, even Graffia's strict schedules. It sounds like they became real family to you, Hermione observed. Will you continue your sacred gear training while you're there? Definitely. Probably more intensively than here, actually. Kiba's a better sparring partner than the training dummies in the room of requirement. Hermione's expression turned wistful. It must be amazing, having access to 2 complete magical traditions. You could come visit sometime, Harry suggested impulsively. During summer break, maybe. I'm sure Rius wouldn't mind a guest, especially one interested in learning about different magical systems. Hermione's eyes widened. Really? You'd invite me to Japan? Of course. You're my friend. Besides, you'd probably appreciate the Greory library more than anyone else I know. They have books on magical theory that are centuries old. The prospect brightened Hermione's mood considerably, launching her into a series of questions about Japanese magical education that kept them busy until curfew. The week before Christmas break brought a flurry of exams and assignments as professors assessed their students' progress before the holiday. Harry performed well across most subjects, particularly excelling in charms, defense, despite Lockhart's incompetence, and transfiguration. Even Snape, who maintained his general disdain, could find little fault with Harry's carefully prepared potions. On the final day of term, Dumbledore requested a meeting with Harry and Akeno in his office. They arrived to find the headmaster seated behind his desk, a serious expression replacing his usual twinkling demeanor. Thank you for coming, he greeted them. I wanted to discuss several matters before your departure for Japan. Harry and Akeno exchanged glances before taking the offered seats. First, Dumbledore continued, regarding the incident during the Quidditch match. After careful investigation, I've been unable to definitively identify the source of the jinx. Both Professors Snape and Quirrell deny involvement, and without evidence, I cannot pursue the matter further. You believe them? Akeno asked, skepticism evident in her tone. I have reasons to trust Professor Snape, despite appearances, Dumbledore replied carefully. As for Professor Quirrell, his magical capabilities seem inconsistent with the powerful jinx observed. Nevertheless, additional protective measures have been implemented around the Quidditch pitch for future matches. Harry absorbed this without comment. Dumbledore's assurances felt insufficient given the seriousness of the attempt, but arguing seemed pointless without evidence of his own. Second, Dumbledore continued, I wish to discuss Mr. Potter's progress with his dual magical education. Professor Flitwick reports exceptional advancement in standard curriculum subjects, while observing that Harry occasionally employs techniques that suggest Eastern magical influence. That's to be expected, Akeno replied smoothly. Harry's initial magical education began in Japan. Those foundations naturally inform his approach to Western techniques. Indeed. I find it fascinating rather than concerning, Dumbledore assured them. In fact, I wonder if this integrated approach might benefit other students as well. Perhaps next term, Miss Himejima, you might consider expanding your special instruction to include a small group of appropriate candidates. Akeno looked surprised by the suggestion. You want me to teach Eastern magical techniques to Hogwarts students? To a select few who demonstrate both the aptitude and discretion required, Dumbledore clarified. Not sacred gear development specifically, as that requires innate capability, but perhaps the meditative practices and energy manipulation techniques that support such abilities. It was a clever move, Harry realized. By officially incorporating elements of Eastern magic into Hogwarts' curriculum, Dumbledore both acknowledged their legitimacy and brought them under his supervision. I'd need to consider which aspects would be appropriate for wizard students, Akeno said carefully. Some techniques might conflict with their established magical development. Of course. Take the holiday to consider the possibility. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Harry. And speaking of the holiday, I understand you'll be returning to Japan tomorrow. Harry nodded. Surzex is sending a transportation circle to the designated location in Hogsmeade. Ah yes, devil transportation. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. Considerably more comfortable than international port keys, I'm told. Before you depart, however, I have something for you. He reached into his desk drawer and removed a package wrapped in simple brown paper. This belonged to your father. He left it in my possession shortly before his death. I think it's time it was returned to you. Harry accepted the package with surprise and curiosity. What is it? Open it when you're alone, Dumbledore suggested. It's a family heirloom of particular usefulness that I believe you'll appreciate. Consider it an early Christmas gift. After a few more minutes of conversation about term logistics and spring arrangements, they were dismissed. Harry carried the mysterious package back to Ravenclaw Tower, resisting the temptation to open it immediately. That evening, after his roommates had fallen asleep, Harry finally unwrapped Dumbledore's gift. Inside was a shimmering, silvery cloth that felt like liquid woven into fabric. As he unfolded it, a note fell out, Your father left this in my possession before he died. Use it well. Harry examined the cloth curiously before draping it over his shoulders. Glancing down, he gasped, his body had vanished completely. An invisibility cloak, he whispered in awe. The implications were immediately apparent. With this, he could move through Hogwarts undetected, explore restricted areas, avoid potential threats, train his sacred gear in locations beyond the room of requirement. Harry removed the cloak, folding it carefully. This was a direct connection to his father, a family heirloom passed through generations of Potters. Unlike the abstract knowledge of his inheritance in Gringotts, the cloak was tangible, personal. The following morning, Harry and Akeno departed Hogwarts for Hogsmeade, where Surzex had arranged a secure location for the transportation circle. As they walked through the snow-covered village, Harry reflected on his first term at wizarding school, the classes, friendships, challenges, and growth he'd experienced. Penny for your thoughts. Akeno asked, noticing his contemplative expression. Just thinking about everything that's happened since September, Harry replied. It's been intense. That's one word for it, Akeno agreed wryly. Between troll battles, cursed broomsticks, and navigating wizard politics with a sacred gear, you've had a rather unconventional first term. Would you have expected anything less? Harry grinned. From you? Never. She bumped his shoulder affectionately. Ready to go home for a bit? Home. The word still carried special significance for Harry, who had never had a true home until the Greory estate. Hogwarts had become a second home of sorts, but Japan, with Rius, Kiba, Kaneko, and the others, remained his first real sanctuary. More than ready, he confirmed. They reached the designated building, an unused shop at the edge of the village, and entered to find a prepared transportation circle already glowing with familiar crimson energy. As they stepped into the center, Harry felt the comforting sensation of devil magic enveloping them. In a flash of light, Scotland vanished. When reality reformed around them, they stood in the entrance hall of the Greory estate, where Rius waited with a warm smile. "Welcome home, Harry," she said, embracing him. "We've missed you." For all the wonders and complexities of Hogwarts, nothing compared to the simple joy of returning to the place where he'd first discovered his true potential, where his journey between two worlds of power had begun. As the others arrived to greet him, Kiba with his friendly smile, Kaneko with her quiet nod, Greory with her precise bow, Harry felt the pieces of his divided life temporarily realigning. For the next 3 weeks, he could fully embrace this side of his identity without the constant navigation of wizard expectations and limitations. Two worlds of power, each with its own challenges and rewards. And Harry Potter, standing at their intersection, growing stronger from both. Chapter 3, The lightning cracked across the night sky as Harry Potter ducked under a blast of crimson energy, rolling seamlessly back to his feet. The blue gauntlet covering his right arm gleamed with power, tiny arcs of electricity dancing between his fingers. 3 years of intensive training had transformed the once scrawny boy into a lean, confident 13-year-old with reflexes sharp enough to dodge spells most adult wizards couldn't even track. "You're getting predictable, Malfoy," Harry called out, a challenging grin spreading across his face. Across the dueling platform, Draco Malfoy scowled, his wand arm trembling slightly from exertion. "Shut up, Potter." "Stupefy." The stunning spell shot toward Harry, who didn't bother dodging this time. Instead, he raised his gauntlet arm, creating a shield of crackling blue-green energy that absorbed the spell completely. "My turn," Harry said, channeling power through both his sacred gear and his holy wand. The combination of wizard magic and divine power created a uniquely modified spell, a disarming charm infused with lightning that not only ripped Malfoy's wand from his grip but also left his entire arm temporarily numb. "Winner, Harry Potter," Professor Flitwick announced, ending the demonstration duel. "Excellent use of combined magical systems, Mr. Potter. That modified Expelliarmus is quite innovative." Harry bowed respectfully to his head of house before approaching Malfoy, who was flexing his tingling fingers with a mixture of annoyance and reluctant admiration. "Good match," Harry offered, extending his non-gauntlet hand. 3 years had transformed their initial rivalry into something more complex, not quite friendship, but a competitive relationship built on grudging respect. Malfoy clasped his hand briefly. "That lightning shield is cheating," he muttered, though without real heat. "Says the guy whose family taught him curses before he could walk," Harry retorted with a smirk. The dueling club, introduced during Harry's first year and made permanent after the Chamber of Secrets incident in his second, had become one of Hogwarts' most popular extracurricular activities. Under the joint supervision of Professors Flitwick and the new defense teacher, thankfully not Lockhart, who'd suffered an unfortunate memory accident the previous year, students practiced combat magic in a controlled environment. For Harry, it provided an approved outlet to showcase the integrated magical style he'd developed over years of splitting his time between Hogwarts and the Greory household in Japan. "All right, everyone," Professor Flitwick called, standing on his elevated platform. "That concludes today's demonstrations. Remember, the inter-house tournament begins next month. Practice your shields and timing." As students filed out of the Great Hall, Harry caught sight of Akeno leaning against the doorway, arms crossed, a proud smile playing on her lips. At 20, she'd grown even more beautiful, her figure drawing appreciative glances from older male students that she pointedly ignored. "Impressive as always," she said as Harry approached. Though you telegraphed that role a bit. Kiba would have caught you with a counter. Malfoy's not Kiba, Harry pointed out, dismissing his sacred gear with a thought. The gauntlet dissolved into particles of blue light that sank back into his skin. Besides, I wanted him to think he had an opening. They fell into step together, heading toward the 7th floor where Akeno's quarters remained even after 3 years. Their relationship had evolved as Harry matured, still guardian and ward officially, but increasingly partners in training and magical research. The age gap that once seemed significant had narrowed as Harry's experiences accelerated his maturity beyond his 13 years. Any word from Rius? Harry asked once they were behind closed doors. Akeno nodded, her expression turning more serious. She called through the communication circle this morning. There's been another attack in Kyoto, same pattern as London and Paris. Harry frowned, dropping into a familiar armchair. The attacks had begun 6 months earlier, seemingly random incidents where both wizard and supernatural communities reported power fluctuations followed by targeted strikes against prominent members. 3 Devil heirs had been injured in Japan, while 2 senior Aurors had been killed in Britain. Still no identification of the attacker. None, Akeno confirmed, conjuring tea with a casual wave of her hand. But Sir Zex believes they're targeting individuals with connections to both worlds, people who move between wizard and supernatural communities. People like us, Harry said quietly. The implication hung heavily between them. As someone who literally straddled both worlds, wizard-born but devil-trained, carrying both magical heritage and a sacred gear, Harry represented exactly the kind of bridge these attacks seemed focused on destroying. Dumbledore wants to meet with us tonight, Akeno added, passing him a steaming cup. The Order of the Phoenix has been tracking similar incidents. He thinks they might have identified a pattern. Harry nodded, sipping the perfectly brewed green tea. After the Chamber of Secrets incident in his 2nd year, where his combined wizard sacred gear abilities had proven crucial in defeating the Basilisk and destroying Tom Riddle's diary, Dumbledore had gradually brought Harry and Akeno into his confidence, sharing information about Voldemort's history and the growing signs of dark activity. What time? 9 o'clock. His office. Akeno studied him over the rim of her cup. How are you feeling about all this? Really? Harry considered the question, appreciating that she never accepted superficial answers. Concerned, obviously. But also. He searched for the right word, ready. I've been training for something like this for 3 years. We've always known Voldemort would return eventually. This may not be Voldemort, Akeno pointed out. The pattern doesn't quite fit his previous methods. Maybe not directly, Harry agreed. But ever since we destroyed that diary Horcrux, I've felt like we accelerated something, like we forced whatever pieces of him that remained to adapt and respond. The memory of the chamber still occasionally haunted his dreams, the massive basilisk, Ginny Weasley's pale, still form, and the semi-corporeal shade of Tom Riddle growing stronger by the minute. Without Akeno's fallen angel lightning complementing his sacred gear, and Fawkes delivering the sorting hat containing Gryffindor's sword, the outcome might have been catastrophic. Whatever's coming, Akeno said with quiet determination, we'll face it together. Just like always. Harry met her violet eyes, feeling the familiar warmth her confidence inspired. Over the years, his feelings for Akeno had evolved from childish admiration to something deeper and more complex, something he wasn't quite ready to name but couldn't ignore. Just like always, he echoed. Dumbledore's office looked the same as it had since Harry's first visit 3 years earlier, silver instruments whirring on tables, portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep, Fawkes the Phoenix watching everything with intelligent eyes. The headmaster himself sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, expression grave. Beside him stood a tall black man with a gold earring whom Harry recognized as Kingsley Shacklebolt, an Auror who occasionally liaised with Hogwarts on security matters. Ah, Harry, Miss Himejima, thank you for coming, Dumbledore greeted them. I believe you've met Auror Shacklebolt. They exchanged pleasantries before taking seats across from Dumbledore. I've asked you here, the headmaster began without preamble, because we've identified a disturbing pattern in the recent attacks. Kingsley, if you would. Shacklebolt waved his wand, conjuring a three-dimensional map that hovered above Dumbledore's desk. Red points of light marked locations across Europe and Asia. Each of these marks represents an attack over the past 6 months, Shacklebolt explained, his deep voice resonant in the circular office. Initially, they appeared random, different targets, different methods, different magical signatures. But when we overlay them with ley line maps. Another wave of his wand added glowing blue lines connecting various magical power points. The red attack markers all fell precisely at intersections of these lines. They're creating a ritual circle, Akeno observed immediately, her eyes narrowing. A massive one, using the ley lines themselves as conduits. Shacklebolt looked impressed. Exactly. Something that combines elements of wizard rituals with other magical traditions. Our Department of Mysteries consultants identified components from devil magic, fallen angel sigils, and even old god invocations. A hybrid approach, Harry murmured, understanding instantly why this concerned them specifically. Someone who knows about all the different magical systems and how they might interact. Precisely, Dumbledore confirmed. Which significantly narrows our list of potential perpetrators. Few individuals possess comprehensive knowledge of multiple magical traditions, fewer still have the power to manipulate ley lines on this scale. What's the ritual's purpose? Akeno asked, leaning forward to study the pattern more closely. We're not certain, Shacklebolt admitted. But based on the energy signatures and positioning, our specialists believe it relates to soul magic, specifically, the reconstitution of a fragmented soul. Harry's blood ran cold. Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes. After destroying the diary, Dumbledore had accelerated his research into Voldemort's soul fragments, identifying several likely vessels while working with Surzex to develop methods of destruction that wouldn't require basilisk venom or fiend fire. That would be our assumption, Dumbledore agreed gravely. However, the ritual structure incorporates elements beyond standard Horcrux magic. It appears designed not just to restore fragmented soul pieces, but to enhance them with power drawn from multiple magical dimensions. A superpowered Voldemort, Harry translated, his stomach sinking. As if he wasn't terrible enough already. There's more, Shacklebolt continued. The ritual appears to require one final catalyst, a power source that bridges multiple magical traditions. His gaze fixed on Harry. Someone like you, Mr. Potter. The implication wasn't subtle. As a wizard with an active sacred gear who regularly channeled both types of power simultaneously, Harry represented exactly the kind of magical bridge the ritual would require. You think I'm the target, Harry said flatly. You are someone with a similarly integrated magical signature, Dumbledore clarified. Unfortunately, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Miss Himejima comes close, with her hybrid fallen angel human nature and training in multiple systems, but your particular combination of wizard magic and sacred gear creates a uniquely potent bridge. Akeno's expression hardened. So what's the plan? We can't exactly hide Harry away until this blows over. Whoever's behind this would simply find another approach. Quite right, Dumbledore agreed. Which is why we're proposing a more proactive strategy. If we can identify the remaining Horcruxes and destroy them before this ritual completes, we eliminate its primary purpose. Meanwhile, Shacklebolt added, we've identified the most likely location for the ritual's culmination, the point where all these patterns converge. He zoomed the magical map to a familiar location that made Harry sit up straighter. That's Little Hangleton, he said, recognizing the village from Dumbledore's previous revelations about Voldemort's history. The Riddle House. Indeed. Tom's paternal family home, and the site of his first murders, Dumbledore confirmed. A place of significant magical resonance for him, and appropriately positioned at a major ley line convergence. So we monitor the location, Akeno suggested, while simultaneously hunting the remaining Horcruxes. Precisely, Dumbledore nodded. Though given the danger, I must insist that Harry remain at Hogwarts under enhanced protection. The Order can handle the Horcrux hunt and surveillance. Harry was already shaking his head before Dumbledore finished speaking. With respect, Headmaster, that's not happening. I've been training for this for years. Keeping me sidelined would be wasting our strongest asset. Harry, Dumbledore began, but Akeno cut him off. He's right, she said firmly. Harry's not the same child you expected to find when I brought him to Britain 3 years ago. He's been preparing for Voldemort's return since he was 10. His combination of wizard magic and sacred gear abilities makes him uniquely qualified for this mission. Dumbledore studied them both, his expression unreadable. And if I were to insist, as headmaster of this school? Harry met the old wizard's gaze directly. Then I'd remind you that I've got a communication ring linked directly to Sirzex Lucifer, who would be very interested to hear that his investment in my training was being sidelined during the exact crisis I've been preparing for. A flash of surprise crossed Dumbledore's face before giving way to something that might have been respect. You've changed considerably from the boy who arrived at Hogwarts 3 years ago, Harry. I should hope so, Harry replied evenly. Otherwise, what would have been the point of all that training? After a moment of tension, Dumbledore's expression softened into a slight smile. Very well. I propose a compromise. You and Miss Himejima will join the Horcrux retrieval team, but only after thorough preparation and with additional Order members as backup. And we want full information sharing, Akeno added. No more strategic omissions or need-to-know limitations. If we're risking our lives, we deserve complete transparency. Shacklebolt looked like he wanted to object, but Dumbledore raised a hand to silence him. Agreed. Starting now. Kingsley, please share the latest intelligence with them. For the next hour, Shacklebolt detailed everything the Order and Ministry had uncovered, suspected Horcrux locations, magical signatures from attack sites, timeline projections for the ritual's completion. By the time they finished, Harry had a much clearer picture of the threat they faced. Based on our calculations, Shacklebolt concluded, the ritual will reach its culmination point during the summer solstice, approximately 3 months from now. Just after the end of term, Harry noted. Convenient timing. Or deliberately planned, Akeno suggested. Catching you during the transition between Hogwarts and Japan would be strategically sound, a moment when standard protections from both sides might be weaker. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Which is why we must act swiftly. We believe we've located Slytherin's locket, one of the suspected Horcruxes, in a seaside cave Tom visited as a child. I propose we attempt its retrieval this weekend. We'll be ready, Harry assured him, unconsciously flexing his right hand where Storm Drake resided. Over the years, his connection with the dragon spirit had deepened considerably, no longer just impressions and emotions, but occasional direct communication in moments of need. As they left Dumbledore's office, Harry felt a familiar mix of anticipation and unease. For 3 years, he'd balanced his life between worlds, school terms at Hogwarts, holidays and summers in Japan, constant training in both magical traditions. Sometimes it felt like preparing for a battle that might never come. Now, it seemed, that battle was finally approaching. What are you thinking? Akeno asked as they walked the quiet corridors back toward the Ravenclaw Tower. That it's actually happening, Harry admitted. Everything we've been working toward, it's not theoretical anymore. Akeno nodded understanding. Scared? A bit, he acknowledged honestly. Not of fighting, but of failing. If this ritual completes, if Voldemort returns with power from multiple magical dimensions. Then we adapt and overcome, Akeno said firmly, stopping to face him directly. Harry, look at me. He met her violet eyes, finding the unwavering confidence that had anchored him since she'd first rescued him from Privet Drive. You are not alone in this, she said, her voice soft but intense. You have me. You have Rius and the others. You have your friends here. Whatever comes, we face it together. Harry felt something shift between them as they stood in the moonlight filtering through the castle windows, a subtle change in the air, a deepening of the connection they'd built over years of training and shared danger. Without thinking, he reached for her hand. "I know," he said simply. "That's the only reason I'm not terrified." Her fingers intertwined with his, warm and reassuring. Neither spoke for a long moment, content to stand in the quiet corridor, drawing strength from each other before the storms to come. The seaside cave loomed dark and forbidding against the gray sky, waves crashing against its entrance with violent intensity. Harry, Akeno, Dumbledore, and Bill Weasley, a cursebreaker recruited from Gringotts for his expertise, stood on the narrow strip of rocky beach, surveying their target. "Charming vacation spot," Bill commented dryly, securing his long red hair against the whipping wind. "Remind me why you know who couldn't hide his soul fragment at a nice beach resort." "Dark wizards have a flair for the dramatic," Harry replied, already activating his sacred gear. The blue gauntlet materialized on his arm, its glow providing additional light in the gloomy afternoon. "Akeno, you sense anything?" She nodded, her expression concentrated. As a hybrid with fallen angel blood, her sensitivity to magical signatures often exceeded what even skilled wizards could detect. "Multiple layers of protection," she reported. "Blood wards at the entrance, something volatile in the water, and something else. A presence. Not exactly alive, but not inanimate either." "Inferi," Dumbledore concluded grimly. "Tom always had a fascination with reanimating the dead." Bill whistled low. "Lovely. Good thing we came prepared." He patted a specialized bag containing various curse-breaking tools and defensive artifacts. They approached the cave entrance, where Dumbledore confirmed Akeno's assessment about the blood sacrifice required for entry. After a brief debate, he used a small cutting charm on his own palm, smearing blood across the stone. The rock wall melted away, revealing a vast cavern containing an underground lake so still it resembled black glass. "Stay close," Dumbledore instructed as they entered. "Step only where I step. The water houses Tom's guardians, they will attack if disturbed." Harry activated the night vision aspect of his sacred gear, a technique developed during training with Kaneko, who had taught him to channel energy through his optic nerves to enhance visual perception. The cavern resolved into sharper focus, revealing pale shapes floating just beneath the water's surface. "Inferi," he confirmed quietly to Akeno. "Dozens of them." She nodded, subtle fallen angel energy gathering around her fingers, not enough to manifest her wings, which would draw unnecessary power, but sufficient for quick defensive measures if needed. They followed a narrow path around the lake's perimeter until Dumbledore stopped, extending his hand over a seemingly empty section of air. "Here," he murmured. "A hidden chain." With a complex wand movement, he revealed and seized an invisible chain, which he began to pull steadily from the water. A small boat emerged, glowing with an eerie green light. "It will only carry one wizard at a time," Dumbledore observed after examining the enchantments. "An interesting limitation. Harry, as you channel both sacred gear and wizard energy, the boat might register you as more than one magical signature." "I can partially suppress my wizard core," Harry suggested, using a technique Ishida-sensei had taught him for precisely such situations. "Make myself read more as a sacred gear user than a wizard." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "Impressive control. Very well, Harry and I will take the boat to the island at the center. Bill, Miss Himejima, please maintain surveillance from here. If something goes wrong, prioritize escape and notification over rescue attempts." Akeno looked ready to protest, but Harry caught her eye, giving a subtle nod. They had discussed contingencies beforehand. If separated, Harry would use their communication rings to coordinate rather than relying on Dumbledore's plans alone. The tiny boat barely accommodated Harry and Dumbledore. As they glided silently across the black water, Harry maintained his magical suppression while keeping his sacred gear active, a delicate balance that required constant concentration. "Your control has progressed remarkably," Dumbledore commented softly. "Professor Flitwick speaks highly of your innovations in combining magical systems." "I've had good teachers," Harry replied, watching the pale forms of inferi drift beneath them. Ishida-sensei in Japan specializes in magical integration techniques. He helped me develop methods to channel both energies without them conflicting. The educational benefits of your unique situation have exceeded my expectations, Dumbledore admitted. When Miss Himejima first appeared with you at that temple meeting, I confess I saw primarily complications and challenges. I failed to appreciate the advantages of bridging different magical traditions. Harry studied the old wizard thoughtfully. Over the years, his relationship with Dumbledore had evolved from initial wariness to cautious respect. The headmaster had demonstrated a genuine willingness to adapt his approach, incorporating elements of Harry's Japanese training into his Hogwarts education and working cooperatively with Surzex on Horcrux research. It hasn't always been easy, Harry acknowledged. Sometimes the different expectations and traditions conflict. But mostly, they complement each other in ways I never expected. Much like you and Miss Himejima, Dumbledore observed with the faintest twinkle in his eye. Harry felt heat rise in his cheeks but was saved from responding by their arrival at the small island at the lake center. A stone basin stood upon a pedestal, filled with glowing green liquid that illuminated the cavern with sickly light. Dumbledore examined the basin carefully, passing his wand over it without touching the potion. Ingenious and cruel, he murmured. The Horcrux lies beneath this potion, which cannot be vanished, transfigured, or removed by any standard means. It must be drunk. Drunk? Harry repeated incredulously. It's obviously poison. Not immediately lethal, Dumbledore clarified, but designed to incapacitate and torture. To create unbearable thirst that would drive the victim to drink from the lake, triggering the inferi. Harry frowned, studying the basin with both wizard senses and sacred gear perception. The potion's anchored to the basin by multiple enchantments. What if we remove the basin itself? Dumbledore looked intrigued. The anchoring magic is deeply embedded in the stone. No physical force could, not physical force, Harry interrupted, raising his gauntlet hand. Sacred gear energy operates on different magical principles than wizard enchantments. They might not interact as Voldemort expected. After a moment's consideration, Dumbledore nodded. A worthwhile attempt. Proceed carefully. Harry placed his gauntlet hand against the stone pedestal, closing his eyes to focus. Storm Drake, he communicated mentally to the dragon spirit, we need to disrupt wizard enchantments without triggering their defensive measures. Precision over power. The dragon's response came as a mixture of images and sensations, circuits of energy, pathways of magic, weak points in the enchantment matrix. Harry channeled power precisely according to these impressions, sending carefully modulated pulses of sacred gear energy into the stone. For several tense moments, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like cracking ice, fissures appeared in the pedestal. The green potion trembled but remained contained in the basin. Almost, Harry muttered, increasing the intensity while maintaining precision. Just a little more. The pedestal suddenly crumbled, the basin dropping a few inches before Harry caught it with his free hand. The potion sloshed but didn't spill, its enchantment still binding it to the vessel, but the vessel itself now freed from its anchoring magic. Extraordinary, Dumbledore breathed, watching as Harry carefully set the basin aside, the potion still contained within it. Tom never considered interference from non-wizard magic. His blind spot, Harry agreed, examining the revealed cavity where the pedestal had stood. A golden locket gleamed against the dark stone, Slytherin's locket, radiating dark magic even to normal wizard senses. Dumbledore moved to retrieve it, but Harry stopped him with a raised hand. Wait. There might be additional protections on the Horcrux itself. Using his sacred gear's enhanced perception, Harry scanned the locket without touching it. There's a secondary curse, activated by wizard magic coming into direct contact with it. But again, it's not calibrated for sacred gear energy. Before Dumbledore could protest, Harry reached in with his gauntlet hand and grasped the locket. A momentary flare of darkness pushed against his sacred gear energy, but Storm Drake's power formed a protective barrier, preventing the curse from activating. Got it, Harry said, holding up the locket triumphantly. A horrible screeching suddenly filled the cavern, the Horcrux's last line of defense triggering despite Harry's precautions. The still surface of the Black Lake erupted as dozens of Inferi clawed their way toward the island, dead eyes fixed on the intruders. Return to the boat. Dumbledore commanded, already casting a powerful fire spell that created a protective ring around them. Quickly. Harry pocketed the locket and raced for the small vessel, Dumbledore close behind. As they reached the boat, more Inferi emerged from the water on all sides, their waterlogged bodies moving with unnatural speed. There's too many. Harry shouted over the roar of Dumbledore's defensive fire. The boat won't make it through. Across the lake, he could see Akeno and Bill already engaged in their own battle as Inferi approached their position. Akeno had partially manifested her fallen angel abilities, black lightning striking the creatures while Bill maintained shield charms to protect their position. Harry made a split-second decision. Headmaster, can you expand your fire barrier to cover our crossing? Yes, but the strain will be considerable, Dumbledore replied, already showing signs of fatigue from maintaining the current protection. Then let me handle offense while you focus on defense, Harry suggested, fully activating his sacred gear. The gauntlet's glow intensified as he channeled more power through it. Storm Drake, time to show off a bit. The dragon's eager response surged through him as Harry raised both arms, gauntlet right hand forward, left hand gripping his wand in a reverse hold. Combining sacred gear energy with a modified wizard spell he developed specifically for mass combat situations, he called out, Fulmen Katina. Lightning erupted from his gauntlet, not as a single bolt but as a web of interconnected energy that spread across the cavern ceiling. The spell, a hybrid creation that used wizard incantation to shape sacred gear power, created a lightning net that descended upon the Inferi, targeting multiple enemies simultaneously. The undead guardians shrieked as divine lightning struck them, their dark enchantments disrupted by the purifying energy. Unlike standard wizard spells, which focused on fire against Inferi, Harry's sacred gear attack targeted the animating magic itself, temporarily severing the connection between corpse and controlling enchantment. Remarkable, Dumbledore murmured, maintaining his fire barrier while steering the boat through the momentarily cleared path. A most effective combination of techniques. Harry maintained the lightning web until they reached the shoreline, where Akeno immediately reinforced his attack with her own black lightning. The contrasting energies, Harry's blue-green divine power and Akeno's darker fallen angel electricity, created a devastating field of disruption that drove the remaining Inferi back into the water. Time to go, Bill urged, already moving toward the exit. That won't hold them forever. They retreated through the cave entrance, Harry clutching the Horcrux in his gauntlet hand. Once outside, Dumbledore sealed the entrance with powerful magic, preventing immediate pursuit. Well, Bill said, breathing heavily as they regrouped on the rocky beach, that was exciting. Everyone all right? Harry nodded, dismissing his sacred gear now that immediate danger had passed. The locket felt heavy in his pocket, its dark energy pulsing malevolently even through the protective barrier of his spent power. We succeeded, Dumbledore confirmed, looking tired but pleased. Thanks in large part to Harry's innovative approach. Using sacred gear energy to bypass Tom's wizard-specific protections was inspired. It's why integration training is so valuable, Akeno noted, giving Harry a proud look. Magical systems have different blind spots. Understanding multiple traditions lets you identify and exploit those weaknesses. They operated back to Hogsmeade, where Dumbledore secured the Horcrux in a specialized containment box for transport to Hogwarts. The actual destruction would take place later, using a carefully controlled fiendfire variant developed by combining wizard magic with devil suppression techniques provided by Surzex. As Harry and Akeno walked back to the castle, the adrenaline of their adventure gradually fading, Harry felt a growing sense of accomplishment mixed with concern. That was too easy, he said quietly, once they were alone on the path. Voldemort wouldn't have left such an exploitable weakness in his protections unless he never considered sacred gears a significant factor, Akeno finished his thought. Which means whoever's performing this ritual might be making the same mistake. Harry nodded. Exactly. They're targeting me as a power source because I bridge wizard and sacred gear magic, but they might not fully understand how that integration works. Which gives us a potential advantage, Akeno noted. If we can identify the ritual's weak points where different magical systems interface, we might be able to disrupt it entirely, Harry concluded, excitement building as he considered the possibilities. We should contact Rius and Surzex, get their perspective on cross-dimensional ritual structures. And Hermione might help research wizard precedents. Akeno smiled at his enthusiasm. Look at you, strategic planning while most people would still be celebrating our narrow escape from zombie lake monsters. Harry grinned back. What can I say? I've had good teachers in both worlds. As they reached the castle gates, Harry felt his communication ring warm slightly, a non-urgent signal from Rius. He activated it once they reached Akeno's quarters, projecting a small communication circle that shimmered with crimson light before resolving into Rius's image. Harry, Akeno, she greeted them, her expression serious despite the smile in her voice. I understand congratulations are in order for retrieving another Horcrux. News travels fast, Harry observed. Surzex? He has sources in Dumbledore's order, Rius confirmed. But that's not why I'm calling. We've identified another player in this ritual situation, someone using fallen angel resources but operating independently of the Greory leadership. Akeno tensed visibly. Not my father. No, Rius assured her quickly. In fact, Barakiel is the one who provided the intelligence. The rogue operator is someone you're both familiar with, unfortunately. Kokabeel. Harry and Akeno exchanged concerned glances. Kokabeel, a high-ranking fallen angel war hawk who had opposed the post-war peace treaties, had encountered them briefly during Harry's second summer in Japan, when he'd attempted to recruit Akeno back to the Greory. The meeting had ended with thinly veiled threats when she refused. What's his involvement? Harry asked. He appears to be providing critical components for the ritual, specifically, fallen angel technology capable of accessing multiple dimensional frequencies. Rius's image flickered slightly as she referred to something off-screen. According to our intelligence, he's supplying these components to a wizard intermediary. Who? Akeno pressed. That's where it gets interesting, Rius replied. The descriptions matched Lucius Malfoy. Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. Draco's father, a man he'd encountered several times during wizarding functions, always coolly polite but radiating disdain. After the Chamber of Secrets incident, when it was revealed that Lucius had planted Riddle's diary on Ginny Weasley, Harry had developed a particular dislike for the aristocratic Death Eater who'd somehow avoided Azkaban. Malfoy and Kokabeel, he murmured. That's an unexpected alliance. Expedient rather than ideological, Rius suggested. Kokabeel wants war between factions, any disruption to the current peace serves his agenda. Helping resurrect a dark wizard powerful enough to threaten multiple worlds accomplishes that goal. And Lucius gets his master back, enhanced with power from dimensions Voldemort never accessed before, Akeno added, connecting the dots. It's actually brilliant, in a terrifying way. We're accelerating our timetable, Rius informed them. Surzex is coordinating with Serafal and Ajuka to develop countermeasures for the dimensional aspects of the ritual. Kiba and Kaneko are preparing to join you in Britain next week rather than waiting for summer. Harry felt a surge of anticipation at the news. While he'd adapted well to Hogwarts and developed solid friendships there, particularly with Hermione, Neville, and surprisingly, Luna Lovegood, he still missed the daily camaraderie of the Greory household during school terms. Where will they stay? He asked. Hogwarts has strict guest policies. Dumbledore has agreed to classify them as additional security consultants, Rius explained. They'll have quarters near Akeno's. The official story will be that they're Japanese magical security specialists brought in due to the recent attacks. After finalizing coordination details, they ended the communication. Harry leaned back in his chair, mind racing with implications and possibilities. Kokobeel, Akeno said softly, breaking the silence. I should have expected he'd be involved somehow. He's been pushing for renewed conflict for years. This goes beyond conflict, Harry noted. If this ritual succeeds, if Voldemort returns with power drawn from devil and fallen angel dimensions, it could destabilize the entire supernatural balance, not just the wizarding world. Akeno nodded grimly. Exactly what Kokobeel wants. Chaos that forces all factions to militarize, breaking the fragile peace treaties. Her expression hardened. We can't let that happen. We won't, Harry assured her, reaching for her hand instinctively. The gesture had become more frequent between them in recent months, a casual intimacy that felt natural despite the official guardian-ward relationship that still existed on paper. Between Hogwarts and the Greory team, plus the Order of the Phoenix, we have enough firepower to disrupt whatever they're planning. Akeno's fingers intertwined with his, her thumb tracing small circles on his skin. It's not just about firepower. It's about understanding how these different magical systems interact. That's where you're uniquely valuable, Harry. Us, he corrected. Your fallen angel blood gives you insight into that side of the equation that I don't have. We're strongest together, remember? Their eyes met, something unspoken passing between them, acknowledgement of the evolving nature of their bond, transcending its original parameters into something deeper and more complex. The moment was interrupted by a knock at the door. Akeno released Harry's hand reluctantly before calling, "Enter." Professor McGonagall stepped into the room, her expression typically stern but with an underlying urgency that immediately put them on alert. "Mr. Potter, Miss Himejima," she greeted them briskly. "The headmaster requests your immediate presence. There's been another attack, this time at the Ministry of Magic itself. Several Aurors are down, and the Department of Mysteries has been breached." Harry was already on his feet. What was taken? McGonagall's lips thinned. "A prophecy record." "Your prophecy, Mr. Potter." The Ministry of Magic's atrium buzzed with frantic activity, Aurors securing the area, medical personnel attending to the injured, officials huddled in urgent conference. Dumbledore led Harry and Akeno through the chaos toward the elevators, McGonagall and Shacklebolt following close behind. 6 Aurors wounded, 2 critically, Shacklebolt reported as they descended toward the Department of Mysteries. The attackers knew exactly where to go and how to bypass security. Inside job, almost certainly. Or exceptionally good intelligence, Dumbledore noted. The department's protections are formidable but not infallible, particularly against non-standard magical approaches. Harry exchanged glances with Akeno, both thinking the same thing. Non-wizard magic could bypass wizard protections, just as they'd demonstrated at the Horcrux cave. If Kokobeel was providing fallen angel technology to Lucius Malfoy, those tools might circumvent the Ministry's purely wizard-based security systems. The Department of Mysteries was eerily quiet compared to the chaos above, though signs of battle were evident, scorch marks on walls, shattered glass from display cases, the lingering scent of dark magic. An unspeakable in grey robes met them at the entrance, face concealed by their hood. "Headmaster," the figure greeted Dumbledore. "We've contained the breach, but significant damage was done. The Hall of Prophecy was their primary target." "Just one prophecy?" Dumbledore clarified as they followed the unspeakable through labyrinthine corridors. "No other artifacts or records were taken?" "Not taken, no. But they destroyed something else. The experimental time room has been completely sabotaged. All time turners shattered, the central chronometric measurement devices demolished." Harry frowned, trying to understand the strategic purpose. Why target time manipulation devices alongside a prophecy? "Insurance, perhaps," Akeno suggested quietly. "Preventing anyone from using time manipulation to interfere with their plans." They reached the Hall of Prophecy, a vast, cavernous space filled with towering shelves holding thousands of small glass orbs. One section had been devastated, shelves toppled and prophecy records shattered across the floor. They located Potter's prophecy but couldn't physically remove it from the shelf, the unspeakable explained, leading them to a specific empty spot. Only those named in a prophecy can touch it without suffering madness. So they destroyed the entire section, then used specialized equipment to isolate and extract the specific memory strand from among the ruins. Specialized equipment, Harry repeated. Non-wizard technology. The unspeakable hesitated before nodding. The magical signature doesn't match any known wizard approach. Our analysts are still studying it, but preliminary assessment suggests dimensional manipulation beyond standard magical parameters. Fallen angel tech, Akeno murmured to Harry, confirming their suspicions. Dumbledore examined the destruction carefully. The timing is significant. First the Horcrux, now the prophecy, they're gathering the components needed for their ritual. The solstice deadline appears accurate. But why take the prophecy? Harry asked. Voldemort already knows the part that led him to attack my parents. What value does the full version have for the ritual? Prophecies contain more than just information, the unspeakable interjected, their voice carrying academic interest despite the circumstances. They're concentrated fate magic, crystallized possibilities. In certain rituals, especially those involving the subjects of the prophecy, the physical manifestation of that fate magic can serve as a powerful catalyst or focusing agent. They're using my own prophecy to enhance whatever spell is supposed to target me, Harry concluded, the implications settling heavily. Poetic, in a twisted way. We must accelerate our countermeasures, Dumbledore decided. Kingsley, coordinate with international Auror forces to increase surveillance on all remaining suspected Horcrux locations. Minerva, implement the enhanced security protocols at Hogwarts immediately. Miss Himejima, please contact your supernatural allies and request they expedite their arrival. Akeno nodded, already activating her communication ring. I'll have Kiba and Kaneko here by tomorrow morning. Rius and Surzex need to remain in Japan to coordinate the dimensional aspects, but they'll send equipment and intelligence. Harry listened to the rapid organization of defenses, mind racing ahead to implications and possibilities. Something about the entire scenario felt off, too convenient, too predictable. There's another angle we're missing, he said suddenly, interrupting Shacklebolt's security briefing. All eyes turned to him. Think about it. They've revealed their hand very clearly. The Horcrux cave had obvious weaknesses to non-wizard magic. The Ministry attack used distinctly non-wizard methods. It's like they want us to know who's involved and what they're planning. A distraction? McGonagall suggested. Or a trap, Harry countered. What if the little Hangleton convergence point isn't their actual target? What if they're drawing our attention there while preparing something elsewhere? Dumbledore studied Harry thoughtfully. A valid concern. Where would you suggest they might actually be focusing their efforts? Harry considered the question, drawing on everything he'd learned about Voldemort's psychology from Dumbledore's lessons, combined with tactical analysis training from Kiba and Akeno. Somewhere with personal significance to Voldemort, but less obvious than the Riddle House, he reasoned. Somewhere connected to his wizard identity but also accessible to non-wizard entities like fallen angels. Hogwarts itself, Akeno suggested, rejoining the conversation after finishing her communication. It shaped him, houses one of his Horcruxes according to your theory, headmaster, and sits on a major magical convergence point. But Hogwarts protections would prevent direct assault, Shacklebolt objected. Against wizard attacks, yes, Harry agreed. But we've already established that they're using hybrid approaches that bypass standard wizard defenses. What if they're not planning to attack the castle directly, but rather to use its magical foundation as part of their ritual? The implications silenced the group momentarily. Dumbledore's expression grew grave as he considered the possibility. We must investigate both scenarios, he finally decided. Divide our resources between Little Hangleton and Hogwarts, while continuing the Horcrux hunt. Time is against us, the solstice is merely 3 months away. As they left the Department of Mysteries, Harry felt Storm Drake stirring within him, the dragon sensing the approaching conflict and responding with eager anticipation. Unlike 3 years ago, when such responses had been merely emotional impressions, now he could interpret the dragon's sentiments more precisely. Battle comes, the dragon communicated in concepts rather than words. Our strength grows. The lightning heir emerges. Lightning heir? Harry questioned mentally. What do you mean? The dragon's response came as a series of impressions, power flowing through generations, ancient bloodlines, destiny realigning. Storm Drake seemed to know something about Harry's heritage that connected to their partnership, but the concepts remained frustratingly abstract. You look troubled, Akeno observed as they prepared to return to Hogwarts. Storm Drake is being cryptic, Harry explained. Something about being a lightning heir and bloodlines. I think he knows something about why I was able to bond with a sacred gear despite being a wizard. Akeno's expression turned thoughtful. That's always been the unusual aspect of your case. Traditionally, established wizard bloodlines don't manifest sacred gears because the magical development follows different channels. The fact that you can channel both simultaneously has never been fully explained. Dumbledore suggested it might relate to surviving the killing curse, that the trauma somehow created unique pathways in my magical core. Possible, Akeno acknowledged. But dragon spirits often know things about their hosts that even the hosts don't understand. If Storm Drake is emphasizing bloodlines, there might be something in your family history worth investigating. Harry considered this as they arrived at the Ministry's apparition point. I don't know much about my mother's side of the family. Everyone focuses on the Potter lineage because it's an old wizarding name, but the Evans were supposedly Muggles. Supposedly, Akeno repeated with meaningful emphasis. Yet they produced one of the most talented witches of her generation. And sacred gears can manifest in any bloodline, magical or mundane. It's not impossible that there were sacred gear users in your maternal ancestry. The possibility created new questions that would have to wait for another time. For now, the immediate threat demanded their full attention, preparing Hogwarts for potential attack while continuing the Horcrux hunt and developing countermeasures for the solstice ritual. Upon returning to the castle, they found Professor Flitwick already implementing enhanced security measures, strengthening wards, establishing secondary defensive perimeters, organizing faculty response protocols. As Harry's head of house and a former dueling champion, the tiny professor had become one of his strongest supporters at Hogwarts, particularly appreciating Harry's innovative magical approaches. Mr. Potter, excellent timing, Flitwick squeaked as they entered the Great Hall. I was hoping to consult you about integrating some non-standard defensive elements into our security matrix. Your unique perspective on combining magical systems could prove invaluable. Happy to help, Professor, Harry agreed, following Flitwick to where complex magical diagrams hovered in the air, depicting Hogwarts' layered protections. For the next several hours, Harry worked alongside the charm's master, suggesting modifications that would make the castle's defenses less vulnerable to hybrid magical approaches. Drawing on his knowledge of Devil Ward structures from the Greory estate and fallen angel sigils Akeno had taught him, he helped create a more comprehensive protection system. By evening, exhaustion had set in. Harry returned to Ravenclaw Tower to find his housemates buzzing with rumors and speculation about the increased security measures. Is it true the Ministry was attacked? Terry Boot asked as Harry entered the common room. Padma's father works there, she got an owl saying all employees were sent home early. There was an incident, Harry confirmed carefully, mindful of what information could be shared. Professor Dumbledore is implementing precautionary measures. It's about you-know-who, isn't it? Michael Corner pressed. Those attacks in Europe, and now this, it's all connected. Harry neither confirmed nor denied, but his expression must have revealed enough. Over the years, his Ravenclaw classmates had become adept at reading between the lines of his careful statements. We should restart the Practical Defense Study Group, Anthony Goldstein suggested. If something's coming, everyone should be prepared, not just those with special training. He glanced meaningfully at Harry, referencing the informal sessions Harry occasionally led for interested students. Not a bad idea, Harry agreed. I'll talk to Professor Flitwick about making it official this time. After escaping the common room's 20-question session, Harry found sanctuary in his dormitory, drawing the curtains around his four-poster for privacy. He activated his communication ring, creating a small circle that connected directly to Akeno. Her face appeared, looking as tired as he felt. "Everything okay?" "Just checking in," he said. "Kiba and Kaneko arriving tomorrow?" "First thing in the morning. Surzex is arranging a direct transportation circle to Hogsmeade." She studied him through the magical connection. "You should rest. Tomorrow will be busy." "I know," Harry agreed, though sleep felt impossible with his mind racing through scenarios and contingencies. I can't shake the feeling that we're still missing something important." "Trust your instincts," Akeno advised. "They've been right before." "What specifically feels off?" Harry considered the question. "The timing." "Why now? Voldemort's been fragmented for years. What triggered this coordinated effort to bring him back specifically using cross-dimensional magic? New information, perhaps? Or a new participant with access to technologies or knowledge previously unavailable? Maybe." Harry frowned, trying to articulate his unease. "Or maybe it's about me specifically. The prophecy says I have power the Dark Lord knows not. What if someone figured out exactly what that power is, and they're designing this ritual specifically to neutralize or co-opt it?" Akeno's expression sharpened with interest. "You think your sacred gear is the power mentioned in the prophecy?" "It would make sense. Voldemort knows nothing about sacred gears or devil magic, those dimensions were completely outside his experience. And Storm Drake keeps mentioning something about me being a lightning heir, suggesting there's more to my ability to wield both magical systems than we've understood. We should research your mother's family more thoroughly," Akeno suggested. "If there's a connection there that explains your unique abilities, it might help us understand what they're planning." "Agreed." Harry stifled a yawn, the day's exertions finally catching up with him. "Tomorrow, after we get Kiba and Kaneko settled." "Sleep," Akeno instructed gently. "Your brain works better when properly rested." Harry smiled at her motherly tone, a rare glimpse of the protective instinct that had first led her to rescue him from Privet Drive 3 years earlier. "Yes, ma'am." "Good night, Akeno." "Good night, Harry. Sweet dreams." As the communication circle faded, Harry lay back on his pillow, mind still churning despite his exhaustion. Tomorrow would bring reinforcements, research, and preparations for the conflict ahead. But for now, he needed rest. His last conscious thought before drifting off was of Akeno's face, not as his guardian or trainer, but as something more complex and precious. Something he wasn't quite ready to name, but could no longer ignore. Kiba and Kaneko's arrival brought a welcome sense of familiarity to Hogwarts' increasingly tense atmosphere. Seeing the Knight and Rook of Rius's peerage walking across the Hogwarts grounds, Kiba drawing appreciative glances from female students, Kaneko looking unimpressed by the castle despite its grandeur, felt like worlds colliding in the most concrete way possible. "This place reeks of old magic," Kaneko observed in her typically blunt manner as Harry and Akeno greeted them at the entrance hall. "Unstable foundation. Too many layers." "Nice to see you too, Kaneko," Harry grinned, receiving a light punch to the arm that would have floored an ordinary wizard. 3 years of physical training had significantly increased his durability. "How was the trip?" "Efficient," Kiba replied, shaking Harry's hand before bowing respectfully to Akeno. "Surzex-sama sends his regards and this package." He handed over a small wooden box inscribed with complex runes. "Equipment for ritual disruption, specially designed by Ajuka Beelzebub." "Perfect timing," Akeno said, examining the box with approval. "We're meeting with Dumbledore and the Order members at noon to coordinate strategy." As they headed toward the quarters assigned to the new arrivals, Harry brought them up to speed on recent developments, the Horcrux retrieval, Ministry break-in, and their theories about potential targets. "Two-pronged approach makes sense," Kiba agreed, analytical as always. Division of forces is risky, but necessary given the uncertainty. I want to inspect the castle's foundation, Kaneko stated rather than suggested. If they're planning to use Hogwarts' magical convergence point, I'll detect the preparations. As a rook with enhanced physical attributes, Kaneko's sensitivity to structural weaknesses and magical foundations made her invaluable for such assessments. While Akeno showed Kiba to his quarters, Harry accompanied Kaneko to the lower levels of the castle, eventually reaching the ancient foundations below the dungeons. Here, Kaneko said, stopping at a seemingly unremarkable stone wall. She placed her palm against it, closing her eyes in concentration. Hidden chamber. Old magic. Different from the rest of the castle. Harry examined the wall with both wizard senses and sacred gear perception. I don't detect anything unusual. It's shielded specifically against wizard detection, Kaneko explained. But the physical structure can't hide from my senses. She pressed firmly against a specific stone, and to Harry's surprise, the wall silently receded, revealing a narrow passage. How did you know that would work? He asked as they entered cautiously. Pressure point in the structural matrix, Kaneko replied with a shrug, as if it were obvious. All buildings have them. The passage led to a small, octagonal chamber with a raised platform at its center. Ancient runes covered the walls and floor, not standard wizard runes that Harry recognized from classes, but something older and more primal. Founding magic, Kaneko observed, kneeling to examine the floor markings. Original spell matrix that anchors the castle to the ley line convergence. Harry activated his sacred gear, using its enhanced perception to study the chamber more thoroughly. With Storm Drake's assistance, he could perceive energy flows that remained invisible to standard wizard senses, currents of power running through the foundation like blood vessels in a living organism. Someone's been here recently, he noted, spotting subtle disturbances in the dust patterns. And they've modified something in the runic sequence. Kaneko nodded, pointing to a specific set of markings near the central platform. These aren't original. New additions. Foreign magical signature. Harry examined the modifications closely. They've created some kind of receiver. A magical antenna designed to pick up signals from elsewhere. Part of ritual network, Kaneko confirmed. Connected to other sites. Preparing to channel energy. They documented the chamber thoroughly before returning to report their findings. By noon, the discovery had been incorporated into the strategy meeting with Dumbledore and the Order members, confirming Harry's suspicion that Hogwarts itself was indeed a target in the upcoming ritual. The modifications are sophisticated, Bill Weasley noted after examining their documentation. Combining ancient Wizard Foundation magic with what looks like fallen angel dimensional sigils. Whoever did this has expertise in both systems. Or is working with specialists from both sides, Harry suggested, thinking of the Malfoy-Kokabeel alliance. The question is whether Hogwarts is the primary target or just one node in a larger network. Both, potentially, Dumbledore observed. The ritual may require multiple convergence points, with Hogwarts serving as one crucial node while Little Hangleton functions as the primary manifestation site. The meeting established a dual strategy, securing Hogwarts against magical intrusion while preparing an intervention team for the Little Hangleton site. Kiba and Kaneko would remain at the castle with several Order members, while Harry, Akeno, Dumbledore and a select team would handle the Riddle House operation when the time came. As the planning session concluded, Hermione approached Harry with a stack of books and parchments. Over the years, she had become his closest friend among Hogwarts students, eventually being brought into the confidence circle regarding the full extent of his sacred gear abilities and connection to the supernatural world. I've been researching your mother's family, she announced without preamble. Your theory about possible non-wizard magical ancestry was intriguing, so I dug into Muggle genealogical records as well as magical ones. Find anything? Harry asked, leading her to a quiet corner where they could talk privately. Possibly. She spread several documents on the table. The Evans family tree is fairly ordinary for several generations back, typical Muggle professions, no obvious magical connections. But I found something interesting about your maternal grandmother's lineage. She pointed to a faded family tree document. Mary Evans, née Sullivan, had an ancestor who emigrated from Japan to Britain in the 1850s, a woman named Reiko Fujiwara. She married into the Sullivan family, and her origins are sparsely documented, but I found references in some old correspondence suggesting she possessed unusual abilities related to weather and electricity. Harry felt a surge of excitement. Lightning abilities? Like my sacred gear? Possibly, Hermione cautioned. The descriptions are vague and could be exaggerated or metaphorical. But combined with what your dragon spirit has been suggesting about being a lightning heir, it's a compelling possibility. Perhaps you had a distant ancestor who was a sacred gear user, and that genetic potential remained dormant in your family line until you. Which would explain why I could activate a sacred gear despite being from a wizard family, Harry mused, the pieces fitting together. The potential was there through my mother's lineage, just waiting for the right circumstances. Exactly. And if Voldemort or his agents have discovered this connection, they might be designing their ritual specifically to exploit your unique magical heritage. The theory made intuitive sense. Harry felt Storm Drake stirring within him, a sense of confirmation emanating from the dragon spirit. The lightning heir reference wasn't merely poetic, it was literal, connecting Harry to a bloodline of sacred gear users that had temporarily merged with the wizard world through his mother. We need to tell Akeno and Dumbledore, Harry decided, gathering Hermione's research materials. This could change our understanding of what they're planning. They located Akeno in the library with Kiba, reviewing ancient texts on ley line manipulation. When Harry presented Hermione's findings and their theory about his maternal ancestry, Akeno's eyes widened with recognition. Fujiwara, she repeated. That name is significant in Japanese supernatural history. There was a prominent family with that name who served as priests and priestesses at a thunder shrine near Kyoto, a sacred site dedicated to Raijin, the thunder god. The same deity my sacred gear is connected to, Harry noted, excitement building. This can't be coincidence. If your ancestor was from that lineage, Akeno continued, she likely carried the potential for a lightning-based sacred gear. When that bloodline merged with wizard genetics through your mother, it created a unique magical signature, Kiba concluded. One capable of channeling both traditions simultaneously. Fascinating. And potentially why you survived the killing curse, Hermione added thoughtfully. Perhaps your dormant sacred gear responded instinctively to the magical attack, even before formal activation. The pieces were falling into place, creating a clearer picture of Harry's unique magical nature, and why he might be specifically targeted by the upcoming ritual. If his dual heritage made him the perfect conduit between magical dimensions, the ritual might be designed to extract or hijack that connective ability. Armed with this new understanding, they brought their theory to Dumbledore, who listened with intense interest before offering additional context. This aligns with something I've long suspected about Lily Evans, the headmaster revealed. Her magical abilities always showed unusual characteristics, particularly her affinity for protective enchantments that seemed to operate on principles beyond standard wizard theory. I attributed this to exceptional talent, but a heritage connecting to another magical tradition would explain much. It also explains why Voldemort targeted the Potters so specifically, Harry suggested. The prophecy mentioned, power the Dark Lord knows not, if my mother carried this dormant sacred gear potential and passed it to me, that would qualify. Indeed. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. And it suggests the current ritual is designed not merely to resurrect Voldemort, but to grant him access to powers he previously couldn't comprehend or control. By using me as a bridge, Harry concluded grimly. Extracting or copying whatever allows me to channel both magical systems. The implications were disturbing but clarifying. With this understanding, they could better anticipate the ritual's mechanisms and develop more effective countermeasures. Akeno immediately contacted Cerzex with the new information, while Dumbledore accelerated the Horcrux hunt, focusing on the remaining suspected vessels, Hufflepuff's cup, believed to be in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, and an unknown item potentially hidden at Hogwarts itself. Days passed in intensive preparation. Harry divided his time between strategic planning with the Order, sacred gear training with Akeno, Kiba, and Kaneko, and continuing his regular classes, maintaining the appearance of normalcy for the broader student body while preparing for the coming conflict. His friendship with Hermione deepened through their collaborative research, while his relationship with Akeno continued its subtle evolution towards something beyond their original guardian-ward dynamic. Though neither acknowledged it directly, their interactions carried increasing emotional intimacy, lingering touches, private smiles, conversations that extended late into the night. One evening, after a particularly intensive training session in the Room of Requirement, Harry and Akeno remained behind while Kiba and Kaneko returned to their quarters. Exhausted but satisfied with their progress, they sat together on a conjured sofa, sharing a pot of green tea. "Your lightning manipulation is becoming exceptional," Akeno noted, a hint of pride in her voice. "That precision strike sequence would challenge most adult fallen angels." "I had a good teacher," Harry replied with a smile. "Several, actually." They fell into comfortable silence, the only sound the occasional crackle of electricity from Akeno's fingertips, a habit she displayed when thoughtful or slightly nervous. "What happens after this?" Harry asked suddenly. "Assuming we succeed, Voldemort is defeated, and the immediate threat ends. What then?" Akeno studied him curiously. "What do you mean?" "For us," Harry clarified, gathering courage to address what had remained unspoken between them. "You've been my guardian for 3 years. I'm getting older, more independent. Our relationship has evolved." A faint blush colored Akeno's cheeks, a rare display from someone usually so composed. "I've been thinking about that too," she admitted. "Legally, I'll remain your guardian until you reach wizard majority at 17, but practically speaking, we've become something else," Harry finished when she hesitated. "Partners. Equals in many ways, despite the age difference. Which matters less with each passing year," Akeno noted, meeting his gaze directly. "In Devil Society, where ages span centuries, 4 years is meaningless. Even in human terms, it becomes increasingly irrelevant as you mature." Harry nodded, heart rate accelerating slightly. "I've been aware for a while that my feelings for you have changed. Deepened. Become more complex. As have mine for you," Akeno acknowledged softly. "It's been a gradual evolution, from protector to mentor to something I don't quite have the right word for yet." "Do we need a word?" Harry asked, reaching for her hand. "Can't we just acknowledge what's happening and let it develop naturally?" Akeno's fingers intertwined with his, a now familiar gesture that carried new significance in the context of their conversation. "Yes," she agreed. "Though perhaps with the understanding that certain boundaries remain appropriate until you're older." "Of course," Harry agreed immediately. "I'm not suggesting, I know," she interrupted with a gentle smile. "Just establishing parameters. Devils may view age differently, but I'm still partly human, with human ethical standards." The conversation marked a significant transition, acknowledgement of feelings that had been developing for months, perhaps longer. Neither pushed for definitions or commitments, content to recognize the evolution while focusing on the immediate challenges ahead. As May turned to June, the solstice approached with ominous inevitability. Dumbledore succeeded in retrieving Hufflepuff's cup from Gringotts through a complex negotiation with the Goblin leadership rather than the break-in they had initially considered. The Horcrux was destroyed using the specialized Fiendfire variant, leaving only the suspected Hogwarts Horcrux and Voldemort's snake familiar, Nagini, unaccounted for. Intelligence from both Order sources and Surzek's networks confirmed increased activity around Little Hangleton, with magical signatures matching both wizard and fallen angel energy detected near the Riddle House. Surveillance teams reported sightings of Lucius Malfoy and other suspected Death Eaters, along with unidentified figures whose movements suggested non-human origins. 3 days before the solstice, Harry and Akeno were summoned to Dumbledore's office for a final strategy meeting. They arrived to find the headmaster looking graver than usual, with Kingsley Shacklebolt and Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, who had been introduced to him during his second year after being cleared of all charges, already present. "We have confirmed the final pieces of their plan," Dumbledore announced without preamble. "Through a combination of divination, intelligence gathering, and magical detection, we now understand the full scope of the ritual they intend to perform." "It's worse than we anticipated," Sirius added, his handsome face haggard with concern. "They're not just trying to resurrect Voldemort with enhanced powers. They're attempting to merge him with a fallen angel entity, creating a hybrid being with access to both magical systems simultaneously." Harry felt his blood run cold. "Like me. Similar in concept, but through artificial means rather than natural heritage," Dumbledore clarified. "They intend to use your unique magical signature as a template, extracting the connective properties that allow you to channel both sacred gear and wizard magic, then applying that pattern to Voldemort's fragmented soul combined with a fallen angel volunteer." Kokabeel, Akeno guessed. "He wants power badly enough to merge with a dark wizard's soul." Shacklebolt nodded confirmation. "Our intelligence suggests exactly that. The ritual requires the blood of the template, you, Harry, combined with the remaining Horcruxes and Voldemort's primary soul fragment, which has been possessing various hosts since his downfall. The modified foundations we discovered here at Hogwarts serve as one anchor point," Dumbledore continued. "The Riddle House serves as another. Between these and other prepared sites across Europe, they're establishing a multidimensional channel that will allow the merging of entities from different magical realms." "When?" Harry asked simply. "Solstice night, 3 days from now," Sirius replied. "Based on astronomical calculations, the optimal moment occurs at precisely midnight. Our plan is thus," Dumbledore outlined. "We will divide our forces between Hogwarts and Little Hangleton, with specialized teams ready to disrupt the ritual at both locations simultaneously. Harry, as their primary target, you present both our greatest vulnerability and our greatest asset." "How so?" Harry asked, already suspecting the answer. "They need you physically present to extract your magical signature," Dumbledore explained. "Which means they will attempt to capture you. We could hide you, protect you, but that would merely delay their attempt while leaving us reactive rather than proactive. You want to use me as bait," Harry concluded. "Let them think they've captured me so we can strike from within their operation." "It's too risky," Sirius objected immediately. "There must be another way." "There isn't," Harry countered calmly. "And it makes tactical sense. If they're designing this ritual specifically to interface with my magical signature, I'm the one most capable of disrupting it from within." Akeno's expression had hardened, but she didn't immediately reject the strategy. "What protections would be in place? How would we maintain contact if Harry is ostensibly captured?" "Our communication rings can't be detected by wizard methods," Harry reminded her. "And I can partially suppress my sacred gear energy to make it appear dormant while maintaining the potential for rapid reactivation. Additionally," Dumbledore added, "we would not send Harry in alone. Someone would accompany him, someone who could plausibly be captured alongside him but would provide backup when needed." All eyes turned to Akeno, the obvious choice given her close association with Harry. "I don't like it," Sirius stated flatly. "James and Lily would never approve of using their son as bait for Voldemort. My parents would understand that sometimes the most dangerous option is also the most effective," Harry countered, meeting his godfather's concerned gaze. "They died protecting me. This gives their sacrifice meaning, using what they gave me to end the threat permanently." The debate continued for hours, ultimately resulting in a compromise strategy. Harry would appear vulnerable to capture, but with multiple layers of protection and backup. Akeno would remain close as his primary support, while Kiba, Kaneko, and selected order members would form an extraction team ready to intervene at the first sign of the plan going awry. As they left the meeting, Harry felt a curious calm descending, the clarity that came with commitment to a definitive course of action. 3 years of preparation, training across magical traditions, developing his unique abilities, all leading to this confrontation. "You're certain about this?" Akeno asked as they walked the quiet corridors. Once we commit to this strategy, there's no turning back. I'm certain, Harry confirmed. It feels right. Like everything has been building toward this moment. Akeno studied him with a mixture of pride and concern. You've grown so much from that scared boy I found at Privet Drive. Sometimes I forget how young you still are, given everything you've experienced. Age is just a number, Harry quipped with a half-smile. Isn't that what devils always say? True enough. She reached for his hand, squeezing it gently. Whatever happens 3 days from now, Harry, know that finding you was the best thing that ever happened to me. You changed my life as much as I changed yours. The simple sincerity of her statement touched him deeply. We changed each other, he agreed softly. And we'll keep doing so. This isn't an ending, Akeno. It's just another beginning. Her violet eyes held his for a long moment, conveying emotions too complex for words. Then, with gentle deliberation, she leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss to his cheek, close enough to the corner of his mouth to carry unmistakable meaning while respecting the boundaries they discussed. For luck, she murmured, stepping back with a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Harry touched the spot, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with embarrassment and everything to do with connection. With that kind of luck, Voldemort doesn't stand a chance. The Riddle House stood silhouetted against the twilight sky, its decrepit form somehow more ominous for its mundane appearance. From their concealed position at the edge of the village cemetery, Harry and Akeno observed the increased activity around the property, robed figures patrolling the overgrown grounds, magical barriers shimmering faintly to trained eyes. Right on schedule, Harry murmured, checking his watch. 2 hours until midnight, the solstice zenith when the ritual would reach its culmination. Thermal detection shows at least 20 individuals inside the house and another dozen on the grounds. Akeno nodded, her expression focused and professional despite the tension of the moment. Magical signatures confirm multiple traditions present, standard wizard energy, plus fallen angel resonances consistent with Cocobeel's subordinates. They'd spent the past 3 days finalizing preparations, securing Hogwarts' Foundation Chamber, coordinating with both Order members and the Greory team, perfecting the specialized countermeasures developed by Sirzex and Ajuka Beelzebub. Now, as solstice night descended, everything was in position for their high-risk strategy. Nervous? Akeno asked, adjusting the concealment charms that kept them hidden from standard detection methods. Surprisingly not, Harry replied honestly. 3 years of preparation, I feel ready. Storm Drake does too. The dragon's spirit had been increasingly active as the confrontation approached, communicating more frequently and directly than ever before. It seemed the impending battle had awakened something primal in the ancient entity, bringing its consciousness more fully into alignment with Harry's. Remember the extraction signal, Akeno reminded him for perhaps the 10th time. 3 pulses through the communication ring if anything goes wrong. The team can be there in under 30 seconds. I remember, Harry assured her, touched by her concern despite the repetition. But I don't think we'll need it. Their ritual depends on me being relatively unharmed, they need my magical signature intact. The plan was elegantly simple in concept, though complex in execution. Harry and Akeno would allow themselves to be discovered and captured, appearing to resist but ultimately being overwhelmed. Once inside the ritual space, they would deploy Ajuka's specialized disruptors, devices designed to destabilize cross-dimensional magical channels, while the external team simultaneously neutralized the corresponding anchor points at Hogwarts and other identified locations. If successful, the strategy would not only prevent Voldemort's enhanced resurrection but potentially destroy his remaining soul fragments through magical backlash. It's time, Harry said, noting the movement patterns of the patrolling guards. They're rotating positions. There's our window. They moved silently through the cemetery, approaching the Riddle property from its least defended angle, deliberately leaving subtle magical traces that would be detected by the outer wards. As expected, within minutes, several figures converged on their position. Now, Harry whispered. On cue, they both cast visible but relatively harmless spells, creating the impression of attempting concealment rather than actually trying to remain hidden. The approaching figures responded immediately, surrounding their position with anti-apparition jinxes and stunning spells. Harry and Akeno put up a convincing show of resistance, deflecting the initial attacks, counterspelling effectively, demonstrating enough skill to be threatening but not enough to escape the tightening circle of opponents. Within minutes, they found themselves confronted by Lucius Malfoy, his platinum hair gleaming in the moonlight as he stepped forward with obvious satisfaction. "Potter," he drawled, wand trained steadily on Harry's chest. "How predictable that you would attempt to interfere. And your exotic guardian as well. How convenient that you've delivered yourselves directly to us." Harry maintained an expression of defiant anger. "What are you playing at, Malfoy? What's happening at Hogwarts?" The question was calculated, suggesting they believed the primary ritual was occurring at the castle rather than here, potentially causing Malfoy to reveal useful information in his arrogance. The strategy worked perfectly. Lucius smiled coldly. "Always focusing on your precious school. So limited in vision, just like your parents. The castle is merely one node in a far greater working, boy. One you will have the privilege of witnessing firsthand." They were disarmed with theatrical thoroughness, relieved of wands and subjected to multiple detection charms searching for concealed weapons or portkeys. As anticipated, their communication rings registered as simple jewelry to wizard detection methods, and the specialized disruptors, disguised as ordinary accessories, similarly escaped notice. "Bring them," Malfoy instructed his subordinates. "He will be pleased that we've secured the final component ahead of schedule." They were led roughly toward the Riddle House, passing through multiple layers of magical security that prickled against Harry's skin. Inside, the decrepit mansion had been transformed, walls removed to create a vast central space where an elaborate ritual circle dominated the floor, glowing with sickly green energy reminiscent of the killing curse. At the circle's center stood a raised stone altar, surrounded by pedestals holding various objects that radiated dark magic. The remaining Horcruxes, Harry realized, including items he recognized from Dumbledore's descriptions: Ravenclaw's diadem, finally located within Hogwarts itself but apparently moved here for the ritual, and a large snake coiled in a magical containment field. Most disturbing was a central pedestal holding what appeared to be a partially formed humanoid figure, misshapen and fetus-like, but radiating malevolent awareness. Voldemort's current manifestation, Harry surmised, remembering Dumbledore's explanation about the Dark Wizard's disembodied state requiring temporary vessels. Standing beside this grotesque centerpiece was a tall figure whose presence radiated power of a different quality, not wizard magic but something older, more primal. Though Harry had never met him directly, he immediately recognized Kokabeel from Akeno's descriptions: 10 black wings folded against his back, aristocratic features set in an expression of cold ambition. "The boy arrives," Kokabeel observed, his voice carrying the resonant quality characteristic of higher-ranking fallen angels. His gaze shifted to Akeno, lips curving into a mocking smile. "And Barakiel's disappointing offspring as well. How fitting that you should witness the ascension your father was too weak to pursue." Akeno's expression remained impassive, though Harry sensed the anger she controlled beneath the surface. Her complicated relationship with her father remained a sensitive point, one Kokabeel deliberately targeted. "Bind them to the secondary altars," Malfoy instructed, gesturing toward 2 smaller stone platforms positioned at specific points within the ritual circle. The extraction process requires physical contact with the primary convergence point. As they were secured to the stone altars, restrained with magic-suppressing bindings that would have been genuinely challenging to escape had that been their intention, Harry maintained their cover by struggling convincingly while secretly assessing the ritual configuration. The design was impressive even to his training, combining elements of traditional wizard blood magic with fallen angel dimensional sigils and what appeared to be modified devil summoning structures. Whoever had designed it possessed genuine expertise across multiple magical traditions. "Remarkable, isn't it?" a new voice observed, as if reading his thoughts. Harry turned to find an unexpected figure approaching, Professor Quirrell, the nervous, stuttering assistant defense teacher who had largely remained in the background at Hogwarts for 3 years. Except now his demeanor had completely transformed, posture straight, movements confident, eyes sharp with intelligence. "You," Harry said, genuine surprise entering his voice. "You're part of this?" Quirrell smiled thinly. "Part of it? My dear boy, I orchestrated it. Who better to access Hogwarts' Foundation chamber than someone already within its walls? Who better to observe you, study your unique magical signature, and design a ritual to replicate its integrative properties?" Understanding dawned with chilling clarity. "You've been possessed by Voldemort all this time." "Not precisely possessed," Quirrell corrected. "Rather, I've been providing voluntary accommodation to what remains of the Dark Lord's primary soul fragment. A symbiotic arrangement that will soon be rendered unnecessary." He approached Harry's altar, studying him with clinical interest. "You are a fascinating magical anomaly, Potter. Wizard-born yet capable of manifesting a sacred gear. The killing curse should have eliminated that potential in utero. Wizard magic typically overwrites sacred gear compatibility during fetal development. Yet somehow, you maintained both channels simultaneously." "My mother's bloodline," Harry stated, seeing no reason to hide information they clearly already possessed. "The Fujiwara connection." "Precisely." Quirrell looked delighted by Harry's understanding. "A dormant sacred gear lineage, diluted through generations of mundane breeding, then unexpectedly reinforced when combined with Potter magical heritage. The result? A unique bridge between magical dimensions, precisely what our ritual requires as its template." He gestured toward the central altar where the misshapen homunculus waited. "Lord Voldemort's reconstituted form, combined with Cocabeel's contributed essence, structured according to your integrative pattern. The result will be a being of unprecedented power, capable of wielding both wizard magic and fallen angel abilities simultaneously, without the limitations of either tradition." While Quirrell gloated, Harry surreptitiously activated his communication ring, sending the prearranged signal to the external team that they had confirmed the ritual configuration and were proceeding with the disruption plan. Across the room, he caught Akeno's eye, receiving her subtle nod of confirmation that she was similarly prepared. "You understand, of course, that the extraction process will likely prove fatal to you," Quirrell continued conversationally. "Separating your unique magical signature from your core will essentially render you non-magical, a fate worse than death for one with your potential, I imagine." "If you're trying to frighten me, you'll need to try harder," Harry replied with genuine calm. "I've faced worse threats than pretentious professors with delusions of adequacy." Quirrell's expression hardened momentarily before smoothing into artificial pleasantness. "Brave words from someone bound and helpless. We'll see how that courage holds when the extraction begins." He moved away to consult with Cocabeel and Malfoy, making final preparations as midnight approached. The room had filled with additional participants, robed Death Eaters forming an outer circle, fallen angel subordinates positioned at cardinal points, all focused on the elaborate ritual preparation. Harry used their distraction to communicate silently with Stormdrake, establishing the exact timing for their counterattack. The dragon spirit had been his constant companion for 3 years, evolving from a semi-conscious power source into a true partner. Now, as they prepared for their most significant battle, Harry felt the ancient entity's presence more strongly than ever, no longer just energy and impressions, but a distinct consciousness aligning fully with his own. Lightning air, the dragon communicated with unprecedented clarity. "The moment approaches. Our true power awaits." "What do you mean?" Harry questioned mentally. "What true power?" Instead of direct answer, Stormdrake shared a series of impressions, lightning connecting heaven and earth, blood heritage spanning centuries, dormant potential awakening fully. The dragon seemed to suggest that Harry had accessed only a fraction of their combined capabilities, with greater power available when truly needed. The ritual began as midnight approached, chanting in multiple languages, dark energy swirling around the circle, the Horcruxes pulsing in sympathetic rhythm. Quirrell stood beside the central altar, hands raised, voice shifting between his own and a higher, colder tone that raised goosebumps on Harry's arms. Cocabeel spread his 10 black wings to full extension, fallen angel energy crackling around him as he contributed his essence to the working. The air grew heavy with magical pressure as the dimensional boundaries thinned, connections forming between the Riddle House and other prepared sites across Europe. The template, Quirrell/Voldemort called, gesturing toward Harry. Begin the extraction. Two robed figures approached Harry's altar, carrying ceremonial daggers and crystalline receptacles designed to capture and preserve magical signatures. As they raised their instruments, Harry caught Akeno's eye across the room, exchanging the briefest nod. Now. Harry's sacred gear activated with explosive force, the gauntlet materializing despite the suppression bindings. Simultaneously, Akeno channeled her fallen angel lightning through the specialized disruptors concealed on her person, targeting the ritual circle's primary connection points. The room erupted in chaos as the carefully balanced energies destabilized. Harry's bindings shattered as Storm Drake's power surged beyond anything he'd previously manifested, the gauntlet extending past his elbow, armor-like scales spreading across his chest, lightning crackling around his entire body. "Stop them!" Quirrell shrieked, his voice fully transformed into Voldemort's high, cold tone. "The ritual is destabilizing." Death Eaters and fallen angel subordinates converged on Harry and Akeno, only to be met with coordinated counterattacks they had trained for extensively. Akeno fully manifested her fallen angel abilities, a single black wing extending from her left shoulder as she unleashed devastating lightning that incapacitated multiple attackers simultaneously. Harry leapt from the altar, Storm Drake's power enhancing his physical capabilities beyond normal human limitations. Landing beside the central pedestal containing the Horcruxes, he activated the primary disruptor, a Juka Beelzebub specialized device designed to sever cross-dimensional connections. The effect was immediate and catastrophic, for the ritual performers. The carefully constructed magical channels between dimensions collapsed, creating feedback surges that traveled through the network. From his communication ring, Harry received confirmation that similar disruptions were successfully executing at Hogwarts and other identified nodes. "No!" Kokobeel roared, black wings flaring as he launched himself toward Harry. "You cannot interfere with Ascension." The fallen angel's attack met Harry's fully manifested sacred gear power, lightning against lightning, divine energy against fallen. The collision created a shockwave that knocked nearby Death Eaters off their feet while Harry maintained his position, Storm Drake's strength flowing through him with unprecedented intensity. "You made a fundamental mistake," Harry told the fallen angel, their energies still clashing between them. "You studied my magical signature but failed to understand its source. Storm Drake isn't just a power, he's a partner, a consciousness. You can't replicate that through ritual." Across the room, Akeno was engaged with multiple opponents simultaneously, her hybrid abilities making her devastatingly effective against both wizard and fallen angel adversaries. Lucius Malfoy fell to a precisely aimed lightning strike that shattered his magical shields, while lesser fallen angels retreated from her superior command of their own elemental affinity. The central altar where Voldemort's homunculus form waited had begun to destabilize, the partially formed body convulsing as the ritual's collapse affected its development. Quirrell staggered toward it, desperation evident as he attempted to salvage the working through increasingly frantic incantations. "It's over," Harry called to him, still holding Kokobeel at bay. "The network is collapsing. The Horcruxes are destabilizing." As if confirming his assessment, the artifacts on their pedestals began to emit high-pitched wailing sounds, the soul fragments within them responding to the magical backlash. The containment field around Nagini flickered and failed, allowing the massive snake to slither frantically toward Quirrell as if seeking protection. The extraction team chose that moment to make their entrance, Kiba, Kaneko, Sirius, and several Order members operating directly into the ritual space, having bypassed the outer defenses while the focus remained on Harry and Akeno. Their arrival turned the tide definitively, transforming a chaotic disruption into a coordinated assault. Kiba moved with inhuman speed, his night abilities allowing him to neutralize multiple Death Eaters before they could even raise their wands. Kaneko's rook strength made her a devastating close-quarters combatant, shattering magical shields with physical attacks that no wizard was prepared to counter. With his primary forces rapidly falling, Kokabeel made a strategic decision, disengaging from Harry to create a massive light spear aimed not at any individual but at the ritual circle itself. "If I cannot ascend, neither shall he return," the fallen angel declared, driving the spear into the center of the destabilizing matrix. The resulting explosion of conflicting energies was catastrophic. The ritual circle erupted in wild, uncontrolled magic as the dimensional connections collapsed completely. The Horcruxes on their pedestals began to disintegrate, the soul fragments within them shrieking as the magical backlash destroyed their anchors. Most dramatically affected was Quirrell himself. The combined effect of the ritual collapse, Horcrux destruction, and Kokabeel's attack created a magical vortex centered on the professor's body. As the primary vessel for Voldemort's main soul fragment, he became the focus for the redirected energy. "Potter!" Quirrell/Voldemort screamed, his body beginning to dissolve as conflicting magics tore through him. "This is not the end. I cannot be destroyed so easily." Harry approached the disintegrating figure, Storm Drake's power still manifested at full capacity. "It is the end," he stated with quiet certainty. "Your Horcruxes are destroyed. Your ritual has failed. Whatever remains of your soul will find no anchor in this world or any other. Then I shall take you with me." With a final desperate surge, Quirrell/Voldemort lunged toward Harry, hands outstretched and glowing with killing curse green energy. Harry didn't flinch or retreat. Instead, acting on instinct guided by Storm Drake's presence, he raised his gauntlet hand to meet the attack directly. What happened next transcended his previous understanding of his own capabilities. As Voldemort's deadly magic contacted Storm Drake's divine power, Harry felt something unlock within him, the true power the dragon had referenced, a deeper connection to his lightning heritage that had remained dormant until this moment of greatest need. Lightning erupted not just from his sacred gear but from his entire being, blue-green energy with threads of gold intertwined, connecting to every particle of his existence. It wasn't merely power being channeled through him, it was power emerging from within, as if every cell in his body had become a conduit for Storm Drake's divine lightning. "The lightning heir awakens," Storm Drake's voice resonated within and around him, suddenly as clear as human speech. "Our true partnership manifests." The collision of energies created a phenomenon unlike anything Harry had experienced, a perfect integration of sacred gear power and wizard magic, neither dominating but both enhancing each other in seamless harmony. Where Voldemort and Kokabeel had sought to force compatibility between different magical systems through external ritual, Harry achieved it naturally through internal resonance, the lightning heir fulfilling his heritage. Quirrell/Voldemort's attack faltered against this unexpected manifestation, the killing curse energy absorbed and neutralized by Harry's integrated power. As their magics connected, Harry perceived the Dark Wizard's fractured consciousness, the remaining soul piece desperately seeking escape or anchoring as its vessel disintegrated. "No more," Harry said simply, channeling purifying lightning directly into this fragmentary consciousness. "No more Horcruxes. No more returns. No more fear." The last remnant of Voldemort's soul writhed against this final assault, but found no escape or defense. Without Horcruxes, without a sustainable vessel, without the ritual that might have granted him new existence, the once feared Dark Lord faced true ending, not merely physical death but complete spiritual dissolution. With a final, unearthly shriek that seemed to echo through multiple dimensions, the soul fragment dissipated into nothingness, purified by lightning that bridged divine and mortal realms. In the sudden silence that followed, Harry became aware of the broader situation, Kokabeel fleeing through a hastily created transportation circle, most Death Eaters either incapacitated or similarly escaping, the ritual space collapsing as the backlash continued to tear through weakened dimensional boundaries. "We need to evacuate," Sirius shouted, supporting an injured Order member. "This whole place is coming apart magically." Harry turned to locate Akeno, finding her already moving toward him through the chaos. Their eyes met across the disintegrating ritual space, hers wide with wonder at the transformation she'd witnessed in him, his filled with the exhilaration of discovery and victory. "Harry," she called, reaching for him as the floor beneath them began to crack, magical energies surging unpredictably. We have to go. He grasped her outstretched hand, their fingers intertwining with familiar rightness. Together, they made their way toward the extraction point where Kiba was organizing their retreat, dodging falling debris and wild magical discharges. Did we confirm all Horcruxes are destroyed? Harry asked as they reached relative safety. Confirmed, Kiba replied crisply. Magical feedback collapsed the entire network. The snake, the diadem, everything here, all neutralized. Combined with those we already destroyed. It's over, Sirius finished, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. His expression held a mixture of pride, relief, and lingering concern. Truly over this time. As they activated their emergency port keys, Harry took one last look at the collapsing Riddle house, the site where Voldemort's Muggle father had once lived, where the orphan Tom Riddle had committed his first murders, and now where his final attempt at immortality had been definitively ended. The symbolism felt appropriate, cycles completing, legacies resolved, new beginnings emerging from endings. As the port key activated, pulling them away from the disintegrating ritual site, Harry maintained his grip on Akeno's hand, carrying the connection with him across the magical transportation. Hogwarts' hospital wing was unusually crowded, injured Order members receiving treatment alongside their team, while Dumbledore, McGonagall, and other senior staff coordinated response efforts. Despite the chaotic activity, a sense of cautious celebration permeated the air as confirmation arrived from multiple sources. The ritual had been completely disrupted, the Horcruxes destroyed, Voldemort's resurrection prevented. Harry sat on the edge of a hospital bed while Madame Pomfrey fussed over minor injuries he'd sustained during the confrontation. Across from him, Akeno was receiving similar treatment, though she continuously glanced his way as if confirming he remained safe and present. Remarkable, Dumbledore murmured, examining the data from magical monitoring devices that had recorded the ritual's collapse. Complete systemic failure across all nodes. The backlash actually strengthened our wards rather than damaging them, as the energy was redirected into existing protective structures. Ajuka's disruptors worked perfectly, Harry noted, wincing slightly as Pomfrey applied stinging antiseptic to a cut on his arm. Though I don't think even he anticipated the full extent of the reaction when combined with direct sacred gear intervention. Indeed. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with scholarly interest. Which brings us to the most fascinating aspect of tonight's events, your transformation, Harry. Professor Flitwick's monitoring go on and begin the next chapter. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.